Hi, Nas. Hi, hi, hi. Hi. Yo, dog. It's going good. Intergalactic. Yes. Why am I intergalactic tonight? Do you think you should start going by by an alias? I think aliases are always fun, always cool. Mike Honcho. Yeah. And is this to protect your real identity of Tatus and Gus? Hey, hey, hey. Oh, I'm sleepy tonight. No, you know what I am? I'm hungry. Damn it. I'm hungry. God damn it. Sounds cooler. Yes, but I shouldn't be at this point. Because of my sleep schedule. I've been staying up late, waking up late. I think I'm just hungry. Oops. Shoot. The pie turned out great. The 2 pies actually turned out great. Oh, thank you, Nick. It's not really a new hairdo. It's just that it was not looking great, so I wet it today. It's like a curl refresh. I made a caramel apple pie and a pumpkin pie. I'm flying the plane, but it's just a red eye. You know what I mean? The plane's flying. The plane be flying, but it's just at a different hour, you know? That's it. Hi, Philippe. I'm hungry. I'm so hungry. Hi, hola, Tizi. Yo me llamo Brenna. Hold on. Oh, I just realized you're not getting the chat, are you? You're not getting the chat. Okay. Let's go here. How do we refresh? Oh, thing. Thing. Oh, okay, cool. It's muted. Okay, there's that. Oh, thank you, Zach. This is the Gorge Cam. Thank you. It is a fancy one. But I feel like I'm a little out of focus right now. No, maybe that's just my streaming quality. I don't know. What tier are you? You're the Philippe tier, right? I think it's like $9.99 or something. $8.99. Is that possible? I sort of made it just as a joke. I didn't think anyone would get it. But now a few people have it. Now a few people pay for Philippe tier. Thank you. I think that's how much it is. Thank you, Nan, for being a Philippe tier subscriber. Hello, Nando. I'm not your baby. I'm your daddy. A Geico? What does that mean? Hold on. Loading. I don't already know. Me. Okay. Now I can close this, I think. Oh, shit. Active. Okay. Let's see. All right. Da 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 da. Hello, Sean. Well, Geico, you mean the gecko. Geico is the insurance company. Gecko. Gordon is the gecko for Geico. You know what I mean? Tell you more about I will. About the Matt Rife situation. I can certainly try. The Matt Rife situation. Oh, that's cool, Teasy. Hold on, Teasy. Can you resend that message? I'm trying to see if this is working. My thing. As per usual. Do I have a Gordon? No. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Teasy. I do not have a Gordon. Sorry. I used to know a Gordon, but he was not a gecko. So I don't know how he would have done. The cool hair? Yeah. The chin. The comedian with the chin. So I posted this update. What happened with Matt Rife was like about a year ago. All right, fuck off, name. You're not welcome. Bye. Yeah, there's like, and a lot of people were like, "Oh, that's surgery, blah blah blah." I don't know if it is. I think it's very possible to grow up and mature. I used to have a much rounder face, and now I have some crazy jawline and cheekbone action every once in a while. So, excuse me. He was a comedian. Like the vast majority of his audience was female, and they like rocked him to fame on TikTok. And like the majority of his content was also like crowd work, and he would do very sort of flirtatious and suggestive crowd work sometimes, like he played it up. He knew what he was doing, and like no shame in that, right? Like he was, but he also like, he did lots of different types of crowd work, but that was like his main thing. That's what really kind of got him very popular on TikTok, where the majority of the audience was female, until he got successful enough where he got himself a Netflix special, his first ever Netflix special. Congratulations. We love it. We love seeing people climbing up in the world. And he filmed this special. And the guy made a couple of very interesting choices. Number one, he did zero crowd work, which I can understand. Like, maybe, Nan, thank you for the dolphin and for the roses. I can understand that in that, like, Netflix special, it's always possible that Netflix would be like, no, you need a script that we have to approve, all that stuff, blah, 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 right? I could see that happening. I don't know if that's what happened. No one ever claims that that's what happened, but whatever. But the other choice he made was to spend the whole special kind of like degrading women. And not in like a funny way, you know what I mean? Like, and a lot of people will say, oh, there's no funny way of doing that. Sure. I think that there are jokes you can make about the darkest shit, and there's ways of making it funny, right? It depends on who the punchline is, who the target of the joke is, right? But he opened the special with a joke about DV, about a hostess who had like a black eye. And to be clear, it wasn't even like the thing to me that I was like, this is how you know it's not even a joke. He was like, oh, my friend and I went to this restaurant, da, da, da. Like, basically he's telling this story about he and his friend telling jokes to each other about this woman, which no one even talked about. I don't know why I'm mentioning it, because that to me is like, that's a classic like sign of not an actual joke itself, like, oh, I said the funniest thing to my friend. Anyway, it's a story about he and his friend going to a restaurant, and the hostess had like a black eye or whatever. And they're making jokes about the fact that the reason she's out front with a black eye, that I believe they're surprised by, like, they're like, oh, wouldn't you like, put someone like that in the kitchen and stuff? They're making a joke of like, well, if she was any good in the kitchen, then she wouldn't have had a black eye, right? That's the gist of the joke. Which is like, firstly, it wasn't like a very well crafted joke. You know what I mean? It also just like, it's like the oldest joke in the fucking world. You know what I mean? It's not, I don't know. It's just not funny. Whatever. But like all that, aside, the sort of like a Chris Brown joke, but like it wasn't even that. It was just like, oh wait, hold on. It was a joke about, about a hostess at a restaurant, like, who happened, you know what I mean? I don't know. It was like, whatever. But then I'm multitasking. I should never multitask like this. Not original, not very clever. It wasn't very funny. But then he proceeded to spend the rest of his special like one thing he did like a whole section like talking about girls who are into crystals, and I'm not a crystal girl too. I also, like, no offense to anyone in here, I also think crystals are silly, but I'm like that in general. But he spent like a way long portion of his special talking about girls who are into crystals and how stupid it is. And it was just like, he kept just going after women and girls for like these dumb things, and it wasn't funny. That was the worst part. And he did zero crowd work, right? And you could tell. And so the whole thing wraps up. It wasn't very funny. It wasn't very good. And the final joke he makes is, and they say I can't do crowd work, or like they say he can't do crowd work, whatever. So clearly he thought he fucking stuck the landing, right? And they say I can't do crowd work. It's like, well, they turned out were right. You can't, it seems like. You couldn't. But it seems so clear, like that almost like doubles down on the like, oh, okay, so you were in here trying to prove people wrong, right? Like he was in there basically trying to prove people wrong on the fact that he's a crowd work comedian, which, by the way, is not worse than a joke comedian. It's just a different type of comedian. Very different types of comedians. But also you were in here trying to prove that you're not a comedian for women. You know what I mean? Like he was doing everything in the world to try to separate himself from his primarily female audience, which, if you know anything about capitalism, is not a great move. You know what I mean? They're the ones that like made him famous. They're the ones that were like getting him money. Hi, John. Just by, you know. Yeah, exactly, Tatus, right? He's quick on his feet. But that's the thing. He like did this whole special, zero crowd work in it. It was all just written jokes, but they weren't funny. And he spent most of the time just like insulting or just not very, yeah. It was just a really, really whole long set of very bizarre choices. And yeah, TZ, sorry, it took me a second to get that running. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so basically as a result of that, a bunch of women, like his audience, were like, what the fuck is this, dude? You know what I mean? Like, really, you're going to come up here, you're going to make jokes about, like, a woman has a black eye, and therefore that means she's not good in the kitchen. Like, that's your fucking joke that you open with, and then you're going to just sit here and you're going to bitch about women for, like, an hour and a half, however long it was, 70 minutes, and, like, not in a funny way. You're just, you know, it was, like, way to bite the hand that feeds you. Way to show how much it bothers you that your audience is primarily women. Like, that was ultimately the thing. It was like, oh, you really hate that your audience is primarily women. Like, you hate that people see you as a crowd work comic, and you hate the people that women are your audience. And it started a whole bunch of discourse about that, about the value of women as audiences and stuff. It was great. It was really like fascinating, you know, couple of months on the internet personally. And I'm someone, by the way, who loved Matt Rife. He was one of the first people like I followed on TikTok. It took me a while. I said I was resistant for a long time to follow him. He kept showing up in my FYP, and I really liked the videos, but I was like, this guy looks like a fuckboy. And so I was resistant for a while, but then eventually when I started like trying to follow more people in general, I was like, okay, I followed him. So I was like his prime audience member, you know, and I was like, I put the comedy special on, and my boyfriend was here when I first put it on, and I was like, oh man, like I've been like really excited to see this, and I put it on, and I was like, and I turned it off, you know, and my boyfriend was like not paying attention, you know, he didn't, whatever. And thank you, redes sociales. So, blah, blah, blah. Am I getting my vitamins? I'm trying to. But yeah, so, you know, he sort of fell out of favor. And then as like a result, in response to, hi Squigs, in response to the backlash, he started like kind of going on bro-y podcasts. And he just very clearly was trying to like use this to pivot towards being like a guy's guy comic. And he just like he wasn't, I don't know if it worked at all. It's very possible it worked on some level, but I don't know. Apparently he's been having some trouble selling out his tickets on his latest comedy special. But yeah. Yeah, he's a fuckboy. Exactly, John. Some of the comedian circles don't frig with him. So he'll be on Rogan soon. He might have already been on Rogan. I don't even know if he's big enough to be on Rogan. That's how crazy it is. This was his first, like, special. You know what I mean? He really just fucked up. So, whatever. So, I made a video that was, like an update. Basically, he came across... I was fed an ad on my FYP of his. He's got this new special called Stay Golden, which I assumed, and it seems like correctly assumed, that it was a reference to The Outsiders and Ponyboy, even though the quote is actually Stay Gold. And he bleached his hair. He, you know, his promo pics are kind of like these black and white emo things and stuff. He kind of looks like he's trying to pull like a whole Spike from Buffy thing. It's a whole thing. And I was just kind of giggling because I was like, this feels like a middle school girl's crash out. Like, it just does. You know what I mean? I have had that exact same haircut and bleach job that he's rocking right now. I have. I showed it off in here the other day. And it's just funny. It's like, oh, you know, yeah, it's just a classic, like, middle school girl rite of passage. And it's just funny that, like, after rejecting all the gals, I just posted a kind of a jokey post about it, being like, man, you know, like, you're just, you know, I forget what I said. I said, for someone who tried so hard to be one of the boys, like, you're really just crashing out like one of the girls, and we would have welcomed you. Like, we did welcome you. Whoops. So that was kind of like the punchline of my post, and that's why people are asking me about it, because some people are like, what happened? But all the gals get it. You can see all the comments on the video from the gals are like, ah. He's an Autumn through and through. Yeah. She apparently was, like, down to go on Rogan, but he required, the last I heard was, like, she offered to do an hour while she was in Texas, and he was like, no, it has to be several hours, like, and you have to come to me at this spot or whatever. And, like, he demanded, like, a minimum of, like, 3 hours or something like that. And I think ultimately, from what I heard, I haven't, like, dug deep to, like, you know, double check this, but apparently, like, a big part of it was that, where she was happy to give him an hour, not 3 or multiple, because she already had, like, the shortest campaign in fucking history, if you can imagine. So it's a little silly that it's been spun like she wouldn't do it or something like that. Yeah, it's possible. It's possible it would. Possible it wouldn't. I wouldn't discount the idea that Joe Rogan threw his weight behind Trump, at least in part because his ego was bruised. But literally just to, like, punish her for not meeting all his terms and, like, showing up for as long as he wanted in the place. Like, he refuses to travel, basically, for podcast guests. He demands that they come to him in Texas and all that stuff. So I could see at least a tiny, tiny part of it being him, like, just punishing her for not showing up. Oh, in New York? Yeah, that's possible. Which, like, you can't really, like, blame him, too, because, like, or blame her, right? Again, she had, like, the shortest campaign in history. To, like, fly out specifically to do one podcast that would have taken her hours to do is kind of insane. Especially in a state where she can't really make any more useful campaign stops. You know what I mean? Like, it's Texas. It was never going to go blue. So. Is he? What's his latest take on Ukraine? What, Sigma? Buffy. Wait, what about... Oh, yeah, Spike. Yeah, yeah. I'm hungry. Silver blue eyes. Wow. What the U.S. needs is... Do I turn my TikTok into podcast? I've been meaning to. It's a lot of work, dude. How old am I? That's a rude question. I'm 73. Okay. And I look old for my age, so. Yeah, I know. I look worse than 73. I think no. The U.S. needs ranked choice voting, and to get rid of the fucking electoral college. That's what it needs. And then we could have way more parties. It needs ranked choice voting, number 1. Electoral college gone, number 2. Ranked choice voting would literally give us the ability to vote third party without worrying about whatever. And you would see, and the funny thing is too, what people don't realize is like when we say like, oh, ranked choice voting would allow you to vote third party, it wouldn't just be third party, right? Third party means like third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th party. You know what I mean? It means like infinite amount of parties. You wouldn't have to worry about it. And so you could like truly vote, you know, according to whatever. Ew, RFK Jr. is fucking... Dude, are you kidding me? Tatus. That guy is nuts. That guy is nuts. Yeah, so did New York City. Film. Please fucking not act like RFK Jr. No, he doesn't, Tatus. Dude, the guy is nuts. What do you mean he's got JFK and RFK Sr. vibes, though? He literally doesn't. Have you seen anything? Have you seen anything of JFK and Bobby? No, he does not have their vibes at all. And there's a reason his entire family has basically disowned him. The guy is nothing like them. He literally just uses their fucking, you know, he uses the name. He's not. Dude. By the way, speaking of which, this doesn't make me an expert, but it is kind of relevant. I'll show you. Check out what I have. This is my grandmother's. I used to also have a pin, a Kennedy pin, but I don't know what happened to that. Compliments of Senator James W. Hennigan, your next Attorney General. Because it's like 70 years old or something. Do you? Yeah, I grew up in a country with a parliamentary system. Parliamentary system would be way better. But if we're not going to do like an entire overhaul of the American government, which is obviously not going to happen anytime soon, at least not in any sort of peaceful sense, the best thing we can do is just implement ranked choice voting. It's such a small thing that we could implement across the board and like barely change anything else, and it would have a huge... Yes, exactly. Ich ein Berliner. Yeah. Ich bin ein Berliner. Ich bin ein Berliner. Is that how he said it? Ich bin ein Berliner. The way he spoke was very funny. Ich bin ein Berliner. Yes, exactly, TZ. Obviously. Natürlich. Natürlich. Or lick. Natürlich. I don't know how to say it. You think Jackie Kennedy was the most stunning first lady ever? Yeah, she was great. Hi, God. Dun, dun, bum, 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 bum. Not even fucking close, Tatus. Natürlich. Naturlich. That. I will say Michelle Obama's pretty close. Philippe is like low-key obsessed with Michelle Obama. He's got a crush on her. And I get it. I kind of have a crush on her too. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I think it would be cool. Yeah, Shakam. I think it should be compulsory, but there should obviously be, I think there should be an option for like no vote, like abstaining, right? I think you should be forced to fill out a ballot and turn it in, but if you want to abstain from casting a vote, I think you should be able to do that. That's what it's like in Australia, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, she's super classy. Michelle Obama. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. Do I not like the environmental side of Bobby Jr.? I mean, I think the environmental side. God, what has he said that's actually environmentalist though? Like, I know he's an environmental lawyer, but he didn't exactly run on an environmental campaign. I spent a lot of time this year around environmentalists protesting and documenting their protests, I should say. RFK Jr.'s platform was not exactly. Oh, let's go, Shikam. Thank you, puppy. Hi, puppy. I think of you often. If your chat thingy not just showed chat on screen, but also cross-posted chat to the different platforms so that we could all interact with each other. Yeah, TZ. Well, I would have to do one or the other, right? Because if I had a separate bot that cross-posted everything, then all of the cross-posts would also show up on here. You know what I mean? On the chat. But I have to find a chat bot that does that for like TikTok and Twitch and YouTube. I'm already technically breaking the rules on Twitch by having this on screen. So. What comments did he make? There's a lot of things I don't like about the dude. The guy has certifiably stupid ideas. He's an anti-vaxxer. He I'm sorry, but fluoride is not poisonous in the water. It's fine in the water. But like that's the least of it. He wants to he's mistrustful of like all medications. Like he basically just like doesn't fucking believe in medications. He also doesn't believe in like regulating shit. Like somehow he thinks everything in our food is poison, but also doesn't want to wants to regulate less. Make it make sense. That's true, TZ, yeah. All right. Do you want to research a cross-post bot for me? I was sort of searching for one. Let's see. Multi-stream cross-post bot. Which reminds me, I have to No. Cross-chat communications. Streamer bot extensions. Yeah, me too, puppy. Me too. Oh, nice. Shikam. Do they, Tiger? Do you know what it's called? Okay, but that's... I don't feel like that's a good enough reason. Wait, what's the website? I think TikTok might have filtered the website that you sent. Probably the jeans, yeah. And the money. The guy has money also. Oh, okay. Thank you, Tiger. Sure. It just sounds like you're thirsty for RFK Jr. Which you're allowed to be, but like, the guy's cuckoo bananas. We do not want him in charge of anything. I can't believe he's going to be fucking in charge of our health. That's insane. That's insane. Hey, James, thank you for the fest burst. I wish my, like, multi-chat would say when someone sent, like... reading children's books. If that. That's a good question, Shakam. I don't know. It seems the funny thing is, so the fact that I wanted to make an episode. I wanted to start my weekly Find Out podcast, my weekly FO podcast this week. Maybe I'll record it after this and release it this weekend. I have to figure out how to fucking release the podcast. Where I wanted to talk about how he basically promised the 25% tariffs on Mexico and Canada. I don't know why someone the other day, was it yesterday or the other day, was trying to say, no, it was 25% just on automobiles from Mexico. No. I pulled up the actual Truth Social post he made. I think I screenshotted it too. Hi, Andrew. He literally said all products coming in from Mexico, 25%. And then Mexico was like, all right, fine, we'll fucking tariff you right back. And then I think someone around him was like, bro, yikes. And then he hopped on a phone call with Mexico's president and they had a chat. And she like put out a statement being like, hey, we had a productive chat. There will not be like a tariff war. Don't worry. And then Trump was like, I spoke to her. I convinced her, that, she agreed to do a bunch of the things that we're demanding, meet our demands, including closing the border, da-da-da-da-da-da. And then she came out with another statement being like, just to be clear, we did not agree to close the border. So, what's this to say? I think, and AM, how do I react? What do you mean react? It's everything. Yeah, 25% everything. Exactly, Andrew. I think that there's a good chance that it was explained to him how fucking dangerous it would be for him to do that, to actually impose 25% tariffs on everything coming in from Mexico would be nuts and would fuck up the economy so quickly on so many levels. And it seems like she had to like gentle parent him and explain it to him in a phone call and like put the fear of God in him, just being like, all right, go ahead. Like, it's your fucking funeral. You know what I mean? And he backed down, and he's trying to save face by saying like, oh, well, you know, this was all a tactic to scare them into doing what we want them to, like closing the border, da-da-da-da. And that's why she put out the statement being like, just to be clear, we didn't agree to close any fucking border. Like, and it's very clear he got like nothing in exchange for anything. You know what I mean? I think that's a good sign that, you know, they won't like impose it, but it's all bluff. Yeah. But that's the thing. Me, partially, like, I'm like, no, I want him to impose it. I want them to see what happens when you do this. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah. Ruin our economic relationship with neighboring countries. Ruin, like, not just economic, but, like, every relationship, right? Like, that's a goodwill fucking partnership you don't want to fuck up. But, like, yeah, exactly. Exactly, smubs. So do I think they'll go through? I don't know. I think there's a good chance that they are actually like teetering on economic collapse because they did not have the usual thing is they usually have about 8 years in power where they can fuck everything up, and then Democrats have about 8 years in power where they can fix everything and try to nurse it back to health. And then, you know, Republicans inherit like a, you know, decently nursed back to health economy. You can deny it all you want, but the numbers literally show this. So, you know, I think the calculation originally when they passed a lot of economic policy back during Trump's first term was they were assuming a 2-term president as is usual. So they passed a lot of policies and stuff. Well, they definitely passed tax law. That was 8 years long, so it's only expiring in 2025. Their expectation was to have basically this be Trump's second term right now, and for a good chance, there'd be a good chance that like a Democrat would take over, and maybe the pendulum would swing back for 8 years, whatever. But they kind of overestimated it. So they ended up giving the last 4 years under their tax policy and a lot of their economic policy to Biden, who was limited in what he could do to basically recover the economy from COVID and from Trump and from their policies under Trump. And so now they're inheriting like this giant fucking debt that they ran up when usually Democrats will do like a decent amount of work to decrease it. And now they're fucked. And now I think there's a good chance that Republicans are going to have to like actually make some like somewhat reasonable choices for the economy for the first time ever, literally. If they don't want to like fucking crash the American economy, which is like what they're kind of steering it towards and have been steering it towards, they're going to have to like change course on a couple of things. So Trump is amazing at overspending, yeah. Republicans are way better at spending nobody. Democrats tend to lower the debt. Well, yeah, but roasted Biden, it's not that Biden left some Trump policies in place. A lot of the policies that were, you know, passed under Trump were just bits of legislation that Biden had no control over. You know what I mean? Yes, I agree, Tiger. They lower the debt while also helping people more. Exactly, Shakam. Yes. They somehow do more good for less money. And Republicans will somehow cost the country a lot more money and do a lot more harm to it simultaneously. I don't know why the fuck I mean, I do know. It's because people aren't aware of how this country works. That they keep fucking voting Republican. They're so easy to manipulate, but you lost $8,000 a year because of Trump? In what sense? Yes, exactly, roasted. Tax cuts are, in effect, spending whenever you're... How's it going, God? Do you want to hop up? Let me get my tea. I'm going to grab my teacup. And I got to find my headphones. Wait. Nobody, there are clear differences between the two sides. They're not exactly the same. And if you think they are, then, you know, you're out of your depth in this conversation. Simple as that. Yeah, flames. That makes sense. Oh, I'm sorry, God. It's gotten really cold here, too, to tell you the truth. Ay, ay, ay. Andrew, you still in here? Beam, 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 beam. Hello.
What's up, fam?
What's up, fam?
I did catch Andrew's live stream. I learned a lot about movies and stuff. That was cool.
I didn't get alerted to a live stream. I think I might have alerts turned off for live streams in general.
I think I sent invites to everybody.
Really? I guess I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Is Andrew on now?
I try to do that. No, it was the other day.
Oh, the other day.
I try to do that whenever I see some of our peeps live. I go and share the live and try to gather everybody up. Sometimes it works, sometimes it don't.
Yeah.
Gotta support each other, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that you do that. I don't always see it until it's like too late, but I love that you do it anyway. Also, the algo loves it. If it sees that you're sending it to people, it's like, oh, cool, this is a popular live and people want to see it, so it starts sending it to other people. So even if no one shows up, it helps. Help. Yeah.
Yeah, the cold weather has got me feeling tired and made my bones hurt because I'm old. Happens every year.
Yeah. That reminds me,
I was like
taking more collagen for my bones, for my cartilage and stuff. I feel like that's a big part of it personally.
I don't take any, what'd you say, collagen? No, I don't take any of that.
It's basically just like protein. It helps with like your joints and stuff. It definitely helps me with my joints, I will say.
I might give that a try. But I do hate taking things.
Yeah. Well, it's like a powder.
Guess where I'm from, puppy?
In stuff. Do you guys not know each other? Puppy and God, do you guys not know each other? Did you not overlap?
No. Well, I know I've seen him in your live, but that's been a while. I don't think they've been in a while or something.
Yeah, he hasn't been in here for a while. Oh, Buddhist says sorry for doubting. Buddhist in theory says sorry for doubting. Nobody, that's a pretty general question. Do you have any specific questions? What are my thoughts on COVID and how it affected children? That's such a broad question. Well, I hope you've been busy doing good stuff. Uh-oh. Is Mrs. God okay?
That's not me. That's one of the family members here. They were telling jokes, and I think somebody choked on water.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
I have two silly teenagers here, so.
Oh. How was your Thanksgiving, God?
It was just another day for me.
Really?
Yes, puppy, I'm from Texas. I didn't do anything. We just had hot dogs. That's all we done.
Hot dogs.
Hot dogs.
Hot
Well, it was warm before, and then I fooled around and let another bee get me, so that had me down for a couple of days, so I didn't want to cook.
I'm sorry.
It happens.
So no buttermilk pie.
Actually, somebody left one at my gate, but I did not eat it.
That's probably smart. That's actually really fucking smart.
I just sort of tossed it into the wilderness and took the pan to the trash.
No idea. Or butterball turkey, yeah. Hope no one had a butterball this year. I hope MAGA had butterballs.
What's up with the butterballs now?
Oh, you didn't hear? Bunch of men at the factory were sticking their dicks in them.
Oh, God. What is wrong with people?
What's wrong with men? Okay, this is why I was going on. I feel like you came in on when I was like mid tirade. I was like, I don't want to fucking hear any more shit from men saying that like they don't know why they're not trusted or why women choose the bear or why blah, 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 blah. It's like, what do you fucking mean? Look at what you do when you're left to your own devices. You stick your in fucking turkeys that are going to. And this is, I believe it was multiple men in the factory. The turkeys were both alive and unalive. And these are things that are going to be served at people's dinner to their families. And you literally couldn't even not stick your in that. What is wrong with you?
That's pretty bad.
Yeah. There's videos.
I have researched to try to find out what is the cause of that. Why are so many people? Why are they like that? I don't know. I still don't know.
Ugh.
I don't think I'll ever get to the bottom of that one.
So we just enable it. Let me see. Let me Google this. Turkeys.
I don't know if I answered puppy, but yes, I am from Texas also.
As disgusting allegations, yeah. Okay, oh yeah, so footage came out. Oh my God. Torturing and abusing turkeys. What the fuck?
Okay, I think I've learned enough about people. I can go now. Yeah, I don't I'm pretty sure I don't need to know anything else about people. I'm done.
Yeah. I am so fucking
See, this is why I don't want to be human.
Yeah. And they go to work at Tyson on Monday.
Yeah, probably.
Yep. We had duck, so. Oh yeah.
A duck is good.
I know what you're talking about, Flames. The Komodo dragon. In India, I think it was. Was it a Komodo dragon or something else? Yeah. Ham. Smart. Yeah. My family, when we do like Christmas dinner, this is what's cool. My family's actual like, holiday dinners and stuff, we do eggplant parm. So no risk of any
of that.
Any factory workers ruining our holiday.
I don't know why some of our scientists don't put more of the time into trying to fix that problem, figure out what's going on there. Surely there's some money in it.
Wait,
why do they figuring out why some men act like that? A lot of them. What's wrong with them?
Oh God, that's what.
It's got to be something.
It's got to be something. Oh man. I think there's just probably a lot more money in
getting pills to make them to where they can do that. They put a lot of money into those.
Yeah.
Maybe make a pill that does the opposite.
Yeah. Yeah. There's an idea.
Yeah. Just sort of sprinkle them into the food or something. I don't know.
Actually, we used to do that to people just for being, homosexual and stuff. So maybe we should not. Maybe that's something we shouldn't do.
I can't help but think there's got to be a some sort of underlying cause, some sort of reason.
Well,
maybe just the way society is.
Well, something I learned today was that our brains, like men's and women's brains, like biologically speaking, when like as blank slates have the exact same like function, right? Like our brains, which actually makes sense if you think about it. Like our brains are made of the same thing. We have the same, neurotransmitters and stuff. There's a slight, women's brains have a slight advantage with regards to empathy because, hormones, whatever. But like overall, our brains, they're made up of the same things, the same neurons, same neurotransmitters, all this stuff. So when we talk about like brain development, especially in terms of like emotions and whatnot, like we have the capability of developing, emotional, like we have the capability of developing more similarly. However, we socialize these differences, especially in terms of like emotional response and management and maturity, you know what I mean? And like emotional intelligence. And that results in a lot of the extreme differences in, I don't know, I would say maturity is just not the right word for it, but it's like the best sort of just like umbrella term, especially emotional maturity between men and women and whatnot.
Yeah, I'm not sure what word you would use there that would be TikTok friendly. I can think of a few words that are not TikTok friendly.
Yeah. We're talking about the guys at the Butterball factory who were essaying turkeys. And we're talking about why do men? That's what we're asking. Why do men?
Well, it's pretty obvious why women pick the bear.
Exactly. Bet the turkeys would have picked the bear too.
Yeah, the turkeys would have definitely picked the bear.
Ay. Anyway, what should we get to talking about? God, you missed a very fun discussion yesterday. We had someone in here trying to argue the Bible with us. And,
oh, snap.
Yeah, that was fun. Very silly. I asked him what version of the Bible, and he was like, ugh, the New Testament, obviously. God isn't in the Old Testament. And I was like, bitch.
What?
What version of the Bible? And we went around for a while. That was fun. It was fun. He was like, Genesis.
Which one
then his next answer was Genesis. I was like, no, you're not getting it yet.
Not getting it yet. See, that's the thing. They want to be an authority on something they've never studied.
Exactly.
That's the problem.
Exactly.
I don't know what I was doing yesterday. I think I went to bed early yesterday or something.
Good for you. Actually, yeah, I actually came on live very late. I actually started my live at like 3:25 a.m.
Yeah, I was already asleep. This cold weather has really, and I've been working too hard also, and then other things has got me down, got extra human, which is pretty stressful. Still not used to that.
Shout out to the Book of Mormon, the one true book.
The one true book. I wouldn't call myself an expert on that puppy. I've read a lot of the different books, and I do a lot of the debates on that.
Yeah. It's always fun.
Yeah. After all, that was pretty much the only school book I had when I was going to school. So I know it pretty well.
Who are we apologizing for today? What do you mean? God is in Texas.
Yeah, I'm in Texas.
Oh, damn, John. That's
I'd
funny.
like to apologize to the turkeys.
We're apologizing.
We could start there, I guess.
Let me look it up.
I did post a thing about the manosphere right before coming live. If anyone wants to go check that out.
The manosphere?
The manosphere. That's like, I mean, I was using it a little bit more as like a catch-all umbrella term, but it's like that whole side of the internet with like the Joe Rogans and the Andrew Tates and just like all the male podcasters that are turning, you know, that are teaching young men that they are so, they have been wronged by society and all this kind of stuff. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, yeah. I think I've seen some on that.
What is the manodrome? Hi, Cooter Noodle.
How did your pie come out?
The fact that there's a word, man.
My
My pies
you never
came
did tell
out
us.
great. I didn't. Yeah, I forgot to share the photos in the Discord. I gotta do that. They came out really great, actually.
Good.
Yeah, and Philippe and I made up, and he like cleaned up my kitchen yesterday as an apology, and you know, it's all right.
Oh, I didn't even know y'all had a thing.
Discord. Oh yeah, we did. I was mad because I ended up baking for 8 hours straight. Working on these 2 pies, which I told him would be a lot of work, and he had been like, "Oh, I'll help you every step of the way," and then not even halfway through, he just kept like leaving my apartment while he had stuff to do, but the whole thing, basically, I ended up baking for 8 hours and got very little help from him. He cut the apples, and that was about it. And people on chat were seeing this too, because I'd been bitching about it in the days leading up to it. I was like, he keeps, you were there for some of that, where I was like,
yeah, I was there in and out.
Yeah. I had been telling him, like, this is a lot of work, and he had insisted on 2 pies instead of 1, 2 different types of pies. And I was like, and he kept being like, it's easy, it's just pie. And I was like, if it's that easy, you should do it. And he kept being like, I'm not the baker. So it was like this circular thing, where I was like, you're like demanding I do more stuff, but also while doing it, you're minimizing the level of work you're asking me to do, and you're also ignoring me when I'm like warning you about what the sort of scope of this is. And lo and behold, it went exactly as I thought it would. I was pissed. He was pissed because I had bitched about him on TikTok, even though he had sort of like egged me on. He'd encouraged me to do it. But then he was like, whatever. But so while he was like out and I was getting increasingly frustrated, people on TikTok who had like witnessed sort of the first discussions and all this stuff, and me being like, okay, he's supposed to be my helper and stuff. We're like, where the fuck is this guy? Where the fuck is he? And I got mad. I got very mad. And he got mad, and we had a little tiff. But it's fine.
Well,
We're good now. We're good now.
That's good. It happens sometimes.
It does. It does. He did apologize and said that I'm banished from the kitchen until next year.
Until next year.
Good. That's the fucking energy I want from you. I want you thanking me for spending 8 hours straight in the kitchen baking 2 pies for 3 people, mind you. We were 3 people. And you wanted 2 different types of pies. And yeah.
Well, if you don't do something all the time, it's more difficult. If you were baking pies on a regular basis, it'd be easy peasy. Kind of like making jelly. The first time you make your own jelly, it's such a huge undertaking. Sterilizing all the jars and doing all the stuff. But after you've done it a couple dozen times, it's like it's just second nature.
Yeah.
It gets easier.
Yeah. What's that? Not a fan. Who said that betting with 5 kids said something because he endorsed Trump you dislike? Who? Joe Rogan? No, I disliked Joe Rogan well before he endorsed Trump. I used to listen to Joe Rogan. I had a friend who listened to him who like would like crash on my couch every once in a while, and he would listen to him, and so we would listen to Joe Rogan together for many years, you know. But I disliked him many years ago because I started listening to what he was saying. That's not true. It's not that I started listening. It's that I listened to what he was saying, and I paid attention to the guests he had. And slowly but surely, he got just more and more irresponsible with the people and the viewpoints that he was like clearly promoting and giving a lot of airtime to and not pushing back on. And he said lots of fucked up shit over the years. And then in fact I quit Spotify 2-3 years ago when they brought him on board and gave him whatever it was, like $200 million. I don't know if it was 200, maybe it was 20. So you know, it has nothing to do with Trump. I already disliked the guy, but it literally was completely unsurprising to me when he did endorse Trump because I've been seeing this coming from literally a mile fucking way. So, whatever.
Well, I've never been a Rogan fan. Then again, I've never been a nobody fan.
You're a fan of me, though. I'm a fan of you. I use Apple Music, actually, but yeah.
I never did understand the fan thing.
It just means you like someone and their work.
Oh. I thought it was like people do with the football teams and their favorite clothes makers and stuff. I gotta have the latest new thing by them and stuff.
I mean, you can be a fan who does that, but being a fan of something doesn't mean like that. That's like a super fan. That's like a, you know, I would say super fan. But you can be like, I'm a fan of stuff, but that I don't do any of that stuff. You think the university students work and not agree with their views? Sure, John, but if their work is them discussing their views and other people's views, I also, it's not that I disagree with his views, it's that I disagree with a lot of what he does too. He's the guy who originally gave Jordan fucking Peterson a platform. Like that's it, whatever.
No, I'm not a fan of communism. I think it's a good ideal. I don't collect all the memorabilia or anything. Yeah. If that's what you mean. I don't wave flags or tie them to the truck and drive down the road or nothing.
Fucking garbage, John. He's also an idiot. What I hate is that people act as though the guy is like has the smartest arguments ever. But if you actually sit and like watch an interview where he's actually being challenged on his views, everything he says it's all like a circular argument. That's what drives me crazy. I mean, basically his whole thing is that he says that women are not as smart as men, women have smaller brains than men, women are not as equipped to do blah blah blah. Like that's his whole thing. He fucking hates women. That's what it is. And he talks all about how they are inferior to men all the time. And he tries to science it up, right? He tries to science it up, and the problem is when people challenge him on this stuff, he's very good at the pivot. So all he does these like he builds these circular arguments and just constantly pivots in conversation. So unfortunately, like a lot of people are like, "Oh, see, he's so smart, and it's like, no, like if you had any awareness whatsoever, or any like capability of actually understanding like what's going on right now in this conversation, you would understand that he's just constantly sidestepping and pivoting, which like, you know, sure, he's smart, he's a smart manipulator in that sense, but it's not because his actual arguments hold any weight, and it just drives me crazy.
Oh, Peterson? Yeah, Peterson mostly just gallops along and hopes nobody notices. Yeah. He says a lot of words, but he don't never really say anything. Mm-hmm. But that all depends on what you mean by Jordan Peterson. Yeah. He likes to waste all the time with the definitions.
That's funny, John. Daniel, depending on what views you disagree with me, then, I find it hard. Whatever. Many of my views are pretty fucking basic, And if you disagree with me on things like whether or not it's harmful to act and treat and push ideas like men are, or that women are inferior, like you should, that's not something that we can agree to disagree on. And I find it ironic that you would like appreciate my work and me as a person, but then also ascribe to hateful ideologies that completely devalue me and my work and my value as a person. You know what I mean? I don't know what, whenever people say like, oh, we disagree on a lot of stuff, but like I deeply, like what you do. It's like, well, how does that actually work? Because my stances are pretty fucking basic. My stances are not all that radical in any sense. You know what I mean? I'm just like, let's fucking treat people equally and like equitably, right? Let's acknowledge that there's inequality in this world and there's inequity in this world. And like, let's do our fucking darndest to like make up for that shit, right? And let's not act as though women shouldn't have as many rights and should not be treated as being, at least on the level as men in most cases, and given the opportunities to fucking shine, which they have been denied. How do you disagree with that? How do you disagree with those stances and then still say with a straight face that you appreciate me and what I do? You fucking don't. You obviously don't. You can't de-appreciate and unappreciate and view women as inferior and also appreciate me and what I do. You can't do that. Those are not, you don't get to like pat yourself on the back for treating me like one of the good ones or something. You just don't fucking, you don't. Providing proof of what? No, abortion should be bodily autonomy should be every individual's right, and in fact, it is every individual's right. Except all of a sudden, autonomy is in question when you're a woman.
No, nobody. Apparently, you've never heard of cosmic
What I said,
skeptic.
he's argued. You can look at. There's hundreds of hours of footage of JP. Go look him up. You really don't believe that he said what I said? Go look him up.
Yeah. There's lots of videos about him. There's lots of videos of him saying those things. I don't know how anybody could try to argue that he didn't say those things when it's on video. He's pretty proud of it.
Yeah. No one's denying. I don't know. I find it odd that you would deny that he says stuff like that when not even he denies that. You love what? You love it? You love it? What are you talking about? Nobody. Go look it up. Are you really doubting what we're saying? Go fucking look him up. I literally can't even share most of what he says on here because it would be classified as hate speech.
Right. When he's not talking in circles, saying nothing. Mm-hmm. I really can't. He sounds like Kermit the Frog. I can't listen to him. I just can't listen to JP.
I mean, I can get
Everybody
banned
should care
for
about it.
Shithead and stuff. So at the very least, I have to comply. But yeah, I care about it too. I mean, literally I would get banned for it. If you're just trying to get me banned, you're not being very subtle about it. That's the fun thing. Are you also going to say that like schmazzies don't exist? Someone got banned on here for literally showing the schmatzy rally that was happening in Ohio, was it? She like turned her camera around and was like, holy shit, look at this. And she got banned. She wasn't part of it. So
Right.
how the fuck is that? So are you going to say, oh yeah, the schmatzy rally in Ohio just never happened because you get banned for showing it on social media? Or are you going to fucking like have some critical thinking skills and understand that you can't share everything on every app, especially when you're talking about these types of people who say and do such hateful things? Like, ironically, discussion of the fact that hateful ideologies exist is very difficult in a world that's trying to protect people from hateful ideologies, like, you know, in social media and stuff. Okay, well, nobody, I mean, I don't know how to explain to you any fucking further. Go to YouTube. I literally cannot play what he says on here because it will get me banned. So if you're going to deny that anything exists, if it cannot be shown on this app, then you're a waste of everyone's time. Like, it's not, Yeah, I have to be very careful about watching my language when I'm talking about it. Or have you not noticed? Yeah, recently they had one. There were schmatzis marching in Ohio. Yeah, it did. Yes.
Other people have already done that on YouTube. You can go watch some Alex O'Connell or Cosmic Skeptic videos on it and various different other ones on JP. Lots of people have made videos about that already. So you don't even have to wait for somebody to make a new video. They already exist.
Mm-hmm. No, like recently.
I would like to know why nobody is trying to defend this person so much that they obviously know little about. It seems odd. Yes, I've seen it, and I've watched a lot of JP debates and talks and on podcasts. I've seen a lot of his stuff. That's the reason why every time I see his name, I always think that depends on what you mean by yes, or that depends on what you mean by you saw. It could mean this, or it could mean that's the way he does.
Mm-hmm.
Alex's videos are all in they're in playlist. He's got a whole list of just JP videos.
What's Alex's
other people now.
account on YouTube?
Cosmic Skeptic.
Cosmic Skeptic. I think I said I was gonna follow him on YouTube and I never did. Let me see if I did. Oh, which reminds me, I was supposed to post my video on. No, on YouTube, nobody. It has to be on YouTube.
Yeah, you can't talk about that sort of stuff on here much. There's Stephen Woodford, Rationality Rules, have also done a bunch of videos on JP. And I think Dark Matter 2525 done some videos on him, if I remember right. Hey, Cottage.
Hi, Cottage.
Yeah, Dark Matter 2525, I believe. I think he done some. JP's old news, so nobody pays him much attention. I mean, Alex had done an interview with him, I think, last year before last. It was really good. Definitely recommend.
Yeah, didn't he? Something happened with fucking Jordan Peterson, too. Like, didn't he get some brain thing or something?
No, that's just what people were saying because of the way he is He backed himself into a corner and then he couldn't get out when he was trying to talk to / debate Alex. Because he won't answer questions. He never answers questions directly. He pivots or just changes the subject and then gift gallops a long time. If these people would spend more time watching something other than Joe Rogan podcast, maybe they'd learn something.
Yeah, right.
While y'all are at it over there on the YouTube, check out Professor Dave videos. Learn some math, learn some history, learn some science. It's fun.
So, Pico, I've been mentioning that I wanted to build a fort again. It's around that time of year. There's been a lot going on with Thanksgiving stuff. Also, I got this whole fancy setup going, and now in order to do like a whole fort stream with this setup, we gotta get a little creative, and there's some like, technical thingies. It's a fort.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Beat. Oh, nice puppy. Let me look that up. Destiny's good for subjects on IP. Isn't he like famously fucking terrible for subjects on IP? Isn't he like super fucking...
I don't know who that is.
I don't know much about him, but I keep seeing reference to him recently as like, people be like, he's gone off the fucking deep end. Yes, got it. Yeah, I watch Hassan. Sure. Tatus. Maybe you should just stick around and see if you see my fort one day. And then we'll talk.
I don't dislike Rogan. I just don't like him either. He has some strange ideals for sure. What I don't like about Rogan is it gives a lot of people platforms that shouldn't have them. It's hard to say what America's ideals are, seeing as who they voted for. If that was voting to, put forward their ideals, then probably I don't.
The problem with Joe Rogan is that if you say anything to him in like the right tone of voice, he'll immediately fucking believe it. That's the problem with him.
Yeah. Yep. I don't know if he believes it or if he's just doing the thing so as people will watch. Just being agreeable.
I mean, the way it started, this is why I liked it, right? The way it started, it was like, yeah, you could hear all sorts of weird shit, right, on his thing. But then I started noticing like what he would push back on and what he wouldn't, and who he would bring on repeatedly, right? Like bring everyone on once, sure. But he wouldn't fact check anything. He wouldn't he wouldn't fact check, and he would act as though anything anyone ever said was always fact. And he would bring on these problematic people that were like on there saying really harmful shit, acting as though it was fact, that you can actually fact check pretty easily. Wouldn't do that, and he would bring them on repeatedly, just like reinforcing a lot of what they were saying and stuff, and just being like, this is what, it drives me crazy about the like, I'm just asking questions crowd. You know what I mean? And it's like, okay, but there's actually a practice of like just asking questions, like hearing anything, like we'll talk conspiracy theories here every once in a while. I fucking love conspiracy theories, but we'll be very precise about like, okay, this is what actual evidence exists and like let's fact check this and da 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 da. You know, like there's a way to do it responsibly, you know, where you can like go down those fun little mental rabbit holes without being part of harmful misinformation. And then there's a way where you can present it and allow it to be presented as absolute fact and like let it be presented multiple times, give it a platform, reinforce it, and never ever present like a truly opposing, you know, stance on it, or even just factual stance on it. And that's the problem, right? And he started going more and more into these kind of conspiracy theory things because that's what gets numbers, because conspiracy theories are fascinating. Everyone loves conspiracy theories. And then also, right. And just more and more like right-wing kind of craziness and stuff, and just, yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah, we do the conspiracy theories and kind of wild things, but we go out a little bit and then we rope it back into the reality.
Yeah, exactly. Give an example of harmful misinformation, like election denialism, for example. There you go. Easy one. Just any.
Anti-vaxxer stuff, chemtrails, fluoride in the water.
Daniel, I am tolerant of people with opposing views. I'm not tolerant of people who literally like view like different groups of humans as less than just because of who they are. That's not an opposing viewpoint. That's just a harmful thing. You think I should be accepting of people who aren't accepting of people just because of what they're born as? At least mine is based on people's actual actions and beliefs. You know what I mean? On stuff that they can change. You want me to be cool with schmatzis. You want me to be cool with people who like are like white soups. You want me to be cool. You want me to be tolerant of them, but you have no problem with them being intolerant of others. That's your fucking problem with me? I mean, I think it's crazy to... Is that okay with me? Okay with me? What is that question? It's okay with me that you do what you fucking want as long as you're not around my kids. You know what I mean? As long as you don't expect to have access to vulnerable people. As long as you're not around older people or sick people or immunocompromised people. But also, you know, yeah, go for it. Your body, your choice, but society's body's their choice too, you know? And I don't like, and if you're going to go around, what I don't agree with is you going around acting as though, like, if you're going to go around and spread misinformation about the vax when you're not a fucking scientist who obviously knows nothing about the vax, to go out and probably like push and encourage people to also not get it because of something some, you know, influencer said that you believed before any actual science and data. That I have a problem with. You do whatever the fuck you want with your body. Don't put other people in danger with it, though.
I seen the old scientists are paid for thing. Well, you want them to work for free? They're not even paid that well. What do you want them to do? Just volunteer work science?
Sorry.
I thought we all wanted everybody to have jobs and earn money.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, come on.
If I call something misinformation, no, that's not what misinformation is. It's not a ringtone. That's just TikTok every once in a while is like, we detect inactivity, and makes me like prove I'm still here. Americans have spoken. Yup. And? So fucking what? That doesn't... You understand that just because a large enough group comes together and decides to believe something doesn't change facts, right? Just because a group of Americans got together and voted for Trump doesn't suddenly make Trump, like, not a liar. It doesn't make, like, scientific data suddenly different. That's not how that works. Facts don't care about your feelings. Don't you guys, like, love saying that? The facts will exist regardless of your fucking vote, regardless of your opinion, regardless of, like, how triggered you get by facts. They will be the same.
Why do these people want politicians to decide what's best for them medically and not an educated doctor?
Yeah, right?
So Trump saying that's definitely real.
You're
real
so,
orange.
I'm sorry, Ben, you're coming in here calling other people hateful when you voted against them and their rights? Like, the irony, dude. The irony. The fact that you have 5 kids is fucking funny. Shit's gonna get expensive, dude. I'm looking forward to it. Life's gonna suck for you. Actually, women's rights have been taken in America. In fact, Trump has bragged about it repeatedly. He has bragged about it repeatedly. Real fucking proud. Yeah, they have, dude. Do you deny that abortion laws have changed in various states, outlawing abortion? Do you deny that? More misinformation. Oh, okay. So when you guys celebrate the Dobbs decision, what you're celebrating is bullshit? So every time Trump celebrated the Dobbs decision and giving it back to the states, he was lying, right? God. I'm absolutely tired. Oh, that's your response? So drive to get an abortion? Okay,
so it's only illegal and wrong if poor people do it, right? Is that what you're saying?
No. He's saying that women didn't lose rights in America. And I'm saying they did. And his response is, so drive and get an abortion. Oh, okay. So you acknowledge that women did in fact lose rights in several states in America. Thank you for fucking. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. I am right. I accept your apology and admission. They didn't. Oh, okay. So abortion was not outlawed in several states. So every time Trump has said we gave it back to the states, and every time you guys have celebrated that Texas, Georgia, who else? Is it Idaho? What other states have rolled back protections completely? Nothing changed. Oh, okay. Nothing would have changed? What do you mean? The laws changed in multiple states. You guys fucking celebrated every time it happened. What do you fucking mean? You guys, like, brag about it all the time. We gave it back to the states. We put it back in the states' hands. And then the states did what the fuck they wanted with it. And in numerous states, it was fucking banned. What do you mean? You brag about this constantly.
Right.
I did enlighten you. So, don't come in here and make claims like women didn't lose their rights. I literally just proved it. Don't deny that the laws changed. My God. Yeah, I'm angry. I'm angry. Of course. Oh my God. They didn't. Stop denying. Dude, we already established this. The laws changed. Women lost their rights in several states. You can stop. I'm annoyed because I can't believe I'm wasting my time with you. I can't believe someone like you is allowed to vote. Really. That's what I'm annoyed by. Mostly. The fact that you're going to sit here and repeatedly, like, agree with me that, yes, several states changed the law, repealed the law, and then go back and claim that, no women lost their rights. as if women in those states didn't lose their fucking right to an abortion, like which you celebrated. I can't. God, my God, just.
No, I'm tired of this one too.
This fucking stupid
They
shit.
brag about
It's
it
so stupid.
1 minute, and then the next minute, no, it didn't happen.
No,
it's
it didn't
not
happen.
a thing. You know?
Yeah.
They could just drive to another state, so it's only illegal for poor women in those states to do it, or only okay for rich people, and none of it makes any sense.
Yep, it's fucking pathetic. I will say there is some comfort in confirming that these people are exactly as stupid as we thought they were. You know what I mean? That is the thing. That's the
Trump
comfort.
does love the poorly educated, and they
yes.
love him too. They voted for him.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you for doing that. Wait, what's communist? Am I being called a communist now? It's funny.
They don't even know what the word. They don't even know what communism is.
Okay. I mean, yeah, we may continue to lose, but at least we'll be fucking better educated than you. And at least we'll know it. And at least we'll have each other to laugh at you with. No. Betting with 5 kids is not a commie.
No, I would say no. Definitely not a commie.
Close the fucking door. I'll beat you. With the bill bottle.
Oops.
Teenagers are too noisy. We do have a guest request.
Oh, do we?
Yeah.
Who's asking? Who's requesting? Oh, here we go. Cherokee. You still in here, Cherokee? I don't see them send any message. No, they're gone. We lost them. Kyoko. Hi, Kyoko.
Hi.
How's it going?
It's good. Happy to be here. Just wanted to join your conversation.
Please. Sorry, we reached a lull in the conversation, so I don't know if you were coming in here
Sure.
to say something specifically.
Yeah. I was particularly interested in the conversation earlier when we were talking about like scientists and them being paid poorly and like where the funding comes from. And I just wanted to point out to people who probably don't know that scientists, quote unquote scientists, like they're faculty, right, at universities, and they are often responsible for their own funding. And they're applying for grant after grant after grant after grant. The younger they are, the smaller the grant, the more footwork they kind of have to do. And then slowly but surely they work their way up to like the larger grants, the center level sort of submissions, the NSF, NIH level. But my point is like, they're not being funded by like some company or some particular
Well, in some cases, it depends on the study. Like sometimes, yes, sometimes a corporation will pay for a study that shows, some like positive things. But you can look up the funding for any study. But yes, the vast majority of like actual, research, at least, good research that is more often cited than not, is you can look it up and you can see that the funding comes from different research grants and stuff through different schools and universities and research departments.
100%. And there's a PG Howie saying yawn. I agree. Like yawn. It's so boring. If you knew the intricacies of like faculty funding, 100%. It is boring as hell. But like that's kind of the point, right? Like there isn't some underground conspiracy like funding like COVID research and whatnot. Like this is no, I'm boring. Okay. Yeah.
Oh my god! Why are you
I don't
guys?
think you're boring.
Yeah, sorry.
I was gonna go into explaining that, but I've done it so many times that I'm like, no, I don't want to say all this again.
I believe it.
I think Pfizer. You don't even know how to spell Pfizer, dude. And did you not listen to the conversation we just had, betting? We just literally acknowledged that sometimes corporations. You can look up any research's like any studies funding. You can look it up. So no, you can't just look at all research and be like Pfizer pays for that. No, that's not how it works. You can look up the funding for every fucking study. But like, yeah, whatever. I will say, why the fuck is the comments right now are looking like the fucking Red Scare. You guys are hunting commies in the chat for some reason. Who's the commie? Who's the commie? Like, which one of you?
That would be me. But before you go to telling me all about communism, if the people in the comments jump in the box and tell me what it is first.
Hunt my chat. Yeah, enlightened, yeah. But you understand, Pfizer does not fund the vast majority of fucking research. Also, yes and no. It depends on the research, right? Because like Pfizer also, Pfizer conducts research, scientific research to develop, better products that it can then use. That is one set of research. It's not in Pfizer's interest to find a medication that doesn't work. There are some, and by the way, the vast majority of research that they do will not be published because they don't want to get their fucking industry secrets out and stuff. The ones you should really be curious about are the ones that are published. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, most of Pfizer's research you will never see the light of day unless they get sued to reveal some of it, in whatever, whatever. Most of it you don't see because they're researching just to develop their own products. That's simple. The public research that's like, oh, studies show that sugar is great for you. Like, you should look at the funding of that. And, like, chances are you'll see a lobbyist who's, like, lobbying for big sugar, hired some scientists that were whatever. They could be like, big sugar. But that's not always true. You know what I mean? Like, you always gotta, yes, check for the source of your information and stuff, but that's not like a valid enough reason to doubt all science. And also there's research, like people will then study and do research on medications and stuff like that, like once they're released or whatever, some research will have to be public and you can see like sometimes people will find that things are harmful. Sometimes people will study and find that things are not harmful. Like, there's so much fucking research being done all the fucking time.
And I would like to point out those that like the sugar is good for you and stuff. Those are going to be outliers. You might find one or two papers that support that and dozens or hundreds that say the opposite. So
yeah, that's
you want to go with the bulk of the research.
Yeah, you want to be able to like replicate stuff. PG, you're one of 50 people, 60 people listening to this. Why don't you just like leave? What's wrong? Why are you sitting here like whining?
I mean, speaking of the research that like doesn't see the light of day, I was like witnessing one of your lives, I think last week, and we were talking about the potential for the Trump administration to change funding research. And I happen to work in higher ed, and we are 100% preparing for a dearth of financing for climate research, women's health, and like science in general.
Yeah.
Nothing has happened yet. Like, he's not even president, and we are totally preparing. Like, these meetings are happening.
Yeah. Yep. That's what we were talking about that because my sister is like, she works in health stuff as well, and she acknowledged that there's like the worst case scenario plan, the like not worst case scenario plan, all this stuff of like where, yeah, it's, yep, people are preparing. I was talking to my mom. I mean, Philippe and I have talked about it. We've talked about like, especially once he announced the like tariffs on like Mexico, which we'll see. I think that there's a good chance that they won't go through because it seems like it was explained to him like, you're gonna fucking completely fuck over the economy if you impose a 25% tariff on all Mexican products coming in. Here's knock on wood. But we were talking about that, and I told Philippe like, I think we need to like we should maybe consider stocking up on like non-perishables that are, like produce based. You know what I mean? Like jars of pasta sauce or whatever, for example. Not that we live in a situation where it's like that's easy to do. We live in New York City, so space comes at a premium. But he's like moving into a new spot that's gonna have some good storage space. So like we're talking about that. We're like, man, shit's gonna get expensive. So like maybe we gotta like, prepare for this. And I know we're not alone, right? Like companies have started cutting Christmas bonuses and stuff in preparation for prices and costs going up because of the tariffs and stuff. So,
And a lot of people think, oh, that's only going to apply to imported goods. Nope,
Yeah.
it's going to change the price of everything.
Mm-hmm. It's cheaper to go to Canada and do grocery. Yeah. It's better than living in a red state, dude. I'm way safer in New York City than in a fucking red state. Oh, damn. Well, gasoline goes bad after a while, Tatus. Red states are literally welfare states. Like, blue states literally have to support red states. What do you fucking mean? Y'all are sickly as far as states go. Not that affect that. Why isn't it going to affect you? Ralph. Hi, Ralph Nader. Oh, yeah, Enlightened, by the way, I never got anything. $7.25.
Is California better than New York City as a whole?
Better in what sense? I mean, yeah, I think in a lot of things. They have like universal healthcare now by the state, which is fucking amazing. I really want to move to California, but my boyfriend doesn't want to. And I'm like,
That's amazing.
yeah. Oh, nice puppy. That's smart. No, nobody. Get a new boyfriend then. Yeah. I mean, I don't have like a proper reason to move to California yet. We'll see. I used to be bi-coastal back when I had a fucking poppin' off film career. We'll see if that ever happens again. You do not find the healthcare accessible in California? Yeah. Didn't they instate like a statewide like healthcare thing? Supposedly. Covered California, that's what it's called. Cool, thanks. Well, when was that cottage? Because Covered California was like in the last couple of years. Also, like, the ACA is the same, right? The ACA fucking sucks to navigate, in my opinion. Just compared to universal healthcare. As someone who grew up in a country with universal healthcare, that it is the fucking bomb, guys. It changes everything about your life. Everything. You're no longer dependent on your shitty, boss and employers and, like, company for your healthcare. So if you have, like, if you need, monthly medication and stuff, like, you're not stuck with a terribly abusive job that, like, barely pays you and overworks you and stuff. Like, you can save up some money and just go to the next place. You know what I mean? Like, it just frees you up to have actually, like, a lot more, like, genuine freedom. The way Americans love to call themselves so fucking free. No, it's not that you don't have to work. It's that you can, if you have savings to, like, just pay your bills for, like, a couple of months, you can quit a shitty job and look for another one. You're not, like, entirely dependent on your, company health care to pay thousands of dollars if you get hit by a bus and stuff. It also, by the way, like, allows for way better labor negotiations. If you don't have to include negotiating, like, healthcare as part of your benefits package, it frees you to negotiate about a hell of a lot more stuff. It's fucking obvious. There's a lot, nobody. Yeah, exactly. Right, puppy? I'm still fucking fighting a $2,000 bill for going to the ER and not getting seen by a doctor. Walking out before I got seen by a doctor. I'm still fighting a $2,000 bill for that. And I had American insurance when that happened. That's fucking garbage. Meanwhile, my dad had, health issues last year and a half ago. Yeah, a year and a half ago. And he spent a week in the hospital in one of the best healthcare systems in the world. Got fucking amazing treatment. He walked out, didn't pay a dime.
That was the first video of yours, I think, that I ever saw.
Oh, really?
That's like why I followed, yeah. You're still negotiating that? Or, like, working through it?
You're talking about the bill? Yeah. So I just saw, like, I kept calling them up and asking them, hey, will you, like, can you send me an itemized bill? Send me an itemized bill. And I keep not getting a fucking itemized bill. I got one thing that itemized a portion of it, right? That had one code, and I looked it up, and I was like, and I was like, they're like overcharging for, basically they like billed what should have been my insurance, like, for something that was like way, there. You know how you can look up the hospital codes?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can look up, the reason you ask for like an itemized bill, I believe, is like you're able to look up the codes then and then compare and see if they're actually charging you like a reasonable amount. So the code that they put down for one of the costs was basically like a just like triage visit or whatever, but they had like set it as like the highest tier, like most emergency triage or something like that, like when it should have been the lowest, because I literally like walked out of there. But they still had other costs. They couldn't fucking tell me what they were. And I keep asking so I kept asking for the itemized bill. Never came. And then I stopped getting mail from them for a while, and I was like, okay, maybe they just were like, oh, okay. never mind. Like, I don't know if they were maybe sending it to my insurance or something. I don't fucking know. But then just recently, I started getting bills from them again for the same $2,000. And I'm like, so now I got to call them up again and be like, where is the itemized bill? I don't know what to do. You know what I mean? It's just like, I just on principle, I'm not going to fucking pay $2,000 for walking into an ER and walking the fuck out. It's just such bullshit. To the postmaster?
I'll never understand the argument that we don't all deserve universal health care.
Yeah.
Like,
It's crazy.
what? Like, what is the argument? I guess taxes or something. Like,
Yeah, they're like, oh, I don't want to pay for someone else's
yeah.
healthcare. It's like, well, that's what you're doing already. You're paying when you pay your insurance company. You're paying for your insurance company to cover other people's healthcare, but you're also paying for the insurance company to pay all of its hundreds of thousands of employees, or let's say thousands of employees, and also pay its shareholders, and also pay its CEOs millions of dollars, and also have make a profit at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. You're paying way more when paying to an insurance company rather than just paying taxes that are only going to go towards covering medical costs. It's nuts. You're already paying for other people's medical costs, as well as a shit ton of fucking insurance company employees' salaries and the shareholders of said company.
And lobbying all that money
And
to
lobbying,
politicians.
yeah, exactly. And all the lobbying.
That's a big portion of it goes to there.
Yeah, you're paying to be lobbied against, literally. It's wild. None of those things are true. Benning with 5 kids. Your kids are going to go hungry soon. Aren't you worried?
I feel like most people in your chat, when it really comes down to it, if you were to offer them a world where people are taken care of, their neighbors are taken care of, their kids' dentist's appointments are covered, where preventative medicine is just a given, I feel like they would choose it. They just don't really know. They think that they're trading something else for it. They think it's some kind of sacrifice to allow others healthcare.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, and I think a lot of that, comes from, American individualism feeds into a lot of this, right? And this idea, which is why I think so many Americans, especially men, are afraid of equality. They feel like their rights are being trampled on when someone else gets the same rights that they already have, right? They're like, they don't like that. And a big part, and I think it's similar with healthcare, they're like, it hurts them just because it's them receiving healthcare at a much more reasonable cost to them, with tons of other benefits to their life and their bottom line, isn't good enough for them, because seeing other people also reap those benefits is for some fucking reason upsetting. And I think a lot of it comes down, the culture in the United States is all about is entirely built on this sense of hierarchy being number one, and competition and comparison. So you just raise this entire population based on, comparison and competition being number, the fact that American exceptionalism is the number one sort of piece of universal kind of American culture across the board. This whole idea, America is number one, which is something that is not really said in other countries nearly as much. It's just not other countries don't fucking worry about shit like that as much. You know what I mean? It's not like number one. Okay, in what? Really? The only thing the US is number one in is like the size of its military. Also, prisoners per capita. Also just, total number of prisoners total. Let's see, fucking heart disease. I think America's number one in heart disease. It used to be number one in obesity, but that's not true anymore. The USA is not number one in like most ways, but this whole American exceptionalism and like number one piece of culture is this idea that USA is number one, and being number one is the goal. And that like seeps down into every sort of step and level of American culture. That's like, hey, everything's a competition, and the most important thing in the world is for you to be number one, even if it's a fucking race to the bottom. So even if it's all an illusion, right? The US, like, it just teaches people to care more about being better off than others than ensuring that they are even like better off overall. So if your life improves by a measurable amount, if everyone else's lives improve by that same measurable amount around you, you're taught to be dissatisfied with that in this country. You're taught that it's not good enough unless you're getting more. I think that's my theory on it.
No, I would agree. I think I'm seeing something come up a lot in the chat too, which is like, well, what about health problems that are due to choices, consequences, choices? I don't know, man. I feel like if I have to pay taxes so that my neighbor's 3-year-old gets to fight cancer for free, and by extension, my cousin who's an idiot and like drove drunk into a wall, it like also gets his healthcare in the ER like for free. I feel like that's a decent trade-off, my guy. Like, I'm willing to pay taxes so that the people who need healthcare get it. Even if people who make bad choices also get healthcare. So what?
Well, and again, those people are getting healthcare through the insurance that you are paying for. You know what I mean? Like the money that you pay towards your insurance company also goes to cover people who make bad choices and their healthcare anyway. But again, it's just a gazillion times more expensive because of how we have it set up. So it does have crab in a bucket mentality. Exactly, MJ. That's it. No, that's a quote that I said. Or wait, no. Also, why are we dissing America? We're not dissing America, but it's funny that you say that you say we're dissing America when all we're doing is spitting facts. If you feel dissed by facts, then that should be a sign that something needs to improve, right? I'm taking it. Sorry, Jared. I was just looking to see. I'm going to take a photo of you quoting me. First place in the race to the bottom. Merch. There we go. Number one at what, Tatus? That's the thing. That's a fucking weird thing to say. What do you mean by that? That's the dumbest thing to say. Number one at what? Who gives a shit? If your life sucks, convincing yourself that America is number one, how does that get you anything? How does that fix anything? In fact, you know what's sad about that? Another like inherently really depressing thing about that? If America is number one and your life sucks, that means that there's no possibility of improvement, really. Or at least there's a diminished possibility of improvement. Because that means that you have the best anyone could hope for. And it sucks, yeah, but but there's nothing else. There are no other better options. And by the way, that is demonstrably not true. Okay, quality of life is significantly better in a lot of other countries. It is. Quality of life, actually better in other countries. And like, So America's number one in what? And what does that give you? What does that give you? If you're struggling to pay for your gas, for your groceries, oh, but America's number one. Does that keep you warm at night? Does that keep the lights on? Does that feed your fucking 5 kids? Because if it does, man, what's the nutritional value of America number one? It does? Okay. Cool. Great. Yeah, right, Tiger? Mm-mm-mm-mm. Who's bashing America? I'm just saying America is number one doesn't mean anything. Hi, Foxy. I'm good. How are you? It just doesn't mean anything. It doesn't, like, I don't know why.
Sure, maybe they make it harder to make bad choices. Is that a bad thing? Is that bad?
Also, like, can you be more specific? Hi, Sleep. Thank you. Nice.
Yeah, isn't that what you wanted?
Okay. Well, but the vast majority of Americans are not prosperous. So does that mean that by your logic, America is shit at life? Doesn't that mean okay. So there's another thing, right? So if America, let's say, right, that all you guys, you bootstrap people, you're right. I mean, the funny thing is, you are bootstrap people. All you say, according to you, everything you have and don't have is entirely up to you as an individual. And if you don't have more, it's only your fault. But at the same time, you're complaining about grocery prices and not being able to afford groceries, and you're blaming the government, you know what I mean? Democrats for it. Maybe you should have pulled yourself up by your bootstraps and learned how to afford eggs better. Pick one. Pick a lane, guys. Stick to it. But let's say you're right? Let's say that all things are equal and people are only rich because they deserve to be rich, and people are only poor because they deserve to be poor, blah, 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 whatever. If that's true, right, and we have higher inequality in America, right, than in many, many, if not most, developed nations. And we have incredibly high rates of poverty for developed nation here. Doesn't that mean that the vast majority of Americans are subpar by your logic? The vast majority of Americans are just subpar humans. So America, how does that make America number one if only a few Americans are actually good at anything and are not lazy? What's that logic? And by the way, the richest person on earth not even being America, right? American, sorry. The wealthiest man on earth isn't even American. So is America number one? Doesn't sound like it. If you lived in New York, you'd be a billionaire. What? Why not move to New York and prove it?
Why do you have to be in New York to get yourself up by the bootstraps? Don't you have bootstraps where you're at? I mean, come on, bootstrap it up.
I mean, if that's true, God. I'm sorry, but Jesus or Jesus, if that were true, if I were told, if you were to tell me that if I moved to any city in the world, I would become a billionaire, I'd move to that city. Give it a couple of years. See what happens. So why don't you live in New York City? If you would be a billionaire if you lived in New York City, that seems like a weird choice to make.
Maybe I would understand if people look at like the average income in New York
I
City,
wasn't saying,
Manhattan.
I literally never said that sortus. I literally, funnily enough, I was known for refusing to say who I thought would win. So I don't know why you're in here trying to like trigger people. Sorry, keep going, Kyoto.
No, I would understand if people all over the US look at like urban hubs like New York City and the average income and think that we're all like rich. It's cost of living, like it's an equation, right? Like cost of living is higher, therefore the average income is higher. It doesn't mean that people are millionaires, billionaires just living here.
Guys, please report the hate speech. It helps if more people do it. Thank you. Thank you. No, don't mute. No, puppy. Puppy, if you mute, it erases all the messages that they sent. But if you leave them, if we just block them, people can then report the hate speech. It's okay. I know. You haven't been here in a while. All good. No, we're not talking about you, nobody. Not everything is about you, nobody. We're talking about the person in here saying that I should be sent to a camp to concentrate. That's the person. Nobody.
And then people come in here all the time. Why do they gotta, why are they violating my free speech? My free speech is because people say things. Stop saying weird things, and then they won't have to censor what you say.
You should lead with no muting, as it seems to come up every time. No, it hasn't. That's actually just like a recent policy that we've started of like realizing that like if you just block someone, I can ask the chat to all like report the hate speech afterwards and stuff.
Also, if you mute them, they can go mass report things that we didn't do. If you block them, they can't report you. They're gone. They can't come back to your page.
Point, Moonlight? What are you fucking talking about? What do you mean? What don't you understand about this hate speech we're talking about? Are you talking about something else earlier? How about you use your words to clearly communicate what you want? Putting things in all caps just makes you rude. The reason we're ignoring you is because we don't know what you're asking for. So it's not worth like your overall point. What overall point? We've talked about a bunch of different things. What do you mean? What do you mean your overall point? My point is RESPECT. That's my point. You just tuned in. Okay, so maybe sit tight, sit quietly, and just listen to what people are talking about. Don't fucking demand shit. What's your overall point? I don't know. We talk about a lot of stuff, Moonlight. What's your overall point? What's your overall point, Moonlight? No, I'm asking you the same question you asked me. What's your overall point? Are you starting to realize that that's kind of a silly fucking question, huh? Ay. Anyway, what were we talking about before we got fucking interrupted by the hate speech?
I don't remember. I went straight to work on that.
I know, right?
I try to get it quickly so you can continue talking.
I'm not getting out of New York. Why? It's gonna get worse. Worse at what? Crime
Build a
is down in New York City. It's expensive, but it's better than a red state.
Side note, do you ever feel like that like interferes with your activism or your perspective post-election? Like you're not going to be affected, you're quote unquote like not going to be affected because you're in New York City. Therefore, like, are you motivated? How do you feel?
That's a great question. I think, I mean, I have an answer for that, but I will say specifically, I have been able to help people because I'm in a blue state. Like I've helped women procure abortions. Ooh. Because, you know, I'm here in a state, you know, in very simple terms, right? Like women who needed help, like navigating New York City, you know what I mean? Who just didn't feel comfortable, you know, whatever. And I will say, so we've been talking about this because a lot of people are like, well, MAGA are like, oh, I thought, I said from the beginning, I was like, I'm very privileged in that I can leave at the drop of a hat. You know what I mean? I have another passport. I have a European passport. I could get on a plane right now and move to Europe if I wanted to. I don't need to mess with visas. I don't need to mess with like applications, with all sorts of like legal stuff. It doesn't matter. All I need is one document and I have it. And in fact, even if I showed up without that document, I'm pretty sure I could say I am a Spanish national and they could look me up and prove it. You know what I mean? So that puts me in a very privileged position in that technically you could argue that I'm like less invested in this country overall, right? Because I could leave. I have an easy escape, whatever. And I have thought about that over the years, right? That like things would certainly be a lot better overall. But part of me always feels so guilty about that. And I'm like, how could I just leave when there's so much work to be done? And so the way I've sort of conceptualized it now is like, okay, because I can leave so easily, that gives me, that in and of itself is super privileged, which means I can probably stick around until the last minute. Like I don't need to make plans starting now on leaving and start, you know, like divesting my life from America and all that stuff. You know what I mean? Like I have an easy out. Most Americans don't. That is powerful. And like, because of that, I'm like, I should stick around. You know what I mean? Like it's going to be harder for me to be trapped here than most people. Like worst case scenario, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be harder for me. So I don't know if that necessarily makes me more invested, but it's like,
It makes you more powerful.
it makes me more power. Yeah, it gives me a little bit more power. And like, I could leave. I feel fucking guilty leaving. I do. I would feel absolutely guilty. And I've tried like, you know, considering like what else do I have access to? What else does my privilege grant me that might help me help other women that they can't, you know, necessarily do easily and stuff. And I'm trying to figure out, yeah, what my privilege grants me that I could maybe use to help people. But
I hadn't thought about it like that. That's pretty fucking brilliant.
thank you. But also like in terms of people who are just like, who just live in blue states and stuff, that's a great question. Because that's the vast majority of people, right? Like not vast majority of people, but that's a more typical thing of like, okay, what do people in blue states have in terms of like, how are they invested? Are they invested? And to be sure, like a lot of people who live in blue states are gonna probably mentally check out from a lot of it. And, you know, on the one hand, I want to be like, well, you are safer. That is privilege. Don't check out. But on the other hand, I'm like, I get it. I fucking get it. And like, if you can't handle it, go for it. But I think there's importance in saying, like, okay, those of us in blue states, like, because we're in slightly safer positions, we have to view that as, like, we're going to have to be the ones helping, like, our sisters in red states and stuff. And we have to, like, we're going to have a certain level of responsibility if we choose to take it on, you know, in that we're going to be a little bit more able to do things to help some people than others will be. Now, of course, you know, we're talking about a total fucking takeover on the federal level. So we're all in this sinking ship together to a certain extent. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think I'm also like, I'm done helping people like if I were to help, and this maybe sounds cruel, but like part of me is like, no, my community are leftists. That's who my community is. People who showed up and did what they could, fought and stuff. So people who like specifically voted for Trump and stuff like that, I don't care who you are, what situation you're in and stuff. You're not my community. You're not. Maybe that's cruel, but my empathy, I have run out of empathy at this point for you. You know, it's exhausting to, it's exhausting to put up a fight, you know what I mean, in general. So we got to be careful about how we spend our energy, and I'm going to spend my energy on the people who deserve it in my mind, you know? Love your neighbor. What if my neighbor voted to take away my rights? What if my neighbor voted to unalive a bunch of people? I don't have to love my neighbor. The fucking irony. I don't have to love my neighbor if they first didn't love me. That only works if, you know. They did. A lot of people voted to take away my rights. What the fuck? You're saying a guy named Jesus Sotelo is telling me to leave and go back to my country. Vale. Okay. Vale, Jesus. Muchísima suerte. Jesus. If you think with a name like that, that's going to save you in this country? No. No, my dear. Don't dodge what was just said. Dog is snoring. Oh, God.
It might be my dog, if that is actually.
What about Lincoln Riley? You know that American citizens commit more crime than immigrants do, right? So if one victim is enough to ban all immigrants, can we ban all American citizens too? In fact, you know that, and I'm so impressed that you care about women who are victims of violence, because women are victimized by conservative men at much higher rates than liberal and leftist men. So, you know what? Sure. Let's ban all the people who are more violent. And that starts with you, conservatives. And there you go. I don't know. No, per capita, Jordan, but I'm sure you don't know what that means. And we say rates of crime, like a lower percentage of the population commits crime, of the immigrant population commits crime, than the percentage of the, citizen population. Do you know what that means? What did you say, Brian? It seems like a lot of what you're saying is actually getting filtered by TikTok, Brian. So maybe you should quit with the fucking hate speech. And then TikTok will stop filtering it so much. It's a double whammy. Okay. Well, whatever you're saying is being filtered. So maybe stop crying about it. Y'all get so emotional when I don't answer your messages. It's so funny. Yes, I am, Moonlight. Who's crying about the election? Also, Brian, maybe you should quit crying about the election. You won. What are you doing in my life? We lost. We get to complain. We get to spend the next 4 years complaining. In fact, we get to complain every year that one of his fucking decisions is in play and still in place, which is going to give us a lot of fucking time to complain. But you don't like to hear both sides. You're telling me to, like, shut up and stop talking. You don't like to hear both sides. You're just here because you're trying, like, all you have, literally all you have is, like, trying to bait people into arguments because you know that you have so little effect on the world and people around you that the only way you can feel like you and your choices have meaning is by upsetting people. Because that's the only way you're going to, like, your brain is going to get the satisfaction of having an effect on something. That's why you run around trying to just, like, pick fights. It's because you feel insignificant. They are, exactly. And on him. My activism was a waste of time. Okay, well, it's my time to waste. Except you believe everyone has a voice except me. You're telling me to get off. Okay, Brian. And stop complaining. Get over it. Wow, we lost. We get to complain. At least we're not trying to, like, fucking storm the Capitol. Leftist Canadian bias? You think I'm Canadian? Oh, we triggered MAGA in here, Kevin. MAGA's trying to tell me to go back where I came from. With names like Jesus Sotelo. Vale, Jesus. Vale, Jesus. I'm not Canadian. That's just what the guy named Jesus is saying. Jesus is telling me to go back where I came from. Which he thinks is Canada. He wants me to go back where I came from. Very, very funny. Jesus Sotelo. Vaya ironía, Jesús. ¿Tú crees que quieren que te quedes aquí? ¿Tú crees que los Estados Unidos te quiere? ¿Te aprecia? Votaste a Trump, ¿no? Con un nombre así. Se nota. I hope you get everything you voted for, Jesus.
Brian has sent a request, but I suspect he's underage. But if you want to take another guess,
his,
profile picture looking pretty young.
Okay. You sure about that? I don't know for sure about that. You don't look 23.
Looks like maybe 12.
Grasping at straws and fears. How did I grasp at straws and fears? I got told to go back where I came from. You don't think I'm like fully within my right to return that fucking energy? I'm not Canadian, guys. I'm not Canadian. Someone made an assumption, told me to go back where I came from, and assumed it was Canada. That's kind of my fucking point. I'm saying it's ironic for someone with a name like Jesus Sotelo to pull out a super racist fucking thing, or xenophobic, I should say. Let's say xenophobic thing. Like telling someone to go back where they came from, that they're not wanted in America. With a name like Jesus Sotelo. The fucking irony.
I feel like telling someone to go back to Canada is just another way of saying you're different but white.
Right. That's basically it. That's the only white country they could think of. Enlightened. Nobody. Cottage is like way smarter and better at this than you. She's not coping. I don't even know what is going on between you guys, but I know for a fucking fact if she's saying that she answered a question that you misunderstood, I 1000% from my experience know that she is telling the truth and you were not.
Oh, she's been roasting him in the comments.
Oh, I had a
Right, wow.
I had a feeling. The TikTok comment limit is 100 characters. Thank you for counting that. I don't know. Anonym. Can I reread the comments? Do I really have to scroll up this whole way? Because every time you guys comment, it like unscrolls me. I'm not on my phone, so it's like. Also, I mean, you've been in here before, nobody. So is Cottage. Cottage is. She knows what she's doing. Are mail order brides still a thing? I think so, yeah. Can you stop spamming, dude? Oh, okay. Kyoko, if you want to summarize, you're welcome to, but you don't have to. That's not how the Supreme Court works, Brian. You are 12, aren't you? No, Biden cannot stop the Supreme Court from a ruling. Congratulations. Brian is apparently a child, Jordan.
Trump put the Supreme Court justices on the bench to make it happen.
Yeah.
Jeez, where's Brian been? Probably in the nursery. Or watching SpongeBob SquarePants or something.
Nobody, I'm not wasting my time on this shit, dude. If you want to reiterate what happened, go ahead. I'm not scrolling up for you. I did see that. I saw I've been seeing a couple of comments in Cottage, and you trying to get Cottage to repeat herself and stuff. So yeah, the irony doesn't escape me. I'm not gonna make more effort than you did. So nobody, you said, I told you I think I missed it or the response was weird and I was right. Okay, so you acknowledge you refused to scroll up for Cottage when she responded to you. Okay. So why would I scroll up for you? No one's being dishonest, nobody. You are just being a hypocrite. This is a discussion. Hi, Jimmy. Hey, puppy. The Discord link is is through the tree. Hey, guy, do you want to have a conversation with Brian for a second? I have to like do some fucking housekeeping.
Yeah, sure.
On
Why
my
not?
phone, if that's okay. The people.
I don't mind.
Hey, Brian, when's your birthday?
05/21/01.
All right.
Okay, what you got on your mind, little buddy?
I don't know, man. I was just coming here to talk. I was seeing what y'all were saying, and I just wanted to talk.
Okay, what do you want to talk about?
Why do you think Trump will do a bad job in our country, for our country?
Because he done a bad job the first time he was in office.
Okay, why do you think that?
It's not that I think that. That's just the facts.
But what did he do to make that a fact?
Did you enjoy the high gas prices?
There was
Right
no
after
high
Trump.
gas prices.
Right after Trump. Right after. Let me finish the question,
bank
bro.
account did so much better off under Trump.
Let me finish the question. Did you enjoy the high gas prices right after Trump got out of office?
Well, hold on. Also, I just want to say, no, Brian, you were doing so better under Trump. You said you were 23, right? So,
Yes,
so you were a teenager living at home under Trump. I'm sure you were doing way better.
Yes.
When
But
mommy
also,
was paying for all your groceries
not
and
living-
paying your
I did
bills
not-
and driving you around. I'm
I
sure
did not
life
live
was
with my
great
mother.
living with
I
mommy.
did not live with my mother because I bought a house at that age in 2019
And
and was
what?
doing very, very well off by myself. And I'm still doing the best I can, but also I will say everything has gotten a whole lot worse and I am struggling as is.
What's wrong?
Why
You
didn't
can't
you
get a hold
pull
of them
up?
bootstraps?
Yeah, why didn't you pull yourself up by your bootstraps, Brian?
I am. I continue to live on and go by myself for the past 4 years. I've continued. I'm still living in the same house I am. I've bought a new truck, new side by side. I'm just doing the same thing I have been, but it's a whole lot worse than what it was.
A new truck and a new side by side. Sounds like you're doing pretty good.
Yes, it is. You're damn right.
Thanks
Okay,
a lot,
so why
Joe
are
Biden.
you? Yeah, so why are you complaining?
Why are you complaining?
Sounds like things are great. Why are you complaining?
Because I know 6 years ago I could have done this a whole lot easier.
Oh, okay. So you bought a new truck, bought a new whatever.
Even the interest rate on my house now that I bought back then would almost triple what it was then. Triple.
Well, first of all, can I just
Did
point
it
out
triple?
that
Did it
Yes.
triple?
So you refinanced.
I have a 2% interest rate. If I bought a house now, it'd be a 6.5.
Okay, so it didn't triple.
6.5.
So it didn't triple.
Triple. 2, 4, 6.
What are you paying? Are you paying a 2%
I'm
interest?
paying a 2%.
Okay, so it didn't triple for you.
3%
So Brian,
would be 2,
it didn't
4,
triple
6.
for you. So it did not triple for you. You are still paying the same fucking rate that you signed, right? It did not triple for you. To be
Not
clear.
for me. No.
Correct. Okay, that's what I was asking. So why are you complaining about a fucking rate that you're not paying?
Because other people deserve to live their lives not under this economy. They should have the same type of opportunity I did.
God, you
please, for the love of God, may I ask, why is it that the economy always takes precedent over social freedoms? So, like,
What social freedoms? If you don't, I'm just asking.
sure, yeah. So my freedom to obtain healthcare anywhere I would like in the country. So if I'm visiting family in Arizona, if I'm traveling for work and I happen to be pregnant,
Yeah.
I want to be able to feel safe no matter where I go. I would categorize that as a social freedom. I personally weigh that more than I do the cost of eggs. You know,
Okay.
like in general, I would care more about women feeling
Okay.
safe.
Yes, but you also live in a country where, if you live in another country, you think of America. You think of a country that puts this much money into any, like Republicans, they say hates NATO, hates this, hates this. We put so much money into our protection of the country, of the world, of everything, that yes, these countries like Sweden, like the UK, can just have this free healthcare. That's not, I mean, back before Obamacare, it was so much easier for everyone to do just what they wanted with their health care. Nothing was government, the government wasn't over that. You could just do what you
Brian,
did.
how
As
old were
soon as
you?
the government,
Brian,
as
how
soon
old
as,
were you?
as soon as soon as the government,
Okay. Brian, how old were you under Obama? You're 23 now?
my mic was muted. I just got muted. So,
Yeah.
okay.
You were, but
Anyway,
Brian, answer my question.
after,
Answer
after,
my question or you'll get muted again. You're 23
well,
now. How
go ahead.
old were you under Obama?
Obama, 2008. So I was 7.
So you were 7. Oh, so you were,
Yep.
so you missed the days that when at the ripe old age of 7, you were actually, and the first time when Obama first got into power was 2004, right? Am I wrong?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
2004. Okay, so you were 3, right? So you're talking about you're complaining about the ACA, and
Yes.
Obamacare. And the
No,
ACA,
no,
you're
no, no.
saying
I'm
that
not
before
complaining.
that,
I'm
no,
not
you are.
complaining.
No, you are. You're saying that before the ACA, everyone could get whatever insurance they wanted, could do whatever they wanted. So you missed the
Yes.
days when you were the ripe old age of 3 and you were shopping for insurance and
No.
you were
I
allowed
missed
to
the
be
age.
denied insurance for pre-existing conditions and stuff, right? That's okay.
I missed the age when the American people had their choice over their own health care, and the federal government did not have an oversight of what we did.
Okay, but Brian, do you
It is
understand that people
insane.
do you understand, Brian, that people were allowed to be like denied health care for having pre-existing conditions?
Yes, and that is
Okay.
the same thing with Obamacare.
No, it's not.
You act like
No,
that
it's
is
not.
so much
It's not.
better.
Actually, Brian, no, you cannot be denied health care for having a
You
pre-existing
you
condition.
can't just you can't just talk over me and then
I
decide,
can. It's
okay,
my
what I say
I
is
can,
good.
Brian. I'm fact checking you here. We fact check here.
Okay.
Okay?
There's nothing that you've said has been fact checking.
It
I want to
is.
give Brian,
Brian.
Just like
No,
Ralph
Brian,
said, Obama's
I am
first
fact
term,
checking here.
just like Ralph said, Obama's first term.
Oh yeah, 2008. Okay, you're right.
Yes.
That's why I was like, was it 2008?
Yes.
2004 was Bush. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
But whatever. So 7, ripe old age of 7, you were shopping for insurance. I am fact checking you, Ryan, because
Now,
you cannot
also,
be denied. You cannot be denied for pre-existing conditions.
I will say Obama did an amazing job with the 2008 crisis. Did a great job. And if I was in that time, looking back, I would have voted for Obama. I'm not in no way a Republican or a Democrat. I would more consider myself a libertarian if I really, really thought about it.
to everybody here, I want to give Brian like several inches because I remember being 17 and like applying to be a minor member of like my Democratic town committee. I don't feel like my opinion at that time mattered less than my older citizens, like I want to give Brian some leeway here to express.
Kyoko. To be clear, I'm not saying that his opinion holds less weight because he's younger or anything like that. I'm saying that when he is comparing and when he is saying that his life was better before Biden, I'm simply pointing out that yeah, he was literally living at home at
I was not living at home.
Okay.
No.
He was, and when he's comparing, saying things were better before Obama, when like you could get insurance. Firstly, he's lying about the difference between like the access to insurance before the ACA and afterwards. Well, so we're fact checking. The fact that he's young doesn't mean I'm not going to fact check him. The fact that he's young does like I'm bringing up his age because if he's going to compare like life in America to an era when he was a fucking child and still being fed by
Oh.
parents, like that is important. And that is, by the way, that is a
Well,
thing, that is a
look.
common thread we see from people coming in here who are like, my life was way better 4 years ago. And they're like 20. And it's like, yeah, my life was way easier at 16 too.
Okay. Well,
Well, Brian, what were we talking about before, right? Like, I was mentioning social freedoms to me are personally more important than like the cost of groceries, right?
what
And you were beginning to talk
I was
about
trying to, yes. Yeah.
countries in Europe and protections and whatnot, which I feel like I have an inkling for where you were going with that. But I also kind of want to rein that in and say just where in there is your fellow Americans' lives, right? Like I don't
My fellow Americans' lives
yeah,
is
I don't think that I
is
what
with the amount of money we spend to protect my fellow Americans' lives.
so what we were talking about earlier was like the health of women, like my personal safety, traveling around the country. That is literal, like life and death, or it's life and
You
extreme.
could go to any state in this country right now and be the safest person on this earth.
That's not true.
You
If I
want
was
to act
pregnant,
like you could not fly to the Middle East or Europe, where these countries just have these outlandish laws where
okay,
they
so
they
that
want to women.
that's called whataboutism. So the fact that there are other countries that treat women poorer does not mean that what we are doing currently in the United States is a great
What
thing.
you all love to do is to compare America to European
No,
countries.
that's exactly what. No, I didn't compare anything.
You just compared America to European countries.
Yeah. I was just saying, like, if I want to feel safe as a woman,
what is so dangerous about traveling to another state? Okay.
if I was pregnant, yeah, Brian, 100%.
Okay.
It
So
concerns
if
me
you're
a lot.
pregnant right now, let's say where you live. Well, you know what? If you live somewhere.
I live in New York City.
So what's so dangerous about that?
No, nothing right now.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, Brian,
have family
Brian,
in Arizona.
it's usually
Exactly.
MAGA who comes in here claiming that the NYC is so dangerous. So just
Yeah.
careful.
that's a good
MAGA's going to
point.
be upset with you saying that.
Yes, I understand.
But Brian, I have
if you
family in
look at-
Arizona. Tell
you
me,
look at
let's talk about
places
it.
let's talk about like Illinois. Illinois, you look at the, every election when they vote, Illinois is always usually blue. That one county there, Chicago, is red. Always. What do you always hear about Chicago? Crime.
So Brian, this is another
People
case of like
dying.
whataboutism, where you're kind of cherry picking.
Same thing you're doing. Same thing you're doing is cherry picking. Saying,
I'm not
me as a
cherry picking
woman,
at
I
all.
cannot-
I'm
saying,
not.
Me as a woman, I cannot go here. I cannot go here because I'll have all these issues. You live in New York City.
Yeah, you're right, and it's great. I have family in Arizona. Okay, if I go to Arizona, I'm pregnant, and something goes wrong, I would be really concerned.
Well, guess what?
And-
Then you just fly back to New York City, and guess what? Everything's fine.
That's-
This is what they were doing. They gave the power back to the people.
That's
to
not.
the people of the state. It comes down to the state. Why should anything be federally protected? Why should anything be federally enforced? Nothing.
Freedom of speech is federally protected.
Brian, I hear you. I hear what you're saying, but I think you might not know what complications of pregnancy look like. I wouldn't be able to just hop on a plane and fly back to New York City or to a quote unquote safe state.
And I completely agree. I do not agree with a whole lot of people's
Yeah.
opinions on abortion with 100% no tolerance. I think that is bullshit.
Brian, then you and I are seeing eye to eye, man. Like, this is
Yes,
great.
yes.
Yeah.
But also, I also believe that it comes to a point when abortion is just at a point where you're like, okay, you are just doing this to get out of an issue that you have put yourself into.
I hear you. That's a common argument that accounts for approximately 1 to 3%.
But also, I mean, I've paid a little bit more attention to President Trump, of course. I agree with him more. And he has come out and said, I believe in the terms of, I don't know if I can say this on here, but you get what I'm saying, a pregnancy is not supposed to happen, whatever, blah, 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 or the mother will have issues. He said, I believe that abortion is okay.
Right. I no, I've heard that like a lot of people who voted for Trump did mention that, like, well, Trump doesn't believe that abortion is not right. I hear you. Let's say that's the case. I'm still concerned that the government structure surrounding him, aka like his administration, the judges he will and has put in place, I worry that they don't hold the same belief, let's say, that Trump
No, they
has.
definitely don't. But they
Yeah.
also cannot touch it because it is with the states now.
Can they not?
It shouldn't be with the states. Why did you put it into the hands of government when before it was just a protected right federally?
This is not in the hands of the government.
It is. No, it is. Before it was a protected right. 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 Now it's in the hands of local and state government.
We had a ballot when
before it was a protected right. Now it is in the hands of local and state government. You're not a libertarian if you think putting it into the hands of local and state governments makes it less, part of the government.
We the people get to vote on this.
Right, but you understand that takes away individual freedoms. You're not a libertarian. A libertarian would actually believe in ensuring that freedom was up to each individual. That is what a libertarian would believe. You are not a libertarian. No. It's up to the states. You put it. No.
Get to vote on that.
No, okay, but you understand that means that the choice is up to your neighbors, basically, right?
Exactly.
Which is not a libertarian view. A libertarian view would say it should remain in the hands of each individual, which is what it was in when it was a protected federal right. You took it out of individuals' hands. No.
The libertarian view will never be the lead that leads this country.
But that's what it was. But Brian, that's what it was. When it was a protected right, when it was a protected right federally, it was a protected right. It was in the hands of each individual. It was the libertarian view on it. So why are you
of the state? Government.
No.
Federal government.
It was a protected right. No. The federal government could not tell you, Brian, listen to me. I know more about this than you do. I do. I know more about this than you do. Yes, I do. Listen to me, Brian. It was a protected right. The federal government was not walking around and making the decision for each individual woman and saying, you can have an abortion, you can't. It was not, when you say it was in the hands of the federal government was only protecting it as a right. It was not making individual decisions, or it was not making localized decisions, whatever. By taking it out of, Brian, what you don't understand about your idea as a libertarian is you think that you're saying that you believe in it should be up to each individual, right? But what you are failing to actually think of, what does that look like legally? In a legal structure, putting it up to each individual, what does that look like? That looks, I will tell you because you don't know, it looks like saying, hey, this is your right. You can make that choice as an individual. And that's what it was before. Now you have taken it from the hands of the individuals, that was just a protected right by the federal government, and put it into the hands of local governments, which is putting it in the hands of people's neighbors. So you are arguing on behalf of a very, very non-libertarian stance for abortion.
Okay. I can see what you're saying, of course. But also, as I just said, the libertarian point of view will never come full swing in America because it is radical. It is absolutely insane to think that way.
Okay, but it's not about full swing. On this policy, the libertarian view was in place.
I'm getting there. But with the abortion, it's like I've said, when you put it in the hands of the states, we got to vote on it. Everyone had a ballot. They got to vote, and the people got to choose what they wanted to do on that right.
Right. They got to choose what they wanted to force their neighbors to do. Again,
Okay.
Brian, you are not going to, it is not true. Like, no matter what, you have to understand that the libertarian view would
That
be.
is better
No, it's
than
not. Why is it better?
being forced to believe in something by the
No
federal
one's
government.
forcing you to believe in anything, Brian.
You were forced at that point to
No,
say yes.
Brian. No, Brian. No, Brian.
Just do whatever you want
Brian.
with abortion.
Brian, are
Just
you
do whatever
telling
want.
me,
Just do
Brian,
whatever
are you
want.
telling me that your beliefs changed, that you believed in abortion and women's right to choose until the Dobbs decision? Is that what you believed?
No.
Oh, okay. So what you're so you acknowledge that the federal government was not forcing you to believe anything. People having rights does not mean that you have to believe anything. That is not an argument.
And guess what? Either does it for you because maybe wherever you live, your state voted against it.
That doesn't disprove my point. And it doesn't prove your
It
point.
does.
No, it
It
does.
does.
No,
It does,
actually.
because
No, man,
an
no.
amount
No,
of
Brian,
people-
what you
an
were
amount
saying
of people decided, yes, that's not good. So yes, it kind of does.
for that. Well, also, by the
Back
way,
a long
Brian.
time ago.
Also, Brian,
May I?
Yeah,
a long
one-
time
Yeah,
ago.
back a long time ago. I
long
don't like
time
that. I hate to have to do this to you, but states had the rights, and people could vote to legally own slaves. Should the states have been able to keep those rights, or no?
Well, that's a whole different scenario.
They're kind of double-sided there. You're going back up now. Own it.
Huh? That's why
This is what you wanted the states to have the rights.
That's why someone like Abraham Lincoln was elected.
So you don't think the states should have had the rights then?
No.
Okay.
So you see what you just done there? You're a hypocrite.
Slavery and abortion. Wow, those two really make sense.
It's states' rights.
Well, I mean,
it's still states' rights either way, bro. It's still states' rights.
States' right? No.
How about if some states wanted to do away with free speech? Would you be for that?
No, that's in the Constitution.
So you wouldn't be for that at all.
That's in the Constitution.
Yeah, so what we're talking about is ranking. What you're doing here
Is
ranking.
states' rights more important or no?
The media is already doing
Make up
that
your mind.
with speech. I mean,
Yeah, if you're
The
picking and
media is already.
choosing.
The media is. They're private organizations. They can do what they want.
they can do
They
it.
have freedom of
There you
speech.
go. There you go. That's the perfect outlook on it right there.
If
No,
you don't
Brian.
like it, you don't have to tune in.
Brian, you just don't understand. You fundamentally don't understand what the the government's guarantee to free speech is. Like, you're laughing and say, that's the thing. The constitutionally protected right to free speech only protects your right to free speech and your speech not being abridged or silenced or censored or anything by the government. It doesn't protect your right to not be censored by a private company.
Yep. And the government and Roe v. Wade and abortion, then put it to the states, keeps the government out of it. Because you know what? The people
it
get to
literally
vote
doesn't,
on
Brian.
it.
That puts the
people get
government
to
in
vote
it.
on it.
So Brian,
Not out
according
of
to
it.
Brian, according to you, my free speech is completely governed, is completely up to the government. You think we should put free speech in the hands of the states, right? Instead of the hands of the government, or the federal government.
On some issues, yes.
Oh, okay, so you don't believe in free speech. You want it to be in the hands of the states. Okay, what about 2A? We should take that out of the hands of the federal government and put it up to the states, right?
I believe that should be with the states, yes.
So Brian,
Okay.
what we're-
So cool. So we'll
States
ban
like-
2A wherever we
states like
want.
where-
We'll ban.
States where I live right now, we have unregulated concealed carry. And it's great. You can conceal carry. You don't need a
No.
license.
When I say 2A, I don't mean like unregulated, whether or not it's regulated. I mean like straight up banning pew-pews in some states.
Okay, but you look at countries like, the United
We're
States.
talking about, no, Brian, let's talk about the United States. We're talking about the United States very specifically, not other countries.
Yeah.
You want to put it entirely in states' hands. You want to put every law in the hands of states.
Another thing about that is that is a constitutional right. There's nothing to do about that.
No, Brian. Okay, Brian. So now you're changing. No. We're talking. This is a thought fucking experiment, right? Because by the way, Roe v. Wade was protected based on a constitutional right.
It was based on a court case.
the court case was decided based on a constitutional right, the right to privacy.
it was based on
Yes,
a court
Brian,
case, and then the
Brian,
process, was put
Brian,
in.
Brian, it was a court ruling that was decided based on a constitutional right. The right to privacy.
It doesn't seem intuitive, but that's correct. It's right to privacy. And RBG in her confirmation stated that it was a weak argument to base the right to abortion on a right to privacy. But that's
Which is
correct.
a constitutionally, guaranteed thing.
Yeah.
So the point is, good job, betting. RBG is gone. Yes.
Yeah.
So, Brian, the reason we're asking these things is like, I'm asking you if if it was up to you, do you think that it should be up to states? Like, you seem to be terrified. You think it's a bigger problem for rights to be protected by the federal government. In that sense, then the rights are controlled by the federal government, right? You understand that the Constitution is a federal document, right?
Yes, and
Okay.
that is the
So
way,
your
or that is
constitution,
the
no,
way-
Brian, I'm not done. So your constitutional rights,
You mute me
Brian,
when I'm giving my points,
Brian,
and I can't talk
yeah,
now.
it's my live. I'm not done. I'm going point by point, Brian. Come on. It's not
Go
that
ahead.
hard. It's not
go
that
and
hard.
I'll go point by point and get muted. So
It's
go
not
ahead.
that hard, Brian. I said, Jesus Christ, Brian, come on. You didn't do complete much school, did you? You must not have fucking
Nope,
had a
I got a
classroom
college
where
degree,
you
but yep, I didn't
Sure.
pretty much school. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So can you sit quietly and respect the fucking class, dude?
Yeah, because
Okay,
you'll
great.
just mute me. So go ahead.
I will mute you if I have to. You're being rude. You're being like a child, dude.
You mute me when I'm trying to talk. It's hilarious.
Yeah, because it's my live. I can do whatever I want. I can also I can boot you from here if I need to, if I
Yeah, go
feel
ahead.
like it.
Yeah.
So you're gonna let me talk
Are you gonna let me talk from here on out?
when I want to?
Oh, when I want to.
Yeah.
See,
It's my
that's what's
life.
hilarious.
I'm
right
in
there.
charge.
That's what's hilarious
I'm
right
in
there.
charge.
When you hear a point of view that makes sense, you
No,
just
Brian,
mute
this is-
somebody,
Brian.
you just censor them, you just move on.
Brian, I'm your daddy here, okay? This is my live, and you are not listening. We're going point by point, okay? So you just acknowledged, you understand that your constitutional rights are currently in the hands of the federal government, correct? You understand that. We're going point by point. It's a simple yes or no question. You can unmute now.
What?
You understand that the Constitution is a federal government, correct?
Yes.
Great. So you understand that all of the constitutional rights that you say, well, that's my, right. Well, it's a constitutional right. Therefore, it's not, da-da-da. You understand that all of those rights are, according to you, in the hands of the federal government, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So according to you, you would much rather, that to you is bad. Because you think that the federal government,
No, that's not bad at all.
Okay, why isn't it bad?
Because, like I've said before, that's the way our government was set up. Checks and balances. That is the way it was made. The Senate, the President, and the House. You cannot no one person can rule the country because they always have backlash and they have restrictions. They can't just do what they want.
The House,
Okay,
the
Brian.
President,
Okay.
and the court.
Sure, Brian. That
Yes,
doesn't
and
answer my
court.
question, Brian.
Yes.
That doesn't answer my question. So, according to you, if that's true, then when abortion was in the hands of the federal government, it was a protected right in the hands of the federal government, then all of that logic applies too. It was good. It was better because, checks and balances and no one person can rule and da-da-da-da, right? So all that argument also applies to, you understand, Brian?
Yes.
Okay, so you agree that abortion should be in the hands of the federal government as a protected right, not the states. Thank you.
No. Because it was a
Now
court
you're going.
case, like I just said.
That's the only difference, too? That's the only... nobody... I'm not letting you up here. You've been bothering other commenters all night. Can someone block nobody, please?
Just like when it comes to a court case where somebody is accused of murder. It is tried. The verdict will come. Who knows? Maybe later it gets overturned. This is the
Supreme Court,
same thing.
that's
This
not,
is the same
it isn't
thing.
the same thing at
And
all.
it just got put
No,
in
that's
your
not.
Supreme
hands.
Court's
Your
purpose
hands
is
as a
to
person.
rule on.
What did you
That's
vote
not-
on it?
that's
What did you
not-
vote?
that's
What did you
not how
vote
that
on your
works.
state's
That's
yes or
not
no
how that
abortion?
works.
What did you vote?
That's not how that
What
works.
did you vote?
That's not how that
What
works.
did you vote on your state's
That's
yes or no
not-
abortion?
That's not. What about the court cases fighting for ending segregation? Exactly, dude. And Supreme Court
What
cases
did
are
you?
different. Brian,
What did
Supreme
you
Court
vote?
case. Supreme.
What did you
Brian.
vote for your state's yes or no on abortion?
I voted yes to protect the right
Of
to
course.
abortion. Yes, Brian.
Yes.
Okay, but Brian,
Yes.
firstly,
Okay.
you don't
But
understand.
this
Brian,
right
Brian,
here-
I'm going to fact check you here. Okay? You don't. Stop.
Here we go.
You keep. Yeah,
Here
here
we
we
go.
go. We fact check here, Brian.
I'm trying to talk right now. I'm trying to talk. And we
I'm
agreed.
talking now.
You let me
No, we
talk.
did not. No, we agreed that I'm in charge here, and I will only let you talk when I want to let you talk. I know it's hard for you to have to respect the authority of a woman who is above you in this situation, but that's just the case. You're gonna have to deal with it, okay, Brian? So you fundamentally misunderstand what Supreme Court cases are like, as many people in the chat are pointing out. Okay? It is not a criminal case. It is nothing like that, okay? LOL. Yeah. We know it's nervous laughter, Brian. We know. I know what's happening.
May I, for example, like we're familiar with the Bill of Rights, right? The Bill of Rights is an extension of the Constitution, and you're saying that like abortion was provided by a court case, therefore it's like something different. There are many other rights that were established by exactly that court, such as
Yes,
the
but
right
none as
to-
controversial as that one.
There's plenty.
Okay, then we're talking about something different then, because the Supreme Court was responsible for many rights in the Bill of Rights, such as the right to an attorney, the right to inform suspects of their right to remain silent. That's the Miranda rights, right?
Yeah.
The right to privacy,
Segregation was very controversial, my guy. Yeah.
the right to free speech. These were all court cases. So by your own logic, and Brian, like I think we're just like talking here.
Yeah.
By your own logic,
Until I get muted.
because it was a court case, it doesn't matter as much. But there are so many important rights that you and I hold as Americans that were established by the Supreme Court, right?
Yes. And you still as a person have that right, because you know what you
Right.
do. You go out to the polls and you vote.
No, that's no. No, Brian. No.
And you know what? If your state disagrees with you, guess what? You don't have to
No,
move
Brian,
out of the
no.
country,
No,
quote
no, no.
unquote,
You
as anybody
should-
wants to
no.
say. You move to a different state.
No, you should. No, Brian.
Y-
You're not
yes.
listening.
Yes.
You're not listening.
Yes.
No.
I
And
live in a
not
state.
everybody can afford to move just up
I
and
live
move
in a
to another
state
state.
where
That's
it's a
ridiculous.
Democratic governor with a red state. Guess what? His laws don't matter because we voted no on
Okay,
abortion.
Brian.
That's what the
Okay,
law was.
governors don't write laws, so yeah, his laws don't matter. Okay.
I'm just saying. You all want to put it to the
his
states.
laws-
You want
his-
to put it to
Brian,
the states.
Brian,
you
you
want to put it
don't
to the states, but our
No.
governor can't do anything
Brian.
about it because they voted. We voted. so he
Brian,
can't
the
do
governor
anything about
couldn't
that.
do
You
anything
keep
about
saying-
it. Brian, the
keep
governor
saying
couldn't do
that
anything
the
about it
local and
anyway.
state government will roll over us. but we as the people voted,
Brian, listen
and
to me. You
our
don't know what
governor
you're talking
cannot do
about.
anything about that.
Your governor couldn't do anything about it anyway, my dude.
Exactly.
No,
Exactly.
because the governor doesn't
Exactly.
write laws. The governor doesn't write laws. Your entire point.
Exactly. I know.
Oh, okay. So the only but you keep repeating, well, the governor can't do anything about it because we voted on it. No. The governor can't do anything about it because the governor cannot write laws.
I know
it's
that.
very
Yes,
simple.
I know.
But you clearly
But
okay.
What you keep
Now you
saying
do.
is give this to the states. Let's give this to the states. Give everything to the states.
Oh my
That
goodness.
is not what this is. They
That is
gave
what
it
this
to the
is.
people to vote for. If we gave it to the states, as you're saying, it would be giving it to the governor or the leading politicians in that state to do what they wanted.
Oh, okay.
The
So
governor couldn't do
now
shit
you're against giving it to the
because we
states,
voted
Brian.
on it.
Now you're
Because
going
we voted
against.
on it.
Okay, so now according to you, you're against giving things to the states because giving it to the states means giving it to the governor of the states, according to you.
I'm with the whole point of giving it to the people.
So you're against giving it to the states, though.
I'm giving it to the people.
Okay.
Never said
So
it.
yes,
Never,
it's a simple question. You're against.
Never once did I say just let's give it to the people. I said, or give it to the states. Sorry.
No, you
Give
did
it to the
actually.
states,
No,
sorry.
you've been sitting here arguing to
I
give it
said
to the
we'll give it
states
to the
this whole
people.
time. Now you've changed your
No,
verbiage. You're saying give it to the people.
I said the people got to vote on it, and you said, "Oh, our neighbors just get to decide what we want to do." No, you and your neighbors get to decide what you want to do.
You understand, but Brian,
But
this whole time you've been
also,
saying you're
in the
trying to
middle
give
of
it to
when
the
I've been
states.
trying to give my arguments, as I've been muted 10 fucking times.
Yeah, because you keep speaking over me, Brian, and it's incredibly rude. This is
No.
my live stream. I've
Midway
invited
when
you
I'm
up
talking,
here.
they'll just mute me.
Brian,
You'll just
I have
mute
invited
me.
you
Here
up
you go.
here. You're
Here you
my
go again.
guest,
Here you go
Brian.
again.
Yeah, Brian, you are a guest in my house right now. All right, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Brian,
Love that neighbor. Love that neighbor.
That's your religion, not mine.
There you go. That's the start of it right there.
Which neighbors?
Yeah,
The
which
neighboring
neighbors?
states,
Every single
the
one of
neighboring
them.
countries.
Every
So the
single one
neighboring
of them.
countries.
Every single one of them.
Also, by the way,
Good.
Brian, so
Good,
in
good. I'm
multiple
glad of
states
that.
now,
That's
in
good.
multiple states, though, they voted, and the threshold to protect abortion was over 60%. So even though
Then
the
why
majority...
did people vote like that?
Well,
Then why did people vote
Brian,
like that?
I'm about to fucking tell you. Listen.
Go ahead. Fucking tell me.
Oh, my God. You're like little boys. You guys
Dumbass.
really don't know how to sit still, do
Come
you?
on.
So they voted, the majority
it's
of
an
people...
F-150.
The majority of people voted to protect abortion rights, but because Republicans set the threshold
it's
at
an
being
F-150.
higher, at requiring over 60% of the vote, even though the majority of people voted to protect abortion rights, it was not passed. So how do you feel about that, Brian?
I didn't hear a fucking word you said.
Because you were speaking over me. Congratulations.
I was trying to talk.
Yeah, you're speaking over me. Stop speaking over me, Brian. Stop. It's rude. You're proving my
Right,
point.
Go ahead. Sorry.
It's proving my point.
Go ahead.
In multiple states, they put abortion up to a vote, right? But Republicans set the requirement to over 60%, which is more than the majority. As you know, the majority of the vote is over 50%. So according to you, you think that if over 50% of people in a state vote to protect abortion rights, then it should be protected. Well, in multiple red states, they decided to make it harder to pass, even though the majority of people voted to protect it, and in one state, what state was it, God? Do you remember that the governor outright just ignored the results of the vote and overturned?
Oh, shoot. I don't remember now.
We'll pull this up.
I know the majority of people voted to protect rights in Florida.
We already have a conservative.
See, I don't know. I don't have all this shit in front of me.
Yeah, so I believe it was like 54% in Florida voted to 56%, which is the majority. Luca, no. Bye, Luca. Someone block Luca, please. He's like spamming the requests. Here, I got him. Don't spam the requests, guys. So, in Florida, a majority of people voted to protect abortion rights. And yet it was not passed because Republicans decided to require over 60% of the vote. So even though a majority of Floridians voted, but according to you,
is saying 57% in Florida.
Oh, 57. Cool. Thank you.
Which is more than 50%,
Which is
right?
the majority of people.
Yeah, he's saying they voted yes, ban abortion, 57% in Florida.
No. 57 voted to protect abortion.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't have this shit in front of me like you all.
So we're telling you. So 57% voted to protect abortion. Stop spamming.
Okay. Well, I have nothing in front of me to support or to argue
Google
this.
it. Google it. Look it up. Google it. Look it up. I'll give you a minute, like a moment.
Okay.
A minute. Look it up.
Also, on that slavery question, he was like, yeah, but then there was Abraham Lincoln, so one man. And then a few minutes later, he's all like, one person can't make these decisions.
Yeah.
It's kind of and I don't like that long pause on that slavery question. That usually means bad.
Yeah, putting up rights to the states, I understand you're saying, like, well, we all get to vote on it. Sure, locally, we're voting on it. But what happens when you're in the state that is voting against free speech, against non slavery, against abortion? Like, if all of that passes, is that right? Morally, no. Legally, in this
Stop
thought
spamming
experiment,
me,
yeah.
spider monkey. Yes, correct. Slavery is legal in cases of imprisonment and like criminal
That's
punishment.
not what we were talking.
That's
That
not what we're
wasn't the
talking about,
question.
Bryce.
I think we were all educated enough to know what the question was about.
Yeah, Ralph, I know. It's taking him a second.
Yeah.
No, Ben. Okay, you should, Ben. Before you try coming in here trying to respond to comments, you should go Google the Constitution and brush up on the 13th Amendment. Okay, then you can speak.
Okay, what? I don't know if I'm looking at the same thing as y'all, but the 57% that I'm seeing is to banish the band that they did, right?
Banish the ban, to get rid of the ban.
Yes. Is it,
So
yes. Is that what
basically
I'm
to
looking at?
protect, yeah. So like to basically
Okay.
restore abortion rights, right to abortion.
Does everybody just come in here and assume we haven't gone over this stuff like a million times?
Yeah, I guess not. We fact check here. I got pie. I baked a pie in my sweatshirt, but there's merch coming soon. The reason I'm saying the pie thing is because I got some pie something or other on it. I think it's like melted sugar.
So
It just gives a character.
yes, 60% of voters, and they got 57.
Yeah,
I mean,
so 57. So the majority of Floridians voted to restore the right to abortion,
but
and
they
yet,
didn't get 60%.
right? But you agree that if the majority of people want it, then it should pass, right? And the majority of
Well, then-
Floridians want it. So I think you agree with us that at the very least, Florida should have fucking like setting a requirement of 60% is some bullshit, right? The majority of Floridians want abortion to be allowed in Florida, and yet it is not.
Was that an actual amendment, or was that just a question at the end of the ballots? Because in my state, you have amendments, and then like in this last one we had, do you want to pass the legalization of marijuana? And that was a question at the end.
You can't say its name.
It was something that was voted on.
Yes, but was it an amendment?
Yeah, it was on the ballot. It was on the ballot,
But
Brian.
was it an amendment?
An
An
amendment.
amendment to the state constitution? No. But
Then there you go. Then there you
What?
go.
No, what?
What?
No, what, Brian? What are you fucking talking about?
Not every law needs to be in the constitution of a state or a country, right?
It
Then
was
there
a
you
vote,
go.
Brian.
Back
This
to-
whole time, Brian, this whole fucking time,
So
you're
y'all,
saying, Brian,
y'all are saying that it should be left up to the states and the people.
no, we're not. We're fact checking
You
you. We're
just said
saying
that.
we're
You
checking.
just
No,
said
no,
that.
Brian, we're checking you. You said it should be up to the states and the people, and you say that if in a state a majority of people vote to protect abortion, then that should be it, right? So a majority of Floridians voted to overturn the ban, to basically take away the abortion ban. They wanted to restore access and the right to abortion in Florida. A majority of people voted for that. And now you're changing. Now you're switching the goalposts and you're saying, well, just because a majority of people voted for it doesn't mean actually because it wasn't an amendment and we're just talking a law, like I don't actually care, different. No. You see, you just want to ban abortion as much as you can. You're changing. We are not the ones who said if a majority of people in a state vote to protect abortion, that they should get it. And if a majority of people vote against the right to abortion, they should, be able to ban it. You're the one who said that. And now you're going against that. You're coming up with new fucking excuses.
No. I'm just asking, was it an amendment? That's all I was asking. I don't know.
No.
It wasn't.
It wasn't, Brian. So.
Okay.
It was just
that's
it
all
was a vote on
I
a
was-
fucking law. That very simple.
Yeah. Well, and that's what I was saying. At the end of my ballot, there was one, like I just said, that said, should we legalize marijuana? And I put yes.
You can't say that word on here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Should we legalize grass? And I put yes. But that was a question. And that is something that will come up in the later
Yeah,
years.
on the ballot, same thing. Yeah.
Right. Same.
Yeah.
Same as this thing.
So imagine in your state that over 50% of people voted for legalization. And the state said, nah, even though we know that the majority of voters agreed that this should be legal, we're not going to accept it because a couple years ago, we said that nothing can be legalized unless over 60% of voters agree to it. I don't know. If I were you, I'd be like, that's
60% is the majority.
No.
50 is half.
Right, and 57% is also the majority. In fact,
That is pretty. I will.
and
I will
51
agree. I
and
will
52.
agree.
yeah.
I will agree. That is pretty close, but
No.
60% is
No,
the law.
no.
That
I mean,
is
there needs to
clear.
be a
What do you mean it's
number,
pretty
right?
close,
Clear-
Brian? It's
clear
not
majority.
No, Brian, dude. Oh my God, did you just say 57% is pretty close, but it needs a clear majority? No, 57 is a clear majority. Majority means over half, which is 50%. 57 is a clear majority. My God.
I mean, there's a different universe where, like, you live in a country or a state where a quote unquote clear majority is 75% and over or whatever. But we happen to live in a country where 50%, over 50%,
Well, I want to
rather.
be sorry, Kyoko. I'm gonna like interrupt and correct you on that. A majority is over 50%. That mathematically, that is a term. That is not a political term. Majority is over half. That is a mathematical number term. When we use terms like clear majority, that's when sometimes people try to redefine clear majority by saying no, the threshold is 60, but the threshold is 75%. But a majority and a clear majority, no matter what, is always just over half, like mathematically. People will try to like confuse the terms and try to make you think that 60% is actually what makes something a majority, because they're like, well, then it's a clear majority. That's not how numbers work. Okay. Do not let them redefine mathematics with their fucking bullshit. In different countries, like, a majority is 75%. No. In every country, in every situation, majority is over 50% every single time. Now, is that always the threshold that is determined as the requirement? No. But yeah, sorry. I just want to be very precise about that, because I don't want to validate the idea that you can redefine what a majority means anywhere.
Totally.
The law is we're voting on it. It has to be 60%. That was just out of nowhere.
Not out of nowhere. I mean, like, it came from many meetings of Republicans who, like, then got it passed slowly but surely at a state level in Florida.
Republicans from where?
Florida.
Okay.
Like the Florida, that, each state, like the US nationally in DC has a House, a Senate. Each state does as well. And state representatives in Florida passed a bill to make that the rule, right? And let's speculate. Personally, I feel like they did that to make certain laws harder to pass.
Rock is saying been 60% for amendments since 2006.
What?
Rock in the comments is saying it has been 60% for amendments since 2006
I don't believe it was an amendment, though, in the first place.
in Florida.
But it wasn't an amendment, I don't believe.
I mean, I don't know either.
60% for amendments. Okay, so I see what you're saying. Yeah. No, in legalizing the abortion law we're talking
it
about
was an
was not an amendment to the state constitution of Florida. So
Rock
I
said
hear
it
you.
was.
He could be right for all we know, but it doesn't apply to what we're talking about.
If he's right, then yes, it kind of does apply to what we're talking about.
No. What I'm saying is that what was being voted on was not an amendment to the Constitution of Florida. What was being voted on, like,
Okay, so
Yeah.
if that would have passed, would it have stopped the ban?
Yes.
would
How?
What do you mean how?
How?
The vote was to overturn the ban.
But how would it have overturned it? Was it an amendment?
The ban would have no. No.
So how would it have done it?
The ban was law. It's not. It would be amending an existing law. It's not a constitutional amendment.
So it would have just been words out there in the middle of nowhere. It wouldn't have been an amendment. It would have just been, hey.
Do you know
So
how?
not-
wait,
not
I'm
all
sorry.
laws
No,
have to be in
Brian.
the
Brian, do you
Constitution.
understand how laws exist? Do you think laws are all just words in the middle of nowhere?
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what you were saying. You're saying that wasn't an amendment. That wasn't a law. You're saying.
No,
You're saying
I'm saying
that
it was
just,
a
okay,
law.
let's just vote on this and just see what happens.
Brian, I'm saying we're saying it was a law, and they were voting to overturn the law. Very simple.
So to make it like,
Okay, and it got voted no.
so to bring just super basic,
Doesn't
real
understand
quick.
those basic things. Okay.
You and I, Brian, when we're driving on the right side of the road, right? And we stop at stop signs, we stop at red lights, and we know that if we pass a stop sign, we run through a red light, that would be against the law, right? Like if a
And
police
just like
officer,
Rock just said, an amendment is a change to a current law
Yes.
or policy.
So
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
why. So
So it
Brian,
was
that's why I
not
said
an
earlier,
amendment.
Brian, this is literally what I said.
Brenna, what the Perez?
Okay, Brian, like I said to you, just not even five, like 2 minutes ago. Like, oh, man, you guys really do get just immature when we're winning. Like I said less than 2 minutes ago, it was an amendment to a law, not the Constitution, and that was very confusing to you, which is why I once again.
It was not an amendment.
You literally were just reading out Rock's comment saying, well, see, according to Rock, it
I
was an
just
amendment
looked at
to
it
a law.
myself.
It was an amendment. Okay. I don't know how to explain to this guy very basic concepts anymore. I don't know. Like, I think so. I think he thinks all laws are an amendment to a constitution or something like that.
Overturned the amendment, but it did not pass because it was not an amendment. Because it was a law in Florida that the people of Florida voted on to make 60%.
This is literally.
As was just said, they did not get 60%. It was not an amendment, so they did not get it.
Brian,
because it
this
was
is what I was saying about
of
like,
Florida
What we're
voting on it.
saying.
The
You're not
people.
understanding what we're saying. My God. Jesus. You're not listening to a word we're saying, Brian.
You haven't listened to a word I say just because I get muted every time.
What
I'm hearing you, Brian.
Because you keep speaking when we're trying to like give you information, and then you keep just
keep
repeating
speaking
words.
when I'm trying to talk.
No.
Every time.
You keep ignoring when we're trying to respond to things. Like just because you are speaking doesn't mean that the rest of us have to stop. Okay, Brian? That's
Okay,
not how
and
this
this
works.
guy right here, you just said it was a proposition. A proposition is not a law or an amendment.
don't know what
That
a
means
proposition
nothing. That is a proposition that is
no,
going to go.
Brian,
That
no.
is going.
That is not what he means. It was a prop. Oh my God. I'm gonna explain this to you once, Brian, and then I'm done with you because this is like this. We're going in circles, and you're just getting hung up on
Go
this
ahead,
because
just mute me.
I
Go
will.
ahead, please.
I will,
right now.
Brian.
Go ahead.
Wow, you're okay. You're showing me, Brian. I'm gonna explain this to you, and then you're done because we're getting hung up on these words that you clearly don't understand the meaning of because you're trying to avoid the actual discussion about like rights in this country. I know what you're doing. I do this every fucking night with jabronis just like you. Okay. So a proposition, it was in fact a proposition. What they mean by that is that it was a proposition on the ballot. That's what the fucking name is, okay? When you're voting on policy and stuff and not casting a vote for a person, that's prop. That's why you'll hear of like prop whatever, prop 88, prop 52, whatever. That is what that means. That is a proposition. It is a policy on the ballot that you are voting on directly. So they are not wrong. Okay, Brian, stop laughing and trying to be like, trying to talk down to people who know more about this than you do.
Buddy,
Number
nobody's
two,
talking
an
down to you.
amendment.
You
We
just-
have explained to you before. Yes, we're talking about a law, not an amendment to the Constitution, but any law that amends another law, including repealing a law, is technically an amendment. And we keep going back and forth on this. So when we tell you, so earlier when we said, no, it's not an amendment because we assumed you meant like, oh, we're talking about constitutional amendment stuff. No, it's not a constitutional amendment. But then you get hung up because someone was like, technically an amendment is a change to a law. And you're like, oh, so it was an amendment. And so we tried to explain to you, well, it was an amendment to a law because it was a repeal of an existing law, but not an amendment to the Constitution. And then you get hung up and then you start going in the opposite direction. You're like, oh, wait. No, but it wasn't an amendment, was it? Because it wasn't an amendment to the Constitution. Like we keep going back and forth with you just simply because I assume like, I think it's a mix of you genuinely not understanding what these very basic words mean, which is fine. Oh, God. And it's a mix of you not knowing what these words mean and you genuinely just trying to like muddy the issue and like hopping back and forth because you don't want to have a real discussion about like rights and stuff. I'm done with you, Brian. I'm exhausted.
No.
I'm done explaining things to you. Very basic concepts. We're done. We're going to have conversations with people who can just have fucking conversations from now on. Okay. My God.
Bye.
Keegan. You were up here for an hour.
What up?
Up here for an hour, Brian. You're done. Hi, Keegan. What's up?
What's good?
Nothing. I assume you came up here because you wanted to chat about something specific?
Whatever. Whatever you want to chat about. I'm cool. We can talk about buttered sausage. I'm just kidding.
Okay.
Just dude in the comments.
Is there... Okay. Going...
What you want to talk about?
I mean, usually we let people come up here. Usually people request when they have something specific that they want to talk about, and we let them kind of...
Oh, word? Okay. Cool. Let's see here. This is something I'm interested in, honestly. Who do you think the Democrats are going to run in the next election?
Everyone always asks that. I have no fucking clue. I have no clue. No, you know what? I think they're going to try to run Gavin Newsom. I don't think he's a good choice. I don't know. I go back and forth on whether or not he's a good choice for them in terms of like strategy wise. I think he might not be like the best strategy choice, but I don't know that they will give a shit. I am registered as a Democrat. I do not consider myself a Democrat. I'm an independent because, Kyoko. Oh, Kyoko left. Oh, thank you, Kyoko. Thank you for coming up. No, Brian, you were up here for an hour and you don't know how to like behave. Stop spamming the requests or I will boot you. So sorry, just got derailed. What was the...
I think you were saying, you said that...
Oh yeah, I'm saying, sorry, I was just giving you
You
the
were talking about how you're independent or something?
Oh, hey, Mayo. I consider myself an independent. I'm registered as a Democrat, so I can participate in the primaries. I do not like the DNC. I have a lot of bad shit to say about them. They frustrate me to no end. I am a progressive. I was a Bernie bro. I have lots of things to be salty about with the Democratic Party. To be clear, okay? So when I'm shit talking the DNC, it's, I just want you guys to understand the angle I'm coming from.
So what was your opinion with what they did to Biden and how they placed Kamala? Because from my point of view, I don't know, I thought that was pretty controversial because the people didn't really vote for Kamala. I mean, she had the lowest approval rating of a vice president, and then like at one moment she was the worst vice president, no one wanted her, and then next day she's the Lord and Savior of the Democrats. I didn't really understand that play.
You didn't understand it?
No.
Really? Well, I think Biden never should have run for a second term. Point blink. That's
Oh,
it.
definitely not.
Yeah, and you know, when people say like, well, we didn't, you know, no one really voted for Kamala in the primary, it's like, yeah, no one really voted for Biden in the primary either. There was technically a primary, but when the incumbent run like primaries, it's at best it's a formality. Not every state even had a primary. I'm in New York. I'm pretty sure we didn't even have a primary, so I didn't vote for Biden in the primary either. You know, and I think, you know, to say like, oh, all of a sudden she was the savior of the Democratic Party, like, as someone who didn't like her as, you know, when she primaried back in, what was it, 2016, 2020?
Yeah.
And like someone who had plenty of, was saying, oh, I hope it's not Kamala. You know, when I was saying like, I wish Biden was not running, but I didn't want it to be Kamala either. Like, I still understand, like, she did feel like a savior compared to Joe Biden. I think Democrats, I think the DNC, Biden, I think Biden really fucked us over this round, and I'm pissed. And his legacy, I hope that man knows that his legacy will forever go down as the man who was too fucking proud to step down when he should have. Like, you know, fuck him, frankly. I'm gonna get banned, but so,
Oh, no.
but at the same, you know, so yeah, like when he stepped down, a lot of us, you know, breathed a sigh of relief. We did. And when Kamala stepped up, yeah, same fucking thing. She wasn't the perfect candidate, but it was so much better than seeing Biden run for a lot of reasons. And she's not the worst candidate. You know what I mean? She, like, Democrats have run worse candidates before. It's not that crazy. Even my criticisms that I have of her, my criticisms of her are because I'm a progressive. And to me, she's like too, you know, moderate for my, you know, taste personally. So as far as like moderate Democrats go, as far as like, you know, moderate Republicans go, she should have been a great candidate for them. Like, she kind of aligns with just about the majority of Americans' ideals, you know. She's a very just like moderate candidate. She should have had broader appeal. Now, that said, I think one big criticism I had of Kamala especially before she became candidate was, and this is something that I feel about the DNC overall, is I think the DNC has taken in the last couple of, you know, rounds of this, has taken this thing of like, okay, keep whoever we think is going to run, keep your head down, right? They're like, don't give them anything to like attack. Don't do anything, because like Republicans, run with it. Republicans will attack a tan suit and act like it's a fucking humanitarian crisis to wear a tan suit as a president. So any little thing that a Democratic candidate ever does, they will use it and they will turn it into the biggest melodrama ever. So what I think the DNC has been doing lately is like saying, okay, if you got a hope of like running for president in the next 12, 16 years, keep your fucking head down. And Kamala, I think, was similar, right? They were like, all right, while you're VP, keep your head down, stay out of sight. Don't do anything that could cause any headlines ever, because any headline they will turn into an attack. Any headline. Like if she had gone out there and like rescued, you know, children, starving children, you know, Fox News would have turned it into some weird fucking trafficking story or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, I get it, but also I think they are being way too cautious in a lot of crazy ways. And that was my frustration. It is my current frustration. When people ask me who do I think they're going to run next time around, I'm like, I don't fucking know. I think that they're not going to let their stars shine because they never do. They don't allow them to. But, you know, at the same time, yeah, she was a much better fucking candidate than... Sorry. They would have called her Baba Jaga and cried witch. Yeah, exactly. So...
Well, and you know,
yeah.
I think that's one of the problems that the Democrat Party has right now is like what you were saying about not wanting to make the headlines and stuff. Mm-hmm. I think that's what they need because, I mean, you see the Republicans, like they don't care. They want to act like normal people. They don't like a lot of the Republican candidates and like the moments we saw from Vivek on stage, the moments we see from Trump, especially 2016, when he was getting after the other Republican candidates in the debates. Like, I think voters want to see a person that acts like a real normal person, not some politician who's higher up. And I think the Democrats are really like putting themselves up on a pedestal.
Well, I would say
Just trying to stay off the headlines.
Okay, so I'm going to take slight umbrage with that, Keegan, because I would not call Trump does not act like a normal person. And I would like warrant I'm willing to bet that you haven't seen any videos of Kamala just like interacting with people casually. Like, I'm willing to bet if you have seen much footage of Kamala ever, it's just her on a stage, you know, answering questions or giving a speech or whatever, right? Have you seen her interact with people before?
Yeah, I saw a couple videos. I don't have any like specific like
Sure.
examples, but I mean, just like nothing remarkable.
Sure, but she when we're talking about a person acting like a normal person, she acts like a normal person. There's one video that I'm thinking of right now that's like it surfaced. It was like an old video on like someone's like her niece's Instagram or something where she's cooking and she's got like a glass of wine and she's literally just, you know, it's from years ago and she's cooking and she's giving her niece shit for not being able to like cook, you know what I mean? But like in a jokey way, and it's just silly and it's fun, you know, it like she's behaving like a real person and it's just like it's normalcy, right? So when you say like, oh, people want someone who acts normally or like a normal person, like Kamala Harris very much acts like a normal person. Tim Walz very much acts like a normal person. Trump famously does not. That guy will rant and rave like a fucking lunatic. You can like what he says. He does not act like a normal person. JD Vance had that weird interaction where he went to that like donut shop and he didn't know how to have. Do you remember this? Did you
I
see
didn't
this?
even see that. No, I have no idea.
It's weird. You should look it up. It's like it's giving weird uncanny valley vibes where JD Vance seems to have never spoken to another human being before, where he's it's clearly like a staged thing where he's like speaking, you know, he's like ordering a bunch of donuts for his campaign and it's like a staged event. They're all filming and stuff and you know, he asked them, he's like, how long have you worked here? And they answer and they're like, good. And he asked the other person, how long have you worked here? And they're like, oh, I don't know, so-and-so months. Good. He's just trying to he doesn't know how to make fucking small talk. So don't tell me that the difference is that Kamala doesn't act like a normal person or that Democrats don't act like normal people. In that sense, they very much act like normal people. Okay?
It might not be the acting like a normal person. I think what I was trying to hit at was like when I've seen Republicans get on stage at, you know, rallies and debates, a lot of times, like, especially like you see Trump do it. I mean, he's very blunt. I think everyone can agree he's extremely blunt with what he says. I think he says what everyone at home is thinking, and he doesn't act like he has to speak like to a super professional level. He wants to like try to come down to the level of like your average Joe. You know what I mean?
Right. So when you say he says what everyone's thinking, you mean by like making fun of, you know, mocking mental handicaps and disabled reporters, right? That's what you mean?
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Oh.
And I have a brother with Tourette's and a brother with autism and severe ADHD, and I have never ever seen Trump say anything.
Oh, you didn't see
to
him
put down anyone with mental disability.
Okay. Can we roll the clip? We will. We'll pull it up. You didn't see him literally mimicking someone? Okay, let's see.
Is it the one where he's on, what is he doing, like a press thing, and he's like, oh, I don't know what I said. I don't know what. Is it that one?
I don't think so.
He's talking about some reporter or something.
That's one of them.
That's one of them.
Hey, Brenna, how are you?
Hi, Mayo. How's it going?
It's going all right.
Can we see the video? I don't want to mimic it. I don't want to mimic it, and God, because that'll get me fucking. Here we go. Let me see. Is this the clip? Jesus. So he literally starts mimicking a disabled person. This is one of the videos. Hold on. Oh, wait. I have it on the fucking wrong computer. Jesus. Sorry. I'm on 2 computers right now. Browser. Sorry, one sec. Ay, ay, ay. Here, I'll just bring it here, I guess. Okay. Hold on. Can you see that?
I don't know if you can see it, Brenna, but it's partially blocked by the people in the box. If I don't know what your view is right now, so
Yeah. I can
it's mostly good. I think you're good.
Okay, here we go. Okay. So, here we go.
So what happens?
Here, let's do this.
And it's talking about northern New Jersey draws the prober's eye. Written by a nice reporter. Now the poor guy, you got to see this guy. Oh,
No,
I don't know
just
what
the
I
video.
said. I don't remember.
There we go. That's
He's
him.
going like, I don't remember. Oh, maybe that's what I
That's
said.
him mimicking
This was 14 years ago. He's still
a
they didn't do
disabled reporter.
retraction.
Right there. As an example.
Does he know this reporter is disabled beforehand? I mean,
Yeah,
like, I don't understand.
that's what he's mimicking. That's what he's mimicking right there.
Like, what was the deal? Was there, like, where's, like, the part of it, like, before?
Do you think he did that one time and just accidentally did it in regards to a disabled reporter? You know what I mean? Like the chances like would be astronomical.
Well, I mean, even if this is the only time he's ever done it, he did it on a stage. No, but if you're asking what happened before. No, he's mimicking a disability. That's what he's doing. He knew he was disabled. That's why he's mimicking his movements, his disabled movements.
How did I never hear about this?
I don't know. That's a great question.
How old are you, Keegan?
Did you hear me? What's that reporter's name?
That reporter's name?
Yeah.
The one he was mimicking? I mean, you can just Google, like, Donald Trump mocks disabled reporter, and you'll get a bunch of stories on it. You'll get the video. He was mocking Serge Kovaleski, who suffers from a congenital joint condition.
Yeah, I think this is when he was running for president before his first term.
Yeah,
Keegan,
this
if I
was when
remember
he was.
correctly.
Yeah,
So
this is when he was running in. This was either 2015. So it was like in that early presidential run.
and when I ask how old you are, just so you know, like I don't, you know, I don't use that as like a disqualifier. I was curious at how long you've been following politics. You know what I mean?
I'm 21. So wait, what year was this? Because if this was
2015, like leaning
15.
into the
Oh,
2016.
dude, I was probably in like 6th grade.
Yeah. There's a lot of things he did in that when he was running for president that first time around that unfortunately people your age somehow, we're not aware of.
I mean, and this is the other thing too, like making fun of someone with a disability, crappy thing to do, right?
Yeah.
Crappy thing to do. Huh?
Sorry, I'm responding to another chat saying.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, crappy thing to do. I mean, anyone can look at really any of the presidential candidates for the last like 30 years. I mean, there's tons of examples.
Play the clip of what he said about John McCain. Yeah, he's also. I mean, there's so many things. I don't know if the actual comments might get me banned on here. I don't know if it will, but
I don't know. But like you can look at any presidential candidate in the last like 30 years. I mean, I'm sure you can go further back than that. The thing is, when I'm voting, I'm going to be honest, and this could be upsetting. I really don't like. I really don't care. I don't care the personality of the person I'm voting for. If they're going to do the job the way I want them to do the job, that's who's going to get my vote.
Okay, but the reason I was bringing this up is because you said, well, what you like about Trump or what people like about Trump is that he says what they're thinking. And so I asked, like that time he made fun of like a disabled reporter. Is that what you're thinking? Are you liking that? And you said, no, of course not, because, you know, you have family members who are disabled and whatnot. And so that's why I'm playing this. You say that you like him, people like him because he says what's on everyone's mind. So, but now we're changing to, it's not about his personality. It's not that he says what's on people's mind or that you necessarily agree with everything he says or does. It's that he's going to run the country the way you want him to, right?
Right. But I mean, I'll also say, like, I mean, you can pull like shitty things that he said. I can pull shitty things that anyone else said.
I mean, can you pull another candidate? Can you pull something similar to this? I'd love to see what you think would match up, what Kamala did or said that would match up with this. And not that we should like compare, you know.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Tragedy or whatever, but like what clip do we have of her that's on par with making fun of a disabled person?
So, okay. I don't know if it's really on the level of like making fun of, but I don't think it's that appropriate. I really didn't like everything, like all the weird code switching stuff Kamala was doing with the different accents at different rallies and stuff. It was just weird. And I know that like it's not technically making fun of someone, but I feel like if you don't come from that culture and you're speaking with that accent just to appeal to that crowd, that's disrespectful.
I mean, firstly, just double check. Is it disrespectful on par with making fun of a disabled reporter and mimicking and mocking that? Let's just get that out of the way.
No, I already said I don't know if that's the same exact thing. I mean, it depends on how you take it.
I mean, I would argue no, absolutely fucking not. I will also say I am a code switcher. In large part, I mean, I am multilingual, right? And I grew up in a multicultural household. My parents are from two different countries, very different cultures. And then I am what is referred to as a third culture kid. Actually, technically, I believe Kamala Harris would technically also be a third culture kid. That's never been really talked about. But where basically your parents are from, that's like this whole separate third culture where it's like your parents come from two different cultures that are from at least one of them not from the culture that you're growing up within. So that not only exposes you to the multiple cultures that are in your home as well as the culture that you're growing up in, but there's also this like phenomenon that creates this whole other subculture of multiculturalism. Like I have a lot of things that I share with culturally with multicultural students across the world that maybe were raised with families of different cultures than mine. Does that make sense? Like what I'm saying, it's the reason it's called the third culture is because there's this whole separate kind of subculture that comes from growing up with multiple cultures. So between that and the fact that I am also neurodivergent, and in that is like I'm someone who empathizes very deeply with people and I pick up energies from people, like I can whatever. I have automatic, like I have very high mirroring, right? So I will often code switch, not just between my cultures, but like I will automatically, and it's not on purpose, I will mirror people's like cadence slightly, right? Or
okay, but I mean, like, for example, you see my profile picture, like I'm clearly a white dude. Like, I don't go and talk to like a group of African Americans and pick up like if I go to like the South, like say Memphis, I don't pick up like a Memphis accent.
But actually, you might pick up a very slight twang. Yeah, that is actually very typical. That's what mirroring is. And that's kind of what I'm saying.
I wouldn't do that if I was there just on stage for a day.
But you actually might. You actually don't know
like
that
when
you wouldn't.
it was super, super weird when she was in Pittsburgh and she was the whole thing about like, you better thank a union member for sick leave, like, and you heard the accent come through, and it was just weird. Like, I don't understand.
Okay, well, and I'm telling you,
weird.
it is a very natural subconscious thing that I speak. So my mom lives in Pittsburgh. I speak slightly when I'm speaking to Pittsburghians. I speak slightly differently. I do. I don't do it on purpose. It is subconscious. It is a very, very normal psychological thing. It's mirroring. And actually, and it genuinely, by the way, indicates high empathy. That's literally what it usually indicates. If it's like genuinely being done like subconsciously, which it sounds like. And by the way, I don't even know like what videos you're referring to, but it is actually very typical. And you can look it up too. Like George W. Bush very famously, suddenly developed a Texan accent despite being from, I believe, originally the East Coast and having gone to school on the East Coast and stuff. He very suddenly developed a Texan accent halfway through his first campaign. Now that, though, was odd because the Texan accent he developed, he maintained, I mean, it got stronger in certain areas compared to others, but he maintained that. And no one knew where it came from, but like a lot of people, you know, it made him seem more homey. That's like one clear example. Also, I will point out, if you listen
that's
to
weird.
Trump,
like I would wonder, like, what the hell is this guy doing? Like, he's clearly not from Texas.
My sister lived in Texas for 2 years, and this was over 20 years ago, and she still has some twang. So, like, it is possible. But also, I wanted to say, in Trump's book, The Art of the Deal, he actually recommends doing what you're criticizing Kamala for doing.
Oh, really? Well, I was going to say, the next thing I was going to say is that Trump, if you listen to, I actually commented on this to my boyfriend recently. We like saw some clip of Trump, like from like just, it was the elevator clip, I believe it was, or escalator clip, I think. I believe if you listen to Trump in that thing where he announced his first like campaign back in 2015, if you hear him, he has a way stronger New York accent, way stronger. And I believe it was that clip. So that's why I'm saying I'm not sure. But like, if you go listen to it, and I commented on it to Philippe, I was like, I didn't remember Trump. Like, he sounds so New York. You know what I mean? We were
Wait, when was that? When was it from?
That was from his first campaign. If I'm remembering correctly,
I don't know.
that's what it was.
Like, he might have been staying in New York, like, like for a while. Because I mean, like, if you live in a certain region, like, you pick up the dialect 100%.
Right, but
and
the point is, but then he changed it. But then over the course of his campaign, then it changed, right? And now he has less of a New Yorker accent.
Because I mean, and even if you look at any videos of Trump, like, you can go back 30, 40 years, or however far back you can go, finding videos of Trump. I mean, it's going to be
but the point is
super heavy.
Right, but the point is, like, you're talking about Kamala was
and
code
the thing
switching,
with Kamala
and I'm
is it
saying,
was like
you can pull up clips of Trump and Republicans also like changing their accent, and also, as Mayo said, it's in the art that he literally recommends it. He himself recommends it, so I assume he does it himself on purpose, consciously.
It's also an equal
I was saying
to making fun of someone that's disabled or disparaging POWs, like prisoners of war. You know what I mean? Like saying that he doesn't like them as much as he likes people that didn't get captured is crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah. Sorry, that was.
But who says that? Who disparages the prisoner of war?
For getting caught. He said, what did he say? He said, I prefer people who don't get caught or whatever.
I think he said I like people. I might be wrong on that, but and you know, in the way that it happened,
I like people who weren't captured. That's what he's not. He said, quote, he's not a war hero. He was a war hero because he was captured. I like people who weren't captured.
And he is a war hero because he could have got released early because his father was in a position of power, and the Vietnamese or Viet Cong, I guess, were willing to let him go. But John McCain stayed his own free will until the other POWs were released with him. Like, he is a war hero. That's as heroic as it gets because he had no guarantee he was going to have his life by the time he left. And Trump made fun of it because that's who he is. That's one of the most honorable things I've ever heard. and Trump disparaged it. It's crazy.
Yeah.
You know who respected John McCain? Obama, when they were running against each other. They put on a master class of how to be respectful human beings to people that you're running against.
Yeah. That's all. I mean, that's all good. Like, I mean, you want to see the respect, but I mean,
but Trump, he'll call a woman a fat pig if she's 120
that's where,
pounds. You know,
I mean, that's where the parties have gotten at this point. I mean, that's just the world we live in.
What, in what sense? What do you mean by that? Yeah, what do you mean by that?
Like, that's just like the way it's played out. Like, the Republicans have voted for Trump. I mean, that doesn't mean he's the greatest person ever.
Okay, but so how does that make... I'm sorry, how does Trump making fun of disabled people and mimicking them on stage, and Trump making comments about how POWs aren't war heroes, a specific POW, but by saying that he was speaking on all POWs, because he says, I prefer people who don't, or I like people who weren't captured. Okay, so there goes his respect for all POWs.
Was he saying he doesn't like prisoners of war because they got captured, or was he saying, I prefer it if our soldiers don't get captured?
He was saying, he said, quote, he's not, so John McCain is a war hero, right? He was a POW, and he is also, in fact, a war hero. And as it was just explained to you, he got the opportunity, because of his privilege, he had the opportunity to be released early by the Viet Cong because of the powerful position that his father was in. But he declined to do so and chose to stay with his men, and instead of like taking advantage of his dad's power. So he's very much a hero, a war hero. Do you agree? I mean, you don't have to agree, but I'm curious. Do you disagree with that assessment that he is a war hero?
Yeah, okay. Anyone that fought for our country.
Okay, so what Trump then says about McCain is, quote, he's not a war hero. He was a war hero because he was captured. I like people who weren't captured. Basically, he's saying the only reason he was a war hero is because he was captured, but like that means he's not actually a war hero because I like people who weren't captured. There's no like interpreting that as him saying, "Oh, I'd just rather that Americans not get captured." That's not what he's saying. That's not.
And when people report him saying awful things about unalived soldiers in France and things like that, and we don't have hard proof of it, Keegan, the reason we believe it is because we remember Trump saying these kinds of things, right? Like, it's a pattern. He says these things. So when he says something and we don't have proof, it's just like eyewitness testimony, which, I mean, that's proof, but obviously it's not always concrete. They line up with his past behavior, right? So past behavior is the best predictor of future behavior and current behavior. And that's why we believe things that Trump, that's reported that Trump says, because we've heard and seen him say things just like that before. You know, like, why would they join the military? Like, they're suckers when he says things like that about, soldiers in a cemetery in France, U.S. soldiers. It makes sense, right? Because he disparaged POWs.
We just got real quiet. And yeah, I'm just gonna say, I was pointing out that Trump behaving that way. Yeah, now we can hear you. There we go.
My whole TikTok just froze like crazy. I have no clue what was said for the last minute.
Really? All right, Mayo. Yeah. I am sorry to ask you to repeat yourself. Would you be willing?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I was just saying that, like, when he says those kinds of things, and I get it. The stuff we're talking about specifically here happened when you were younger, right? So I totally get why sixth grade you didn't follow the presidential election.
Dude, I've had so much stuff happen since then. I can't remember a single thing.
So I understand that, but the point I was making when you were, I guess, frozen up was, when people, his advisors and his cabinet, report him saying things like when he was in France at a cemetery for U.S. soldiers in France, and his cabinet, his advisor made that comment, or two generals made the comment about how Trump said, why would they join? Like, and he referenced them as being suckers. And look, there's not hard evidence, right? Like, we don't have it on video. We just had 2 generals mention it, which, I mean, that's good enough for me. But the reason we believe that, the reason we can hear that and say, with a very, very, very high level of certainty that he said that, is because of the stuff he said before is totally in line with it, right? Like, once someone disparages a POW for getting captured, them saying people joining the military and perishing while defending Europe and likely the world, suckers, like, it just makes sense, right? Like, it's almost this, it's a very similar statement. So,
Yeah. And all I was saying was, like, the reason we sort of came on to that, we returned to this thing, was because I was responding to you saying, like, yeah, this is just how the parties are these days. And I wanted to say, no, hold on. The parties are not like Donald Trump, very specifically being a person who does very specific terrible things that we can all agree are fucking terrible, is not the same as the party. This is where we're at with the party.
I don't mean like everyone in the party. I'm just saying, like, this is who the party voted for. Like, this is the nominee.
Sure. Yes, that is in fact who the party voted for. Correct. Yeah. Which is also, by the way, why I think, and I know people, people.
And that's honestly one of the reasons I'm excited for the next election, because, like, there's so many different young candidates that can run that aren't going to have such a polarizing tone. So, like, while I understand, like, everyone, I think literally every single person in the United States can agree that Trump is polarizing. I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, if he says one thing, half the country's going to love it, half the country's going to hate it. And that's just what it is.
Like, how many people in your party wouldn't agree with that, though?
What'd you say?
I think you'd be surprised at how many people in the Republican Party don't agree with what you just said.
Agree with what?
That he's polarizing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't understand. Like, he just is. Like, if you have someone that's super passionate and just, like, says whatever, whenever you want to, like, it's going to be polarizing. I mean, that's just, it's simple.
I don't know if I'd call him passionate. I would call him unhinged.
I think, I don't, he might be a little, but I mean, I'm going to be honest, I think it's passion.
Look, Trump's passionate about 2 things,
but
money
and women. Who was also passionate? I can't say the name, but Schmittler.
I mean, okay, we can't do that. We can't do that.
No, I'm not calling him Schmittler. I'm saying that passion, it's passion. That's not, I don't care. But a lot of people can be passionate about terrible things. Being passionate about something isn't an excuse. You know what I'm saying? That's my point.
I'll call him Schmittler.
I wasn't saying it was an excuse. I was just saying, if someone's going to be as passionate as him and just speaks whatever comes to mind like he does, I mean, it's going to be polarizing. That's all I'm saying.
Sure, yes. I don't disagree with that. But I think it's also, I think to chalk it up to, and you're not wrong, he is passionate. But he's passionate about horrible things, right? He's passionate about his hate. He's passionate about his disdain for a lot of people. He's passionate about insulting anyone who says something he doesn't like, especially if it's about him. That's, I believe, why he insulted and started mocking that disabled reporter. He was mad because the reporter had reported on something that was like, that he didn't like. You know what I mean? So he's very passionate about stuff like that. But I think to just be like, oh, well, anytime someone's passionate and says what they think, it's going to be polarizing. I think that's a little different. I think that's a little different than, you're just, not different. I think that you are sort of putting all of this polarization onto the passion of it, rather than acknowledging that maybe he's polarizing because he says really hateful shit all the time. Also, you know what I mean? Even if he was less passionate about it, I would like to think that would still be polarizing,
I would say this. I would add more than passion. And, like, I get maybe there's certain things he's passionate about, like, winning keeps him out of prison. I mean, I'm sure he's passionate about that. But yeah. I would say it's the lack of discipline, right? The reason he just says what's on his mind is because he's not disciplined when he speaks. And you have to, when you hold political office, you have to be disciplined, right? Because it has ramifications for not just your government and the people under it, but a lot of other people. I mean, I was in office, Keegan. I used to be a mayor, and there were plenty of times I wanted to say things, and it might even have been the right thing to do, but you have to make sure that what you say and do doesn't have like negative effects on people that don't deserve it. And Trump is absolutely he's undisciplined when it comes to that, if he even cares. And another point I'd like to make, because this just came up, the mustache man came up. I think the problem is when the comparisons made between Trump or anyone and him, people always go to like 1940s Germany, because that's what we know, right? When we see documentaries, it's about World War II, and we're like, well, that's not happening here. That's not happening here. But what we're really referring to is 1930s Germany. And that's a very different situation. And if you look into the history of 1930s Germany, that's exactly what's happening here. That doesn't mean 1940s Germany comes next. It doesn't mean that happens, but it means it can. Mm-hmm. And that's the point I try to make, because just most people, unless you're really into history, you just don't know the 1930s, because it's not as like we tend to base history around wars, right? So we look at the 1940s, but 1930s is what we're talking about, because those camps, they weren't originally made for what they ended up being used for. They were put in for political opponents. And some of the same language right now, warrior board, going to purge political opponents out of the military, politicizing the military, that happened. This Department of Government Efficiency, that happened in 1930s Germany. They were called the Gestapo. That was literally what they were tasked to do. So it's not that it's happening, but the seed's been planted.
And I also want to point out, I don't know if you saw, but a whole bunch, this whole rounding up immigrants and putting them in detention centers, in order to let's avoid the camp name, right? Like they just acquired a bunch of land in Texas, it appears, to set up a special detention camp. So they're going to round up all the immigrants, according to them, and put them there while they deal with deporting. So, something that isn't talked about enough is that deportation takes a long time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
I have a buddy I grew up with. Where I grew up, played a ton of soccer growing up. Team I played with, the only no cost or very little cost soccer team in the entire town, and it was all Hispanic kids. Mm-hmm. All of them, their parents were first generation in America. One of my buddies on that team, his brother was here, work visa, wasn't working, broke the law, got deported.
If only we'd done that to Elon when he broke the law on his visa. You know that he did that, right? Elon broke his visa.
We don't deport white immigrants.
No, I have no clue.
You didn't know that? So, yeah. So, I mean, that's the funny thing is, like, we have a very visible immigrant who literally illegally worked in America when he was on, I believe, a student visa. He was illegally working and set up a company and everything. And we know that because he's talked about it. Other people have talked about it. Like, we know that he broke the law and he was here as an illegal immigrant. And yet he's not getting deported.
Yeah.
He's probably going to be one of the easiest people to deport. He's not going to get deported. But, also Melania, by the way, there's evidence of her also breaking the rules of her visa, therefore having been here illegally as an illegal immigrant.
Yeah, she stayed past it expired, and she stayed on an expired visa.
She stayed on an expired visa, which, by the way, is the majority of undocumented immigrants in this country, of illegal immigration in this country, is people staying on expired visas. So Melania Trump is the perfect example of this as well. Melania Trump, Elon Musk.
The only reason I was bringing up that point is just because I was going to say is that I understand like how long the deportation process is, because that was a whole situation that took a while.
Right. So, yeah, sorry to just sidetrack. I'm just pointing out that, like, while we're talking about this, like, because you mentioned, like, well, he broke the law and then he got deported, da-da-da. And I'm just saying, yes, he did break the law. So did Elon. So did Melania. Let's start with them because we have all the evidence we need for them. So that'll be easy. But so yeah, so they just they acquired like 1,400 acres, I believe the number was said in the chat. We can fact check that. We can look up the exact number if we want to. But
No, it's fine.
in Texas, that is going to be used for detention camps for all the suspected. Let's be clear here: suspected immigrants, undocumented immigrants. To hold them while they are processed, verified, and ultimately deported or attempted to be deported. And I say suspected immigrants because I can guarantee that there will be a lot of people picked up. Because listen, every let me put it this way: any undocumented immigrant that you pick up is going to say, no, I'm documented. I'm here legally, right? But how do you know? Do you just take them at their word? No, right? You have a suspicion of them, so you're going to pick them up, you're going to round them up, you're going to put them in your little detention camp, and you're going to eventually get to them because you're going to have thousands of them, right? If not tens of thousands of them in your detention camp. And every single one of them is saying that they are here legally, okay? So you're going to have to process them one by one. And invariably, you are going to have someone in that camp that is in fact here legally, that you just don't believe, that is going to have to prove it to you once you get around to them, okay? And I'm willing to bet to you, willing to tell you that it's going to be more than one person, okay? This country has already deported American citizens, like born and raised American citizens. This country has already fucked that up before, okay? So when we're talking about this, when we're talking also comparison of to 1930s Germany and stuff, the first roundups of, I got to be very careful about my language here, of the victims of the H, right? In the years preceding were migration roundups, right? First it was an encouragement to leave. Then it was a, forcible sort of deportation and stuff. And we are not yet to 1940s Germany, sure. But as Mayo said, we are in these early stages that are very similar to 1930s Germany. Anyway.
Okay, so you said suspected illegal immigrants. Does the specific language say they're going to detain and arrest all suspected illegal immigrants?
Well,
is that the actual language?
No, let's talk about it. Well, let's that's why I was trying to explain it, right? Okay, when you say pick up an illegal immigrant, what is that? What do you envision?
I envision some. So
let's say
I don't know if
this.
it's. I don't know if it's gotta be.
Here's the thing. I'm an immigrant to this country, right? I'm a legal one, but let's say that you have reason to suspect that I'm here illegally. Okay, that you have reason to suspect. Let's say it's my skin tone, my accent. Whatever
I wouldn't think you were here illegally because of any of those reasons.
I'm sure you wouldn't. Someone might, right? Let's say someone called you up and said, hey, she is undocumented, okay? So you come to round me up, right? I'm at work one day and you're like, all right, I have a reason to believe that you are undocumented, right? You're here illegally.
Well, what I'd do is I'd probably go to the police department and just look up your file.
When I say you, I mean in this case you are the fucking. You're gonna look up my file. That's not exactly
like if I'm a government agency.
So I ever saw a police department. What would you look up how would you look up their file in a police department?
I don't know if it'd be in a police department or what government agency it would be.
They don't have you probably don't have their social security number. How are you going to look them up?
If they're a legal immigrant?
Yeah.
Legally?
Yeah, how are you going to look them up?
If they're in the country legally?
No. I mean, how are you going to differentiate if they're illegal? If they're here, they're undocumented. Yeah. I mean, how would you prove that? And what are you going to detain them until you figure it out? See, that's what happened in the
That's the
50s with
question.
Eisenhower.
No, because if you're a
That's the
legal
question.
immigrant, you have papers and documents that an illegal
but
immigrant doesn't
you
have.
understand. Okay, but you understand. Oh my God. So okay, thank you. Right, but there's a process to verify, right? So if you pick up someone, because what do you think they're gonna do? Do you think they're gonna Google every person? Google, police Google. Do you think they're gonna go through the lists of every person? They're gonna not hear. Do you think they're going to knock on every single door, right? And say, okay, name, social security number, date of birth, right? Write it down, check it in the computer records, right? And see, okay, are you properly documented? Okay, cool. Next door, which fucking terrifying, right?
No, it's not. No, that's not at all the process. It's not going to be a door-to-door thing.
Okay, so right. Or
He said it is.
Or do you think there? Well, he did say it is at one point. Yeah, I believe that is actual.
No.
Yeah. Or do you believe that they're gonna show up to a factory, let's say, where they suspect the workers are undocumented, and round up everyone that they suspect is undocumented, like on site, and take them to go, detain them, because obviously if they're undocumented and they know that you're there rounding them up, they're gonna make their escape, right? So you got to put them in a detention facility until you figure it out, right? I mean, you with me so far? Do you disagree? This kind of sounds like the way I would do it if this was what I was doing.
I'm following you.
Do you disagree that this is? If you have a better way of doing it, let me know, because if I were in charge of doing this is how I would do it, right?
If I was in charge, I'm not going to workplaces and houses and rounding people up. That's insane.
Well, exactly.
I'm doing it based on a crime-based fact.
Okay, based on a crime. Okay, so but undocumented.
Which you can say that starts when you're here illegally. You can say that, and that's the argument.
Right. So then. So so you're going to pick people up based on a crime, and you're saying that the fact that they're here undocumented is a crime, therefore you're going to go pick up all those people, right?
But that's the thing. Like,
so how are
you don't know
going
where
to
to
pick
find
up
them.
That's exactly my point. Thank you. Yeah. So how are you going to find all these undocumented immigrants? How do you think they're going to do it? How are they going to find all of them and round them up to deport them in the first place?
I think one of the main thing is going to be through crime. It's going to be.
So hold on.
There's going to be a ton of.
So
they're going to
through
check
crime,
DUIs way more in detail.
Okay, so through crime, if someone commits a crime and it turns out that they're undocumented, they're going to get deported. That's what you're saying. That's what they're going to start doing.
They do that currently.
Exactly. So yes, so they already do that. Okay, so in that case, no change. All right. So what is Trump going to do differently?
I also think both parties agree on that, right? Both parties
agree on that. Absolutely.
They agree on getting rid of undocumented criminals.
And they already do that. So if you commit a crime and it turns out you're an undocumented immigrant, you get deported. So what is Trump talking about when he says he's going to go round up more of them, do something different than what Democrats are doing? What is what's the next thing? What's the next way of rounding them up?
I think one of the big things is going to be putting a lot more effort into rounding up drug circles.
Careful with the D word.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I forgot.
So you think, so a lot more effort rounding up. Okay, so are you suggesting right now that the police, that authorities know where all the D criminals are and have enough evidence to round them up as criminals, and they're not doing it?
I don't think it's impossible to know where they're all at. I think I think there needs to be, for this to be possible, I think a lot more funding needs to go to local and state law enforcement agencies.
Well, firstly, but I will say, state law enforcement agencies don't deport people. They're not allowed to.
No, I'm talking about like finding these, like, I can't say the word.
These or substance.
Finding those
substance criminals.
Circles, creating and distributing those products.
Sure. Okay, but I mean,
that's not happening the way you think it is. Like, I have very, very intimate knowledge on how that works, and I will say that in my term in office, I don't think at any point, at any dealing, arrest was someone that was an immigrant in any way, undocumented or otherwise. But Keegan, we can look in the past, like all those sayings, like history repeats itself, learn history, so so you don't fall into the trap. All those things, like, do you agree with those in general? I think it's pretty good advice, right?
Yep.
So Eisenhower, under the Eisenhower administration, they tried this, and they ended up deporting a whole bunch of people that weren't undocumented, that weren't here, in a way that isn't right. They were legal citizens, and they made a whole lot of mistakes, and they accidentally. Well, I'm using air quotes with accidentally. I think it was accidentally, in all fairness, but we don't know. I mean, maybe the administration accidentally did it, but I'm sure some of the people that were on the ground weren't necessarily so accidental with it. But we deported citizens, and the law that Trump pointed to in order to empower him to do this, that law states that you can deport someone that's a citizen as long as they've been here for fewer than 14 years. That's crazy, considering it takes on average 7 or 8 years for someone to even get immigration. So you're talking about someone that's lived here for 20 some years. You can just send them back wherever they came from. Mm-hmm. That's like, just look at history. Look at the Eisenhower administration and their deportation. And I'm actually like kind of a fan of how Eisenhower did things in general, right? Like, that's the unfortunate thing about our presidents, is the ones that I really admire for certain things. They always have like one thing they did that's absolutely like disgusting, like, I mean, FDR.
But hey, Mayo, at least you can acknowledge that, right? Like, you don't have to pretend that the people you like did everything perfectly, and you're able to criticize disgusting policies as disgusting policies.
And when you're in the seat, like, look, we were World War II, right? Like, I have to give some grace. What they did was awful, but everyone was absolutely frightened. We know the worst things that governments do is when everyone's scared, and that's why we have to be measured in our response, because we have to look at the mistakes that people have made in the past. I bet if FDR was alive today, he would look back on his decisions with camps, and he would be disgusted with himself. I would hope so. But we have to look at what the mistakes we made in the past and learn from them. And no one's doing that right now in the Republican Party, at least not admitting it. We've tried this and it didn't work. It was terrible. Deporting someone that's a legal citizen, that's crazy.
Right. Well, and also,
but no, I don't.
And by the way, I do want to. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. I'll let you respond. Actually, I'll be right back. You can respond. Sorry.
Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. This whole idea that they're going to go door to door and just start rounding people up, I think, is totally insane. That's not going to happen.
Well, maybe, but they're saying it. They're saying it, and we need a president that we can listen to what they say and believe it's what they mean. I think that's the problem. Look, a lot of people say Trump says a lot of things he doesn't do, and they're right. But like, that's crazy to me. And look, the worst thing for a society, an economy, for business is uncertainty, and he's the master of uncertainty. He just speaks without thinking. He says plenty of things that don't happen. I'm sure he doesn't mean half of them, but which half does he mean and which half doesn't he mean? Like, no one really knows.
The thing I do not understand, this is the one thing I don't understand, is I don't understand where all of this, these insane levels of fear come from. Like, no one's going door to door ripping you out of your house. No one's doing that. I don't know why everyone keeps saying Donald Trump said they're going to go door to door and deport them all. That I have never, ever, and I've watched every single debate there was, this election, last election, never heard him say one time, yeah, we're going to go door to door and just start deporting people.
You got to listen to the people he just appointed to do it. So look, I can't remember his name right now, but the guy that he just appointed over this. I mean, and look, the other thing that he said is that it's going to cost $88,000 per immigrant to have them deported. And it's going to cost $88 billion a year to deport 1 million, and they want to deport a total of 10 million. That's almost $1 trillion. $1 trillion to tank our economy. We need immigrants. It's going to get really ugly. You want high prices? The perfect way to increase prices permanently: deport all our immigrants and put universal tariffs in place. It's like the perfect recipe for tanking an economy.
Yeah, I really don't think that illegal immigrants are helping our economy that much. I mean,
okay,
I understand.
Well,
I understand even though they're here illegally. I understand that even though they're here illegally, many of them have jobs and they work, which Sure, it's helping the
And
economy.
they pay
but
into Social
Yep,
Security.
I understand they pay into Social Security. I'm well aware of that.
They're 17% of our GDP. Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
Yep, I know illegal immigrants
Do you know what
have
happens to a
somehow
country where
developed a place in our
17% of their
economy.
GDP
But
disappears?
okay, I have been on this live for like an hour. I haven't interrupted once. Every time I talk, I get interrupted.
I mean, okay. I don't believe that's true, but keep going.
Okay. Back to what I was saying. I understand that illegal immigrants have somehow become a substantial, I think you can call that a substantial chunk of the economy. It shouldn't be the case. With the amount of homeless veterans that we have in every single town and every single city that simply cannot get work, and they're living these terrible lives because there is at least one illegal immigrant that has a job they could be working. I think that's terrible.
So actually, so the reason illegal immigrants get hired for jobs, it's usually because the job, I mean, it's a couple of reasons, right? Often it's because they will work below minimum wage. You can get
You
away.
can't hire someone below minimum wage. That's
If
not
they
a
are
thing.
undocumented, you can. That is exactly a thing. That's exactly why immigrants are such a valuable resource to a lot of corporations and business owners. That's exactly why. An American citizen has rights that they can contact authorities about and basically, get you into a lot of legal trouble if you abuse those rights. An undocumented immigrant, not so much. They are much easier to exploit and to use for labor that is well below minimum wage. Yes, that's the entire point. That's why they get hired. Otherwise, yes, sometimes they will get hold of a social security number, right? And will work as a legal worker, in those cases, they are paying into Social Security and other benefits and taxes that they are not actually going to benefit from. So, either way, they're committing identity theft in some of them.
It's usually not the immigrants that do that, though. It's usually the corporations that are giving them the fake Social Security number. And yeah.
No, it's not right, Frabbins, but...
Okay, wait. So there was two things that
I did.
we were discussing. I responded to one. What was the other thing we were talking about?
Sorry. What was the other thing, Mayo?
Do you remember?
No, not really.
Okay. I do want to go back because I want to talk about the actual because this is one thing that people keep mistaking, right? People keep saying well, I want to talk about the logistics of this, okay? Let's be real. Even if we're saying let's only target undocumented immigrants and stuff, as if that were a good idea, right? If you really want to get rid of all the people that are paying into systems that they're not actually reaping benefits from, if you want to get rid of the people who do really, really low paid labor, which, you benefit from, unfortunately, which I agree is wrong. Let's say it was a net positive to get rid of all of them, right? Okay, so the reason I want to talk about the logistics is because it is important, right? I was asking you, how are they going to round them up, right? And we said first, okay, well, if they commit crimes, okay, we're already doing that. So then you're saying next, well, police, state and local police are going to be empowered to go more after substance gangs and round those up. Okay. As Mayo said, and I'm pretty sure he's quite accurate in this, most of those people are not, in fact, undocumented immigrants. The people who are dealing with substances and stuff. In fact, undocumented immigrants in general, but especially undocumented immigrants, if you take away the whole undocumented thing, because I know you guys want to consider that a crime in and of itself, commit crime at lower rates than American citizens. They do. They try to stay. Here's the thing. If you are at risk of being deported, if you ever get in trouble, not only are you a lot easier to hire for things like, rates below minimum wage, not only are you a lot easier to take total advantage of and exploit, you're also not going to, you're going to avoid committing a bunch of crimes and getting into trouble for something else. You're going to keep your head down as much as you can. Which also, by the way, means you are much more likely to be the target of crime because you're a great target, right? If you are afraid of going to authorities, when you are the target of a crime, you're not going to go to the authority. It's like, so undocumented immigrants, if we're just going to, round them up based on crime, already doing that. Okay. What's the next? What's Trump going to do that's different?
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I'm asking, and I was going to pull up, someone said in the chat that his Trump's borders are guy, which isn't even a fucking thing.
And keep in mind that most substances come into the country in terms of in bulk, when they're being trafficked here. Number two source is plane, and I don't mean like big commercial plane, right? I'm talking about people flying their own little planes, Cessnas, that kind of thing. But the number one's by boat. You can look at Coast Guard numbers for that. It's not just coming across it's not like a bunch of asylum seekers are packing kilos here. That's just not how that works. And a lot of it comes in from China. Like a lot of these synthetic stuff's coming from China. And which is interesting. Like one of the facts that I think is very counterintuitive that people didn't realize is when ODs peaked in this country, it was because there was actually a shortage of H. It was because of the shortage. It was because of stuff going on in Afghanistan. Because of the shortage, the synthetics were being used at a higher level, and there's a much more likely, cause of I don't know if I can say OD. I don't know if that's a TikTok word. Yeah. But there's all kinds of But the worst thing that we can do to increase that kind of stuff coming across the border is to hurt Mexico's economy, because their economy being crippled only gives more power to the organizations that are driving that stuff into our country, and that's exactly what these tariffs are going to do. We're just going to empower.
Which, by the way, I believe is part of what the Mexican president said to him in her phone call when he was like, "Oh." I think she explained to him when he was like, we're going to put a 25% tariff on everything we get from Mexico. And Mexico was like, all right, fine, we'll match whatever tariffs you slap on us. And then they had a phone call where he was like, try me. Then they had a phone call, and Mexico's president was like, okay, we talked about it. There's not going to be a tariff war, right? And then he came out, and he was like, oh, we talked about it, and I got her to agree to a bunch of my terms, or our terms, like closing the border and making sure da-da-da-da. And then she came out, and she was like, to be clear, we did not agree to close the border. I think that part of that conversation was she was probably explaining to him, like, listen, dude, if you do this, if you, not only is this bad for trade, bad for your groceries, bad for everything, but if we get into a point where our economies are suddenly crippled, that is just going to make more people flood your borders, more substances get flooded to your borders, and so by him being like, all right, maybe I won't do these tariffs, he was then gets to tell himself that oh, I stopped the people coming to the borders. That's not what fucking happened. He gets to tell himself, oh, I stopped the substances from coming in, from the southern border. That's not what happened, right? That's not, whatever. That's my theory that's part of the conversation that happened.
Here's my thought.
Second thing.
So
Keegan, the second thing that you were trying to remember earlier, I remembered it. So I just wanted to remind everybody, it was about, you're talking about veterans not being able to find jobs due to immigrants. I think that was the other thing. So if that reminds you of anything you wanted to say, I just wanted to give that to you.
Yeah, we've talked about so much since then. I don't even remember what my train of thought was.
I know. It just popped in my head, so I wanted to share it.
But yeah, before I forget this, so my thought process with the tariffs, because I know that's a really, really hot topic on both sides. I see a lot of people saying that, these tariffs are only going to hurt the consumer here in America. But I think the thing that's looked over and is not being realized is that America is one of the biggest trade partners with any given country in the world. everyone's doing business with us, that cost is not going to be allowed to get passed on to the consumer. They're not going to sacrifice
how
that.
that
They're going
works.
to. Okay.
How wouldn't get passed on? Like, what's your logic behind that? Because that's not how tariffs work at all. I mean, they're going to affect my businesses greatly.
Yeah, these come. So, let's say, for example, trying to think of someone that doesn't produce here.
A lot of people don't produce here. What do you mean?
Let's
Like our company?
go. I don't think Nvidia does, right?
They do.
They do.
Yeah.
Well, they do get some things from overseas, although they've been moving because of the CHIPS Act and stuff overseas, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, yeah.
Their most
Okay,
powerful
let me just.
chips
We'll
are
just.
made here, just so you know. Like, their most powerful ones, the ones that are being used for like AI and stuff like that, I know they're made here because we won't even allow that technology to be used in China or Taiwan. So,
But they do import, like, pieces of that components are imported that are part of that manufacturing process as well.
Yeah. So here's what I'm saying. A lot of these a lot of these manufacturers, a lot of these big businesses, they don't want the cost of business. Like because I mean, here's the thing too. Like, if it's going to be more expensive to import it and that cost is going to go to the consumer, guess what's going to happen? That creates an opportunity in the economy. Someone's going to start a business where they can make a substitute for that product in America. It's going to be cheaper. It's going to get bought in America. And if that's not what happens, it's because the companies start producing things in America. It's really that easy.
It's
not that
okay.
easy.
Yeah, it's not that easy.
It 100% is.
No,
If
it's
there
not.
is an opportunity,
Setting
if
up
there is an opportunity in the market, if there's an opportunity in the market, it will be seized.
Okay,
If
so
that's how the economy is going to work.
Okay, but you understand that startup costs are incredibly large. Developing the technology. So if NVIDIA, let's say NVIDIA, right, that has these super, I mean, there's a lot of research that goes into it. Other people are not making NVIDIA, things. NVIDIA is not allowed to even manufacture a lot of what it manufactures overseas because they don't want, Americans don't want that technology to get into the hands of foreign governments like, China and stuff, right? Do you understand that it takes a hell of a lot of, like, someone can't just decide to be NVIDIA today and develop a competing product and go into manufacturing without a hell of a lot of money, seed money, to start, right? If they could, they would do it, by the way. They would do it right now. And they would just charge, a couple bucks less than NVIDIA.
Well, they wouldn't do it right now. It wouldn't be cost effective right now.
Well, what would make it more cost effective when more things are expensive?
It wouldn't be cost effective now, but if there's a tariff and it's more expensive to get those products here and to get those components here, then that would be a case where in the long run, it would be cost effective.
But, okay, I don't think you understand what cost effective means. It is still going to cost you money. It's going to cost you millions and millions of dollars, if not hundreds of millions of dollars, to pull together a team, get, first of all, source and purchase a lot of the raw materials you need, computers and whatnot, which are about to see a huge spike in expense because those have components that are being imported at the very least, right? Let's say at the very least you need computers to start a business, okay? Even if it's not raw material. It's more cost effective to start that business where the only startup costs theoretically are computers now than it will be once the tariffs are in place. Because once the tariffs are in place, getting those computers is also going to be a lot more expensive, okay? Then, specialized equipment, machinery, blah, blah, blah. That's all going to be very expensive. Now, most of it is going to be more expensive once the tariffs are in place because all of those things are going to have, like, components that are imported, if not the thing themselves, okay? So in terms of being cost effective, it's a lot more cost effective to start that business right now than it will be when everything's more expensive. Number two, it is going to take years to develop a product like that and millions of dollars. It is not something that can just be done like, as soon as tariffs make NVIDIA more expensive, cool, now it's the best time to start up a competing business. Again, if it were that easy, someone would have done it already. Do you really believe that that every product type only has one business that does? I mean, like AMD exists, Intel exists. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was just picking an example.
Well, and there's the stuff that we can't produce here, like cobalt. But we're not going to grow bananas in the United States. We're never going to be able to grow enough of the Cavendish banana here. We're not going to grow enough avocados to meet our demand. We grow lots in Florida and California, but we still import most of them from Mexico. That's not going to help anyone. And I think the other thing people aren't thinking of is the fact that look, it's going to have a similar effect to what happened with supply lines during the pandemic. Because I think one of the big things that's getting overlooked is you're going to see industries consolidate, and there's going to be less competition because big companies with big cash pools are going to be able to weather this storm. The small businesses aren't. So you're going to have, even with temporary tariffs, you're going to have permanent price increases because there's going to be less competition in the market. And the other thing is too, lower competition, right? If you take the international competition out, it's not just in price increase because of the cost of doing business, but there's less competition. So you're going to see American companies raise prices just because they can, because they have less competition. The only good use of a tariff is to protect an emerging industry or protect an industry against the foreign industry that is being subsidized by the government or using like stolen IP. That's it. Those are the only good reasons to use a tariff ever. A tariff is just a import tax that's really a national sales tax. And we founded our country off of a 3% import tax on tea. And then Donald Trump is literally proposing the biggest tax increase in the United States history.
Sorry, I just want to clarify over the rejection of a 3% import tax on tea.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is wild to me that everyone's, all about tariff. We can look at what tariffs do, and there is a good use for it. But it's not this. This is crazy. I mean, look, just the lumber we get from Canada having a 25% tax on that. Do you know what that's going to do to housing? Like, this isn't going to be good. This is going to be nasty. And we know how home prices usually don't come down once they spike up, right? They can. That's really bad, by the way. That's terrible for the economy when house prices get. It might be good for you if you're looking for a house at that time, but overall, it's bad. This is going to be, and there are things that no one's even thinking of that's going to happen because the economies are complicated. It's not like you can't say, well, A plus B equals C. It's not like that. It's there's going to be all kinds of indirect things that no one saw coming. But what I will say, and I'll end on this because I've been flying this plane for a while. Everyone around Trump, all of his closest advisors, are trying to talk him out of tariffs. So either Trump's wrong about tariffs or everyone he surrounded himself with is. That's not good either way. Tariffs, universal tariffs are nasty. It's going to be nasty for the economy.
I mean, I predict, and someone said this in the chat as well, and we've said this, I'm pretty sure in a lot of cases he's going to try to do what he just tried to do with Mexico, where he's going to claim that he got them to agree to a bunch of things, and that's why he's not going to pass the tariffs. In reality, what's going to happen, if that is happening, like calling it now, please remember this, MAGA. When Trump starts to say that he got countries to agree to his terms, and that's why he's not putting tariffs on them, it's just, what has just happened is that it has just been explained to him that he cannot afford those tariffs, that America cannot afford those tariffs. He's not doing this as some sort of master plan for anything. No. So when he starts lying because someone has explained to him how tariffs work, if he starts saying, oh, I convinced Mexico to shut down the border, which he's already done. If he says, oh, I convinced China to stop the flow of Fent, when I convinced Russia to whatever. That's not what's happening. I know you're not going to remember this. I know you're going to act like he's a fucking genius every step of the way. But, for people who are so in love with tariffs now, remember that when he starts reneging on them, okay? Also, hold on. I really want to go back to this fucking immigration thing because I want to be clear about this situation. I'm sorry that we've kind of moved on to tariffs and stuff. If you will indulge me, I want to talk about the logistics of rounding up all of the undocumented immigrants because it is concerning because every situation is more dangerous to a hell of a lot more people than what we currently have going on. When we're talking rounding up all of the undocumented immigrants. I want to know what exactly you think is meant by that. How will they round them all up?
I don't know what he plans to do. I don't know how he's going to round them all up. All I know is he wants to get rid of the illegal immigrants.
Okay.
I have no problem with that. I would be happy if the illegal immigrants weren't here.
Sure. How is he going to find the undocumented immigrants?
I don't know. That's not my concern. I'm not running for president. I don't even know how to do that.
Okay, well, I mean, you're not concerned that either he's lying to you or his methods may be harmful?
No, methods won't be harmful. There's laws in place.
Well, how do you know that? If you don't know what the methods will be, you don't think the methods will be harmful?
I mean, there's, even if you're an illegal immigrant, there's still laws in place for unlawful search and seizure. He's not going to just go door to door and start grabbing people and ripping them out of homes. It's not how it works.
Well, except until it is how it works. Because
No,
right now they are following. Right. Okay, Keegan. I need to be clear. Right now, undocumented immigrants are eligible for expulsion, right? Under a law, like the law currently allows, the law is what it is right now, right? So when you're saying, well, there are laws in place, and so they can't just round people up, well, you want to change to the laws, it seems, right? Because what is currently the process and what are currently the processes and the laws that, permit what can and cannot be done are unsatisfactory to you. So there is going to be an inherent change to some laws and policies and practices. We can't just be like, well, they're, it's not going to happen because it's not happening now. It's not happening now because you don't like the policies in place now. Okay? So when we talk about like how they're going to round up all these undocumented immigrants, I want to know how you suggest that they're going to find all these undocumented immigrants.
Yeah, I said I don't know what the strategy is going to be. Okay. I don't know what the strategy is going to be.
Okay.
Look at history.
Have to wait and see.
Look at history. Look, it was against the law for us to round up Japanese Americans and putting them into a CC. Look at Brenna can tell you about stop and frisk. She's in where she lives. That's unconstitutional. The Patriot Act. The Fourth Amendment has been assaulted throughout the entire history of our country, including like the Sedition Act. The Sedition Act, John Adams, that might be the worst piece of legislation any president's pushed through the Congress, which allows us to arrest people for saying bad things about politicians and the government. At the end of the day, it's just words on paper. People do.
I also want to say Texas passed a law, and it's been like being battled out in court. God, I made a video about it a while back. It's Texas basically passed a law that would empower all police, all law enforcement, state, local, everything, to pick up and jail, imprison anyone that they suspected of being an illegal immigrant, right? An undocumented immigrant. Suspected being the key word. Earlier, 45 minutes ago, you asked, well, does the law say suspected? And in fact, right now, Texas is trying just that, to pass a law that empowers all law enforcement, every single type and jurisdiction, to imprison, to arrest anyone that they suspect is an undocumented immigrant. And the question there begins, how does a police officer, a local police officer, let's say, suspect that a person is an undocumented immigrant?
So I'm sure in this legislation, the suspect is defined. It gives an example of
No. It's suspect. That's kind of why it's being battled out in court. This is kind of what makes this problematic as fuck. It says suspect, okay? So I'm asking you if they have reasonable suspicion, right? Same as like stop and frisk or, bunch of things, a bunch of loopholes we've given police against unreasonable, search and seizure. We say, if they have reasonable suspicion or whatever. I'm not actually sure if it even says that, but if they suspect of someone being an undocumented immigrant, what do you think a person has to do for a police officer to believe that they're to have suspicions about their immigration status?
I would say probably, let's see. Here's an example. Probably buying a lot of stuff but not having any pay stubs come through. Where's the money coming from? They're getting paid under the table in cash.
Okay, so how is how is an officer? So if someone is buying a lot of stuff at a store,
Not just like that's going to start an investigation.
well, that's going to start an investigation. Okay, but how do you investigate someone if you don't know their name or anything like that? Because we're talking a police officer observes someone buying a lot of things at a store, and they use cash. So now the police officer says, okay, that person might be an undocumented immigrant. So
No.
now I'm going to start investigating. No? Okay.
No.
Okay, so sorry, clarify for me.
I mean, literally do anything illegal. Lack of
Okay.
identification.
Already, no. Literally do anything illegal, that doesn't count, because remember, criminals already picked up. If you're undocumented, you already get,
Okay,
I'm
sorry,
saying-
let me rephrase.
so
Literally
according-
do anything more that is illegal.
No. You are misunderstanding. The law already allows for anyone who has committed a crime, who happens to be undocumented, to then be deported. I'm saying this law that they're trying to pass right now that would allow any law enforcement officer to pick up someone that they suspect is an undocumented immigrant. How would that person suspect that a person is an undocumented immigrant?
Dude, I don't know what the cops do to figure it out. I'm not
okay.
a police officer.
Again, figure it out. That's not the standard, right? The standard is suspect. Why would a police officer suspect that someone is an undocumented immigrant?
I don't know. If you really want to know, you should probably ask a police officer.
I mean, do you really not know why a police might decide to assume or think that someone might be undocumented? Or do you really not have any ideas of what a police officer might say? I'm not saying you. Let's say, what are some things that a police officer might observe that may lead them to say, I suspect that person is an undocumented immigrant? You can't think of
I don't know. I
anything?
mean, plenty of illegal immigrants get deported. I mean, I don't know how they figure it out. They figure it out somehow.
That's not what we're talking about. Plenty of people do get deported. We're talking about people who have committed no crimes, that are not running around saying, I'm undocumented. A cop, let's say a cop observes someone crossing the street in front of them, and they're like, I suspect that person of being undocumented. What might lead them to suspect that? Come on. Okay. Are we going to pretend you genuinely can't think of anything? How about speaking
If
Spanish?
I'm just looking at someone,
How about speaking Spanish? How about he overhears them speak Spanish?
why on earth would I think if someone's
I'm not
speaking
saying
Spanish, that's an
you.
illegal immigrant?
I'm saying a cop.
Oh, so you were playing the race card. So it's a racist thing.
I'm asking you. Well, I'm asking how.
That's
you
what we're
can't
getting
giving
at.
Me, no. Well, I'm saying you can't give me any reason why a cop would suspect that someone is undocumented. You can't give me a single reason outside of they were already arrested for a separate crime and then through investigation. No. I'm saying, why would a police officer see an individual that is not committing any other crimes and suspect that they are an undocumented immigrant? Enough that this law would empower them to arrest them based on their suspicion. The law literally would empower them to arrest them and let it be figured out later out. You know what I mean? Like, they don't have to.
If that was exactly how the law was written, that would not happen. You don't arrest someone, you don't detain someone because you get a bad feeling about them.
Right, but this law
That's
would
not how it
say you
works.
can arrest them if you suspect them to be an undocumented immigrant.
If that law was passed and went through the steps it takes to pass that law, it's not just suspicion. It's not just I have a bad feeling that
that is what
person
the
is an
law
illegal
says. That
immigrant.
is what the law says.
There's absolutely no way that's exactly what the law says because it would be struck down immediately.
Well, it's being, like I have said multiple times, it is currently being battled out in court because people immediately sued to have it overturned. And it's gone back and forth through each thing, where one court said, no, it stands up. The other one said, no, it doesn't. The other one said, yeah, it's all good. So it keeps going back and forth. So,
Okay, well, if that is what it says, then if it literally says plain and simple, if you suspect that someone is an illegal immigrant, they can be detained. If that's exactly what it says, then I don't see any way that law passes.
okay. Texas lawmakers, Senate Bill 4, which allows. No, wait. Let's see. That's different, I believe. Here we go. Yeah, so it arrests suspected of here. It was passed into law. Greg Abbott signed it into law. And then it was put on hold by a court because people sued immediately. I'm trying to find the actual number. Come on, give me the number. The law says, where are we? This is just talking about like how it's a violation, blah, blah, blah. Yes, it is. The law was in effect for several hours on March 19th after the U.S. Supreme Court cleared the way. But the High Court didn't rule on the merits of the case. It instead sent the case back to the Fifth Circuit, which suspended enforcement while it considered the latest appeal. So the law signed by Abbott allows any Texas law enforcement officer, so not federal, not immigration, anything, to arrest people suspected of entering the country illegally, anywhere within Texas. So anyone suspected of entering the country illegally, that's the verbiage they use. So anyone suspected to be an undocumented immigrant.
Okay, but that's not the actual bill. That's someone reporting on the bill. I really actually, like genuinely, I would like to see the actual bill. Like the official writing.
Okay, let me see.
Because, like, I totally agree with you. If it is literally just like, I suspect that person's illegal, that opens the door for Pandora's box, essentially.
It does, doesn't it? And by the way, I'm simply using this as an example, right? Because it will be, let me see. Come on, give me the fucking number. Let me see if it is SB4. I made a video about it back last fall, I believe. And you can see me. I'm not using it as an example because it's not true. I'm just reading it out for you. Yeah, so SB4. Texas Senate Bill 4. SB4 is a controversial immigration law that gives state and local law enforcement the power to arrest and question people they suspect of entering the state illegally. Entering the state illegally also, by the way.
Sorry, if I'm on my phone on TikTok and I go on my Safari, I can't talk, I don't think, while I'm on Safari.
Okay, yeah, we can't hear you when you do it. Let me see. Let me pull up the full thing. All right, let me see if this. Oops.
Hey, Brenna, I'm gonna hop down.
Okay.
I just wanted to say hi. I've been checking out your lives lately, and I just wanted to come up and say hello. I think I hopped up when you guys were talking about who was going to be the Democratic nominee in 2028. So that's a thing. Whenever I have I can tell you what the Dem party and the current politicians are talking about now. I think actually my governor Wes Moore is going to be one of the leading candidates. Pete Buttigieg. Newsom, maybe. I think Newsom's actually a bad pick, in my opinion. I don't think he'd be good for 2028, at least as of now, right? A lot is going to change. But, and then, there's some people still talking about a second run for Kamala, but I don't think that's going to happen. So anyway, have a good night, everybody. I'll talk to you later.
Good night. Thanks for joining.
See you later.
I just started tracking.
Okay.
Actually, it's good for the algorithm if you boot me. Do you want me to let you boot me?
Okay, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for stopping by.
Kick me out of here.
Bye. Don't let the door knock you on the way out. Okay. I'm trying to find the actual. I keep just pulling up like bill analysis. All right.
And there's a section in here. Hold on one second. I gotta memorize this because I can't talk while I'm off of TikTok.
Also, hi, Andrew.
Discrimination prohibited. It says it prohibits the officer from. Hold up one second. I gotta go back and read. I already forgot. From taking into account race, ethnicity, skin color, language, when they're making that assumption.
What's that? What are you saying?
On this bill, Texas SB4,
Yeah.
there's a section prohibiting discrimination that will prohibit this officer from taking into account skin color, race, language, things of that nature.
You know, it's also enshrined in our Constitution that you're not allowed to discriminate against people for skin color, gender, stuff like that. Would you agree that discrimination still exists in this country on the basis of those things?
Yeah, 100% discrimination still exists, but it doesn't exist.
So just because a law says that it's not allowed to happen doesn't mean it's not going to happen, right?
And if it does happen, it's going to get shut down quickly.
Oh, is that what happens every time it happens? Is that what happens every time there's discrimination in this country? It gets shut down quickly?
I mean, as of the last 10 years, yeah, 100%.
No, zero,
Absolutely.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Don't make shit up, dude. Do not make shit up.
What am I making up?
You say that every instance of discrimination in this country gets shut down immediately? You really gonna fucking say that?
I mean, not every instance, but a way better job than what we used to do.
Better than we used to do is not the same as saying all or even most instances. Better than we used to. Great. We used to own slaves in this country. Yeah. We've come a long way since then. That doesn't mean.
That's not what I'm talking about. Everyone can agree that was wrong. Everyone.
That's not what I'm talking. I'm saying better than we used to is not a good enough metric.
I'm saying like I'm gonna make it like a short time frame, like 50 years. We'll say 50 years ago.
We are 50 years ago. Segregation was.
We'll say
still
even 10 years ago.
Better than we used to. Simply my point is better than we used to does not mean that the problem is solved. My point is discrimination absolutely happens in this country unchecked all the fucking time. Just because it is checked at higher rates than it was maybe 10 years ago. Maybe. Because actually, the funny thing is, instances of hate speech and racial discrimination, gender discrimination, hate crimes, and all this kind of stuff has grown ever since Trump first came into office. So actually, we are worse off than we were 10 years ago, ironically, in many ways. A bunch of DEI programs that were in place 10 years ago are now getting disbanded. Those programs were literally designed to lower discrimination when it came to hiring practices. So in fact, we're worse off now than we were 10 years ago. You want to change that metric? Sure, we're probably better off than we were 30 years ago. Definitely better off than we were 50 years ago. Better off than 10 years ago? Quite literally, no. But again, the point being, even if we were better now than we were 10 years ago, that does not mean that we can say like, oh, well, there's a law that says that the police can't discriminate based on race. Therefore, they won't. Bro, come on.
Well, and even if they do discriminate based on race, they're not going to have their job.
That's not true.
It 100% is true.
Police discriminate based on race all the fucking time. They still have their jobs.
Yeah, and guess what? The community sees it and they get them out.
If the community is also racist, no, they don't give a shit. And the community is often also racist. What are you fucking... Come on, dude. We've been having such a great chat this whole time. Stop pretending like you don't understand that racism is very much alive and well in America. And that cops are absolutely racist and do not always face consequences for their racism. Come on. You know this.
I'm speaking from personal experience.
Oh, yeah? Your personal experience is what?
So the high school I went to, right? There was this guy. He was one of the coaches for the football team. black man, really awesome guy. Unfortunately, lost his fight with depression. But anyways, there was a really bad instance of, I don't remember exactly what the scenario was. He got arrested on some total BS stuff. It was really racially driven. Took it to court. The whole thing, like the whole arrest and everything was totally unbased because it was all racially driven. So he won his case, and then that cop lost their job. So that's just one of the.
That's great. Why do you think
That's
that
one
cop?
of the personal experiences that I've seen.
Well, firstly, not a personal experience, and I suspect you are in fact palm colored.
Secondhand,
Right.
like knew him personally, talked to him every day,
Sure.
knew what was going on.
Anecdotal evidence, number one. Number two, not your personal experience, because I suspect you yourself have not been the recipient of this type of discrimination, right?
No, I haven't
Okay.
been pulled over. I don't speed.
Based on the color of your skin.
No, because I don't speed because my car insurance would be expensive as hell if I got a ticket if I was speeding under 18.
So you don't think anyone has ever pulled over for the color of their skin?
Oh, people probably are.
People are. Right. It is documented. Your anecdote first. Number one, anecdotal evidence does not count when we have data that shows absolutely there is a hell of a lot of discrimination, especially by cops in this country. Okay, number one, anecdotal evidence. So great that it worked out for your teacher. But there's a reason that cop thought he would get away with it in the first place, and that's because he's most likely either gotten away with it himself before or someone around him has. Okay, number two. What I'm trying to get at is that it's not your personal experience. You personally have not been on the receiving end of discrimination based on the color of your skin. You have not been pulled over because of the color of your skin, because you yourself are, I suspect, you look similar to me. Correct?
Yeah, when I'm saying personal experience, that if that's the wrong term, you understand what I'm trying to say. I mean, I don't know why you took my personal experience so literally. I was just saying like a personal thing that I have.
Okay. Your word, because I think it's important to point out that your anecdotal evidence and your experience of racism as a Caucasian man in this country is absolutely not representative of, like, you understand that you as a Caucasian cannot speak on the average experience of racism in this country, correct? You understand that?
Sure.
Just like you cannot speak to experiences a woman in this country, right? Like you can't be like, well, as my, personal experience with, misogyny, I as a woman, experienced this, right? Like you understand you cannot say that, right?
Well, no, not a woman, so.
Right. Exactly. And you are also, I suspect, this is what I was asking earlier, you have the same complexion as me, right? Close to it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So your experiences are not representative of the average experiences of racial discrimination in this country, because you yourself have the complexion of a piece of paper, right? You are not the target of most racism in this country. You understand that?
Right?
Okay, so your experience is not
on that point.
Right. But so that's what I'm just trying to get you to understand. Your experience with racism in America is not, first of all, it is anecdotal, and we have plenty of data, right? But I'm just trying to make another point. I know you're annoyed that I'm trying to harp on this, but I believe it's an important point to make. You personally do not and will not ever have personal experience that is reflective of being the average victim of racism in this country, okay? Like you simply won't. I'm sorry, I guess. I know it. I'm saying it that way because, congratulations. You know what I mean? You will not be pulled over because of the color of your skin. You will not fear for your life because of the color of your skin. You will not have to fight a bogus charge from a racist cop because of the color of your skin. That's not to say that you will never fight a bogus charge from a racist cop, but it just won't be because of the color of your skin. You understand what I'm saying? I just really, really want to focus on that for a moment and make sure that is very clear. Okay. That aside,
Brenna, whenever you get a second,
yes.
Andrew really wanted you to look at that Veil of Darkness study.
Oh yeah. Okay. Thank you, Andrew. Sorry, I got a little distracted. So there is data that shows that discrimination, racism happens in this country. We're getting sidetracked. I just wanted you to. So the point is, you are saying that this law, because this law says, hey, cops, this law is not allowed to be implemented because of racism. Cops are not allowed to be racist while implementing this law. You're saying, well, see, there you go. They won't be racist with it. Can we act as though we understand that that's not how things work in this country? Please just do me.
Can we act as that? What? Sorry, I totally just lost you. What did you say?
I'm saying, you are saying, the whole reason we got sidetracked down this thing is you said, okay, this law that I'm using as an example, okay? We're like 3 steps removed from the main point of this, but we're going to get back there. We're going to step back up. This law that I'm trying to use as an example, you said, well, in the law, it says that cops are not allowed to discriminate against people because of their skin color and stuff. And so you're like, so therefore, they can't use this law in any sort of racist way, right? And I'm saying, you and I understand that that is not true. That just because the law says like, but don't be racist with it, that doesn't mean that cops will not be racist with it.
Right. You're saying like it's we see it happen.
We see it happen all the time. Yes.
And this is one of the things I want to happen. I want to see the whole system cleaned up, honestly.
Great. We agree.
Clean it up, all of it.
Great. So, love it. So, we agree. Okay, yeah, study. So, Andrew, great study. Andrew, thank you.
We agree. Fist bump.
Andrew just wanted us to pull up this study. I'm just gonna, because he was in the chat. So he said, so the Veil of Darkness studies showed that black drivers get pulled over by police less at night when their race is obscured by, quote, Veil of Darkness, Stanford study finds. So basically, yeah, people do get pulled over based on their race all the time in America. And when black men, when it is less obvious what their race is to police, they are pulled over less often. So just clearly, it is rampant. It is common. This study is from 2020. It's not that long ago. Okay. Thank you, Andrew. That is a great study. I'm gonna save that.
Yeah, and shouldn't happen.
And what?
Shouldn't happen.
Shouldn't happen.
Get them all out
Great.
of there.
Okay, cool. So now let's take one.
It's
step
not
back.
helpful for the community. I don't want my tax dollars going towards someone being racist.
Agreed.
Get it out.
Okay, but the fact of the matter is, they are. Okay. So stop spamming. Can we block the spammer, please? Stop the spammer, dude. Oh my God, you're back, Jesus? Dude, stop spamming. We don't allow spamming in here. Sorry. Okay, so yeah, stop and frisk we talked about. What should happen and what does happen are not the same. Agreed. And here's the thing. Most people would say, yeah, I would totally agree that we don't want racism in our cops. Okay. The fact of the matter is, you understand that, yes, police do act in racist ways. They do enact racism, right? I'm just trying to avoid saying, like, you understand that cops are often racist, because that's what gets people in a bunch, right? Like panties in a bunch. Cops often will enact racism, will behave in racist manners, right? We know this. This is documented. Okay? So that's not what we're talking about, Exennial. That's not. You guys are 5 steps removed. Okay. So this law. So to say that this law, because it says you can't be racist with it, doesn't mean it's not going to be used in a racist way. Okay? This law empowers all police in Texas to basically arrest anyone that they suspect of having entered the state illegally. Also, entered the state illegally is very interesting verbiage, because technically the crime of entering, the U.S. illegally is a federal crime. It's about entering the U.S., not a state. In fact, it is part of like U.S. laws. Like, it was agreed that like free travel between states would be like a fucking thing. But this would also, by the way, affect likely affect women's rights in terms of traveling for abortion care, but that's a whole other thing. Okay. So this law, as an example, I have showed you, would empower all law enforcement to pick up people that they suspect of being undocumented immigrants, right? Police themselves cannot really, like, are not very good at checking immigration status. They're not really, like, able to do that, because a lot of times you need to, like, you need, deep fucking documentation. Let's say you pick up a kid, or a teenager, right? They don't have an ID. So, for example, I don't have a driver's license. I've never had a driver's license in this country because I don't drive. It terrifies me. Someday soon. Knock on wood. But, yeah, I have had state IDs a couple of times. I've had permits. I currently have a very expired permit that I use as my, ID, but it's not technically, because it's expired, I'm not technically supposed to use it, whatever. Da-da-da. My point being, it's very easy for someone to go through life without having, like, a driver's license, right? So if I were picked up randomly, I don't carry my wallet with me 99% of the time, too, because I use Apple Pay. So I don't have an ID on me most of the time. If I were picked up and someone said, I suspect you of being an illegal immigrant, because technically I am an immigrant, right? An undocumented immigrant. I would have a very difficult time proving that, especially like when put on the spot, right? I could be like, no, I swear to God, I'm a citizen. I can give you my like social security number, but without documentation, that can easily be my identity has also been stolen, by the way. And so anyone could technically give my name. They don't know if I stole my ID or if someone else did, right? So I can say, this is who I am. This is my EIN, or my, whatchamacallit, my, you know what I'm saying, my SSN. They could take my word for it. They're not going to take my word for it, because they suspect me of whatever. So what can I do next? I could produce maybe like a passport, right? Luckily, I personally do have a passport. I renewed them recently-ish, because I had to, because of emergency travel, but that was also expired for a while. So, for a while I didn't have like a passport. Also, I don't carry my passport around with me. Or I could show a birth certificate, right? But my birth certificate is in Spain, because, again, I was not born in this country. Long story short, if I was arrested, I would have to convince them, no, I am a citizen. Please come with me and help, like, to look for documentation, right? If they were in the mood to do it. But if I didn't have documentation readily on hand, which often I do not, I would have to be like, well, no, I can produce some documents, but I have to like call some people and right? And they'd be like, yeah, I'm sure you do. They're not going to let me go, right? We know that, because they're going to be like, well, if we just let you go, you could just disappear into the night and then, pop up somewhere else, obviously. They're going to take me to jail. They're going to be like, look, you're going to get a lawyer to like fight your case, right? And then we'll process you. And if you have those papers and you can prove it, blah, 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 whatever. But in the meantime, they're not going to want to let me go, because that's the whole thing they say, right? If you let them go, then they're going to escape, right? So they're going to put me into a detention center, probably specifically for suspected undocumented immigrants. And they're going to set me up with a lawyer eventually. This, by the way, more costs to the taxpayer. That lawyer, who's probably going to be serving hundreds, if not thousands, of other suspected undocumented migrants in this facility that I'm at, is going to have to call the people I tell them to call, arrange for the photocopies of the documents they need to arrange, It's going to be a fucking shit show, right? And that is assuming that they even have, like, that could take easily months, if not years, if that person is dealing with multiple different cases and migrants and stuff like that, right?
Yeah. Okay.
That
Hold on one
has to
second.
then, I then have to prove this
Yeah.
to a judge to be let go, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, my point is, we're talking about how easy it would be to pick up someone who is in this country legally that has to prove that they're here legally when they are operating from a detention center that they have been taken to. Because the whole thing is they're not going to let these suspected undocumented immigrants go to find their papers and documentation and stuff, right? Like, maybe they'll let you call someone to, like, maybe bring some documents or something like that, right? Like, it's, if you're lucky. I have a boyfriend now, but let's say we broke up. I would not have anyone really to call to, like, let themselves into my apartment to look through my documents. Like, they don't have, no one else has a fucking key. What are they going to do? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it would be really fucking difficult.
I understand. This is like, oh my gosh, this has been like a 5-minute hypothetical situation.
Right.
Like, it's so hypothetical.
Well, it's hypothetical, except history.
If someone doesn't have this identification that you would need to present if you are in the event that you get pulled over,
driver's license,
they can look you up by name.
Right, but you understand.
And if nothing comes back for you, that's a little strange. Come back, hey, are you lying to me? Is that your actual name?
Okay, you understand that a lot of undocumented migrants use assumed identities, right? With, like, that's the reason I bring up my ID was stolen. My identity was stolen by an undocumented immigrant at one point and used. So if they were to look me up, they would not know if I was the person who stole my identity or that other person. If I had no documentation proving it either way.
You had credit cards in your name?
Mm-hmm.
Were those all stolen?
Well, they made accounts in my name.
But the ones that were physically, like, in your wallet, on the app in your phone, were those all stolen?
No, not physically stolen. No, do you understand?
Did you have literally anything else with your name on it?
Yes, but okay, but you understand. Okay, but you understand that the person who stole my identity was also able to open accounts and have cards in my name.
That date,
right?
On that date, did you have anything from before the day your identity was stolen with your name on it? Yes, I'm assuming you did.
Right. Okay, but you understand. What do you mean on what date? On what date?
So let's say your account gets stolen February 23rd. Mm-hmm. Okay, all these new, like, credit card accounts are made under your name after that, but you have stuff in your name from way before that happened.
Well, okay,
so clearly this is you.
Until my identity got stolen, and then I had to get new everything and shut down all my credit and da-da-da, right? Everything is actually from after when my identity got stolen, right? Great question.
Yeah, you were talking about like how you prove it's you.
Okay, right. And so I'm saying my identity was once stolen by an undocumented immigrant.
And how'd you prove it was you?
Well, I didn't have to prove it was me. I just fucking alerted the police because I wasn't picked up on suspected illegal, anything.
So
what do you mean? I didn't have to prove to anyone I was me.
Okay.
I'm saying if I got picked up and they looked me up and all I had was my name and my social security number, date of birth, whatever information, and I had maybe even if I had a credit card on me, if they looked me up, they would see that my identity has been stolen by an undocumented immigrant at one point. How would they know that I am not the undocumented immigrant who stole it in the first place?
I am going to be honest. There's absolutely no way that it also doesn't tell them. No, you're not even listening. You're not even letting me finish. There's absolutely no way it wouldn't tell them that the issue's been resolved and everything is all good and you're actually you and you're not someone else posing as you. Like, that's just dumb. That's not how that works. This person's identity was stolen 5 years ago, so don't trust anything this person says. Are you kidding me? Absolutely not.
It means that my identity is compromised. Yeah, that's why I have to keep my credit on lock. Absolutely. But are you I don't think you know how identity theft works, dude. It fucks you over for life. The identity is, like, compromised. It is very easy That's why I have to have shit on lock, and it can fuck you over for a really fucking long time.
All right.
So you didn't have to prove. You guys are not understanding the situation we're talking about, guys.
All right. Hold up. Before we get into another segment, it's damn near 4 a.m. I gotta hop off here.
Okay. All right. My point is, the thing I'm trying to illustrate is there are going to be people very easily rounded up with these. When you say, okay, we're building a detention camp for undocumented immigrants, there are going to be, the whole thing is, if the government could easily find undocumented immigrants and just pick them up and deport them, it would be doing that already, right? And in fact, it still tries to do that. It does. Like that. What do you fucking think, ICE does and stuff like that? They do that. So when we're talking about ramping it up and somehow rounding up even more people to put them into these very, very large, detention camps that they are currently building, very large, 1,400 acres, right? Who are those people? What are they envisioning? Like, what's going to change? To me, that signals the goal is they're going to lower the burden of proof required to first pick people up, to, put them into jail, whatever, this complex, that they are then going to check. Yes, they will process everyone, right? They'll process everyone to make sure that they're not, whatever. That's going to take for fucking ever, because it always takes forever. There are going to be people that they pick up that are going to be legal citizens or legal immigrants. There's going to be all sorts of people picked up that are going to have to go through the same process as all the undocumented immigrants to prove themselves as actually a documented legal person existing in the United States. That is just the fact that you can't do this. You can't expand the current process without ending up with something like that. At least not in the way that they are suggesting. That's the point.
All right. Gotta figure it out. It's gotta get cleaned up. Everything's gotta get cleaned up. I think we can both agree with that.
Cleaned up. I mean, yeah, I think this country should be cleaned
100%.
up from bigots. Yeah, I think we should absolutely clean this country of bigots. Yeah.
Just everything. Gotta fix it.
Gotta fix the country of MAGA. I agree. Let's fix it.
Okay. I was trying to finish on a nice, respectful note. I'm just saying, get rid of the racism and shit.
Wait, you want to get rid of migrants in order to get rid of racism?
When the hell did I say I want to get rid of migrants?
I mean, we're talking right now about deportation. We're talking about deportation.
Illegal
and you're saying
immigrants.
we need to clean it up. We want to clean it up. Okay.
When I said clean it up, I'm talking about clean up the racism.
Oh, okay. Great. I agree. We should clean up the racism, which is exactly what I was saying. We should clean up the bigotry.
Yes,
I agree.
That's what I'm,
yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
All right. Awesome. So I need to get better at debating, because I have so many things I want to say, but I just can't say it because I'm not a debater yet. I think this is the first time I've really sat and talked about politics with someone I disagreed with for longer than 5 minutes.
Welcome. That's kind of what we do here.
So, yeah, I got to figure out your tactics.
My tactics are literally just fucking fact checking, dude. I'm not tricking you into anything. You know what I mean? I am hearing you out, and I do try to go point by point so that it's not like insurmountable stuff usually. But we check facts here. That's mainly what we do. We fact check and we go step by step, point by point when someone, seems to have a completely different idea of what's happening and whatnot. There's no tricks here. It's all you can look up everything we said on here.
I will say I was having a hard time because I felt like we jumped topic to topic so quick.
Yes.
And it's so like I can't figure out what we're talking about. We keep jumping around so fast.
That's why I try to say that is why I try to go point by point when stuff starts getting like a little bit, bigger out of, larger in scope, but yeah.
All right. Well, have a great night, everybody.
Thank you. You too. Oh, let me boot you because apparently that's
what
I'm supposed to do. All right.
Boost the algorithm.
Bye-bye. We got some more guests. How you doing, God?
I'm still here.
Yeah? Are you fucking exhausted?
I am tired. I was just Googling stuff. What does he mean, Googling stuff? I hadn't Googled it. Some people just get so triggered.
Some people People do get
from
triggered.
nothing.
Did you?
And what's wrong with Googling stuff? What's wrong with having the correct information?
Yeah, it's funny. The other day I was thinking about it, and I wish I'd addressed it in the moment more. I forget if you were on here, but someone, yeah, I think you were. I went to, someone was like, go look it up. Oh, they were like, what's a, God, what was it? What's a bronze star? What's a bronze star? And I was like, I don't know. Off the top of my head, I don't know. And they were like, look it up, look it up. And I was like, okay. And they started talking, and I turned, and he was like, oh, you're typing on a computer. I see you. And I was like, yeah. Like, what do you mean? Like, you told me to look something up. Go look it up. And I wish I had, like, addressed it, but I let him get so fucking heated that I was, like, trying to just, like, get him to calm the fuck down. But I wish I had been like, this is literally what we do here. Like, I wish I had given it a little bit more space to be like, hey, it's okay to look things up. In fact, I encourage it. You should absolutely look things up and verify.
Yeah,
and remember, you got it right. You know, all this kind of stuff.
It's always a good idea to learn new stuff that you don't know. If you don't know, look it up.
Exactly. And just, like, fact check your memory, too. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that.
Who's this
I do
person? Why do you
need
keep
to-
stop spamming? What is your solution to what? Stop spamming. Okay. All right. I told you to stop spamming. Goodbye. I don't even know what you're asking about. Thank you, Tarani. By the way, find me elsewhere, guys. December 6th, we're going to have a ruling on this vertical app. Please consider finding me elsewhere. Also, please, consider helping me reach my goal. Did my goal expire? My goal probably expired. Thank you all. Thank you for being such a great chat tonight and stuff. Thank you, Josh. Oh, I appreciate it. We fact check here. Soon we're gonna have merch. Ignore the pie juice that's stained mine. I was baking pies the other night with this on. This is my upcoming merch. We fact check here. Anyway, please consider finding me elsewhere just in case things don't go the way we hope they do. Okay, let me also just refresh the live goal because I keep forgetting to do that. It's not new goal. Oh, it's not achieved. Yeah. Whoops. Let them cook. And we'll do a little dance if we get it. It is going to be a tough 4 years. It's going to be tough probably longer than that. I'm hoping in 2 years we have some sort of reckoning, but good night. What does it say? It says we fact check here. I need to ask Straight Edge to make me one that's backwards. It's mirrored. A shout out. I don't know. I don't want to vouch for someone. You can come up here if you want to have a chat, but I'm not gonna vouch for someone I don't know. Sorry. Hi. Exennial.
Hi.
Or Zenial. How should we pronounce that? Exennial.
Xennial. I'm like a early millennial. I'm a Xennial.
Yeah. Right. You're a cusper. A cusper.
Yeah, I'm right on the edge there.
Right. Sorry, I'm kind of hungry. I kind of want to just grab a quick snack if you want to start off by maybe chatting with God, if God is down for that.
Yeah, what you got going on, buddy?
Thank you.
I'm down. What should we chat about?
I don't know. Whatever you want to chat about.
What's going on?
What's going on with me? Not much. Perhaps too much. Oh, we lost you there for a second. Now you're back, I think.
Yeah, so I don't know what you guys were talking about earlier. I just kind of jumped on when talking about that Texas law.
Oh, we get into just about everything around here.
Yeah, that's good. I do a lot of reading, so I got a little bit of knowledge on everything.
Same. That's what I do. A little bit of reading.
I like my Flipboard. I'll get stuff from everywhere.
Yeah.
No.
It's a good idea to learn something new every day. That's my goal.
Yeah, if it's not TikTok, I'm on Flipboard reading. But I don't like the opinionated shows or whatever you got.
Yeah.
entertainment value only.
Well, this is sort of entertainment value.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of times people just don't want to learn.
Yeah, I like learning.
And then we just keep on for the lols, for the LOLs.
Oh, yeah. We just need to come around more often, though. So, I need some guidance here. This is my first time I've ever been on live.
First time being on live. Will you just come up with tell us what you want to talk about? What you're interested in? What you got? What you see in the news you want to discuss or anything?
Well, I saw something about Mexico, and the mega supporters are talking about invading Mexico if that president doesn't follow Trump's guidelines or whatever. Nonsense.
Wait,
I don't know. I think we're in for some scary times.
What are you saying?
Did you hear about Mexico? You know how the president of Mexico wasn't really falling in line with Trump's tariffs and basically wanted to fight back on it.
Yeah.
So then you got the mega crowd, basically scapegoating Mexico now. And that's their new deal. So they're gonna start blaming Mexico for all our woes. When we're responsible for all their woes.
I mean, they kind of have been for a while. There's not.
No, Mexico directly instead of just illegal immigrants, which I don't know. I feel like we're responsible for all their woes down there.
Sorry, I'm just answering questions while you speak.
It's all good.
Yeah, they have not requested, Vinny. James has been for a while.
Oh, hey, what's up?
Nothing much. What's going on?
Oh, nothing much. I was hoping to come on earlier when you had that other guy up here.
Sorry. What would you like to talk about? I don't see your request in the queue, dude.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that when y'all were talking about cops, that just like on a basic level, even if all the cops were nice, whatever, just on a basic level, because of the 13th Amendment, only banning slavery, except in cases of judicial punishment. I'm of the opinion that the prison system is an extension of slavery. And so if you're one of the people they're putting people into that system, I don't care if you're nice or whatever, that's racist.
I heard something in Australia where how they sought applicants for their police force was different than how we do here. So their police force is a lot more tame because it attracts a different group of individuals. Mm-hmm. It's all about how you put the job openings or list them. If you got like a tank, like we're going to get the bad guys, you're going to get a bunch of guys that, basically authoritarian figures. And you got where Australia had like a commercial where a cop was chasing somebody a purse or something, ended up being some dog that took it. And, I got back from the dog, and basically the moral of that story was they get a whole different group of their type of people in their police force compared to us.
Yeah, that is a good point also. Yeah, I mean, because training definitely has an effect, obviously. Hold on.
Well, their training's messed up too. I've seen some of the stuff they got going on there. Those training seminars they go to.
Yeah.
But what my point is mass incarceration is obviously a thing here, and black people are way, way overrepresented in the prison. Sorry, ADHD brain.
Oh,
In the
you're
prison
good.
population, they're way overrepresented in the prison population, and there's corporations still to this day that are benefiting from free labor from the prisons.
The prison system shouldn't be privatized. That's the problem. It should be government run. So there's no profit intention there.
But even the state prisons are doing things like making license plates and
Yeah,
things like that.
yeah. I agree with there.
Sorry, I just wanted to address the people. Someone in the comment. I know this is a little bit side note. Yeah, Truthful Neutral has not requested. I can prove it right now. Here's the current list of requests. Can y'all see that? I should do this more often.
Yes, we can see that.
There, you can see that, right? Look, it's us. Okay. Sorry, I just wanted to share. We can call you on your bullshit. I just wanted to fact check, I guess. Okay.
Yeah, that's fact checking.
Okay. Bye.
I just like to respond to James Bont down there saying they are also in basketball. What's your point? I'm wondering if the point that you're making is if black people are inherently criminal.
They're in poverty more. They tend to have to live that life. So they're more subject to law enforcement's actions, maybe. Just because of their situation.
Not maybe. That's the way it is.
Yeah.
I don't think you guys are disagreeing with each other on this.
Yeah, where I am, you look at the jail roster, it's all white people. It's the community that they're in, and
Yes, poverty is directly linked to crime. Yeah.
yeah, that's why if you cut, benefits, that's just going to lead to more crime. Person needs to eat.
Yeah. That is a good point. What would you?
And plus, if you have things like stop and frisk, where I think it was like 87% of the people that were stopped and frisked were people of Latin descent or black.
There's definitely some racial profiling going on there, but where stop and frisk is their population mostly black and Hispanic or minorities?
No, I'm talking about, this is New York City.
I don't know the population demographics, so.
Okay, but the weird thing was when I was looking at these statistics is that of the white people that were stopped and frisked, they had contraband on them more than the others. So even though there was more black and brown people that were arrested, that was just because that they were the ones stopped 87% of the time. Of the white people that were stopped, a greater percentage of them were arrested.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if that has to do with the, if it's happening in predominantly African American community, and you get a white person there. We don't tend to mix, like you get people from my community, they go to the cities to get their stuff, basically. So maybe they're just picking up on, I think we all commit crimes equally, doesn't matter the race. It just kind of happens to be a situation.
Right. No, I totally agree.
All right. Yeah, I think you guys are agreeing with each other, which is great. We can keep going back and forth, trading facts that we all are on board with. But Ding,
We
big
need some entertainment.
Bellinis.
How about DEI? No, I probably got a different view on that. I'm against that.
Why is that?
Why?
Well, because I do think it should be based off of ability.
Well, it
But
is, though.
it should be, people shouldn't be discriminated against at the same time. There should be no discrimination, but no quotas either. But I understand that may be hard to achieve, but it's not a perfect world.
Right, but what you understand, the thing is, things like DEI, people seem to equate DEI to not being based on ability. Is there any reason you think that if a woman of color were hired for a job, if there are 10 jobs in a company, right? Let's say that they're all the same position, right? 10 jobs. And the company decided to say, okay, at least one of those positions has to be filled by a woman of color, right?
That's a quota. That's setting up, and that's basically
right. Yes, correct.
That's
That is
unfair
exactly why.
advantage.
That's exactly why I'm putting this. Why I'm raising this
Okay,
as a
yeah, I
hypothetical.
was-
Thank you. What makes you think that that woman is not able to do the job that she's hired for?
Well, I'm not saying that she's not, but at the same time, is she as qualified as every other individual? Not saying she's not qualified, but is she
Well,
as qualified?
Yes. What if I'm to tell you? So what if I?
Equal?
Yes.
Then I guess it's I guess up to the business if they want to have a diverse workforce. That's the businesses. In public institutions, I could see that, and I guess DEI doesn't really.
You don't think private corporations should be allowed, private companies and stuff should be allowed to implement DEI?
I think private companies should be able to do whatever they want to do.
Okay, so
because it's their business. And, if they want to not serve a gay person because they're gay, that's their right. Because it's just bad business. It's just bad business.
Okay, but so you think a business should be allowed to discriminate against someone based on their sexuality?
Only
right?
if it's private business.
Okay, but what if? Business. Okay, a private business, which is most business, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
But you don't think that business should choose to hire women of color over white men?
If they want to.
Okay, but you have a problem with private businesses implementing DEI programs in their companies.
If they implement it themselves, no problem. It's their choice. But if it's mandated, I think that's where people don't like. They don't like the having the government tell them what they have to do. That's where people get confused. They think that DEIs might be like.
Okay, do you think it should be okay for a company to only hire white people because they don't like people of color?
If they're private and private owners, that's up to them. That's their deal.
Okay. So that's actually
get,
illegal. So that's illegal because we have laws in the United States about discriminating against
people.
Well,
what if they're not? What if they're not discriminated? They're all equally qualified, and they just happen to hire.
No. I'm saying okay. Well, that's not what I asked, right? I asked, should a company be allowed to only hire white people because they don't want any non-white people working?
Okay, I guess hiring and serving are two different things. So, I can see where you're going there, but I still believe that private companies should be able to do what they want to do.
Okay, so do you think someone should be allowed to? Do you think a company should be allowed to say we don't serve people of color in this establishment?
I think a private company shouldn't, say they hired somebody and all of a sudden they learn that person is gay. They can't fire that person because they're all of a sudden learn they're gay. Mm-hmm. That'd be, one thing. I don't think it should be
but you think it's okay for them to not serve that person just because they are?
Yeah, it's bad business. I just see it as bad business. So yeah, that's their right to be bad business.
Okay, I mean, spoiler alert, it's also illegal. But you don't think?
Well, didn't the Supreme Court have the thing with that gay wedding or something?
So it's in very specific cases that you can discriminate against something like that. And that is if the requirement is like it's like a free speech thing, right? So like if you are making a cake that says like, oh, yay, that, you know, same-sex wedding, da da da, and you don't believe in that, then technically you yourself, you cannot be compelled to do something like that, right? However, if a gay couple walks into your restaurant and just wants to sit at a table and order coffee, cake, whatever, you can't turn them away because
Well, why do you know they're gay? How do you know they're you know if they coming out and say, "Oh, I'm gay"? No, it's private.
sure.
It's private deal.
Okay,
you
but
know?
what if they sure, but let's say they come in and they're holding hands, they're a same-sex couple, whatever. Let's say you know that they're gay, right? You are not allowed to deny them service just because they're gay. You know that, right? Well, now you know that.
because they're protected class.
Exactly.
This is a wild take. So you want to roll back everything that they accomplished with the civil rights movement?
No, I believe that, you know, like public and private are two different, you know, deals. Like the problem you see in, you know, out of red areas is they see government encroachment on their, you know, rights. I'm not saying anybody should force their rights on another or their values on another person. That's what the right seems to do, you know, at the same time as, well, everybody tries to do that, but
Okay, well, but right now I'm just trying to dial in where you think the line is, right? So I'm asking, like, if a gay couple walks into a restaurant and asks to be seated, and
I think they should be seated. I don't think they should be discriminated, you know, served that, you know,
okay.
but if like, you know, wedding planner, you know, doesn't want to.
And legally, that's what the law says as well. But in most cases, you are not being forced to say something specifically that's like against your beliefs or whatever. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
also, by the way, like if a gay couple were to ask for like a birthday cake and stuff, my understanding is that they would not be able to deny them a birthday cake just because they're gay.
Yeah,
Like
I don't see that. As
they can just not be compelled to do something. Yeah.
That
You
doesn't
understand what I'm
affect the person that's making that birthday cake at all, because it has no, you know, doesn't go against their values to make a birthday cake. You know, it's
Right. Exactly.
one thing. You know.
So okay.
So yeah, I believed, you know, when the gay marriage thing was going on, I believe that the government should get out of the marriage business and just provide civil unions to everybody, and let churches provide marriage certificates to couples that they want to. You know,
I mean, churches are allowed to issue marriage certificates if they want.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, you know, the government should everybody should get a civil union from the government. You know, straight, gay. You know, the government shouldn't, you know, mess with marriages. They're just civil unions.
I mean, well, you just want it to be called something else. Okay. Well,
Marriages aren't inherently just a Christian thing,
you know,
either.
It takes away the argument for the people that are against gay marriage, because if you're not, you know, going against their values or going against their religion, then what's the argument?
Sorry, my computer just ran out of battery. I'm still here. Keep talking. Well,
So is your argument that only Christian God believers should be allowed to get married and everybody else should settle for something else or something?
That's also give everybody civil unions, get government out of business marriage, you know, business of marriage, and, you know, let them have their marriage. Who cares?
okay, but
If the government's treating everybody equally.
But what if those other two? What if those people who are wanting to get married are religious and they want a religious wedding?
Then they can find a church that will, you know, give them a marriage certificate. That's, you know, I'm not saying that you can't regulate what churches do. So, you know, there's churches that support gay people and have gay pastors and all that good jazz. But you take the government out of the marriage business, that just takes away the teeth or the argument that these religious conservatives have, you know, and treat everybody equally.
See, the way I see what's happening here, it's not the government. It's not really the government. It's the churches getting into the marriage business, of where the government they don't care. The government doesn't care who gets married. It's the churches that care.
Yeah, so, you know, basically marriage has always been religious based, right?
There are non-religious people that also have
I
been
mean,
getting married forever.
historically, like, it's like when you think of a marriage, you think of a pastor performing the marriage rites. It's been like that for as long as marriage has been around until recently, and then I'm just trying to I'm trying to find a path for everybody, so nobody's getting their toe stepped on, and you take away the argument. And
Marriage has been around since before Christianity was invented.
Judaism, so Jews got married, and then they also had
before that even.
When
I mean, they don't own that thing.
Like Christianity did not invent
Judaism. Christianity didn't invent it. It's not patented to them or nothing like that.
So I'm just curious, just like, where's the line with you? Because you think that companies should be able to do what they want in regards to DEI, but what are you saying? Screw what the individual wants?
Individuals own companies. There's going to be different. There's going to be plenty of companies. That where people if companies like discriminate against other a group of people, and people don't like that, they're going to take their business elsewhere. So it's just bad business. That's why you see most businesses being for open to inclusion, because it's good business. If we live in capitalistic
historically, and the reason for DEI was because that happened everywhere, and black people weren't allowed to do most things because of this.
Right.
Well, I also before we even get off that because we're talking about in the context of DEI, you are against DEI in general, but no one is forced. What's that?
So DEI and equality are kind of a different.
DEI is diversity, equality, or equity and inclusion.
Yeah, and that's basically a hiring practice. Whereas, when you had whites and blacks separated things, that was discrimination.
That was
so one's a quota, one's discrimination.
Okay, but you believe that private companies should be allowed to hire have quotas if they want, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so DEI is only implemented. DEI is only implemented by companies that want to implement it. That is entirely their choice. So private companies who want to have DEI initiatives do so. So you have no problem with DEI then.
So what about public universities, or there's a lot of. See, I'm just looking at it from where people are getting all bent out of shape over it, because they don't see it that way. They see it as government forcing things upon them, and they don't like that, and that's all they see.
But the government isn't forcing it on anyone.
They don't see that though.
Okay, but but that is their mistake. People
that's their mistake, but we want to fix the system. We got so kind of people are so crazy. It's just it's hard to have one way and be okay. Nobody's gonna be okay with anything.
Right. Correct. But so the point is though, you say you want to fix the system. Okay, DEI is one approach that private companies are choosing to take. No company is forced to have DEI initiatives, anything like that. The companies that do have it do so because they choose to, which, we can say free market or not, right? Some of them thought, hey, they will benefit from having DEI. By the way, studies show that that companies with with at least 30% female hires in leadership perform better, are more successful than companies with fewer women, especially in leadership. So it makes sense for companies to want to have and include like initiatives for diversity and stuff when the studies show that they actually benefit from them. Just, simple as that. No one is being forced, and you're saying, well, okay, but some people think that they're being forced and we want to fix the system. Okay. The DEI is an attempt at fixing part of the system, right? People not knowing how DEI works, or people thinking that the government is forcing companies to have like DEI and stuff, it doesn't make DEI bad or
How
wrong.
do we fix that then?
How do we fix that? We educate people. We don't like that's like saying like, oh, well, some people think that, and I really hope I don't get banned here. That's like saying, well, some people think that people like POC are like have cooties, right? Let's say a certain type of people have cooties. People think that, and that's why they don't want to like share water fountains with them. Okay, people may think that that's not true, and doing things and implementing policies that cater to those people's beliefs is not fixing anything, right? Not just because some people think that way doesn't mean that the solution is to discriminate as a result. So just because some people think that DEI is being forced on us by the government, they are wrong. The solution to that isn't just get rid of DEI. Maybe the solution is just educate those fucking people. Or even better, those people could educate themselves.
Maybe they're not going to do that, though.
Maybe they're not going to do that? Okay.
Sorry.
But is there laws that require governments to incorporate DEI?
I don't believe so.
Institutions?
I don't believe so.
All I know is that there are incentives, but there isn't any laws, as far as I know.
I had to step away from the computer to put my phone in the charger, and I said, look.
Yeah, I agree, Nyan Brew. The other thing is the reason DEI and other similar policies have been put in place is to counteract or attempt to counteract on some level existing discrimination, existing and historic discrimination and systemic discrimination, right? So DEI is not something that comes out of nowhere. It's for fun, whatever, It is looking at a system that is inherently discriminatory. And not even on purpose, right? Like a company doesn't have to. The reason the reason a lot of companies do adopt DEI is because, in part, yes, sometimes it makes them look good, right? Sure, some of them will do it out of the kindness of their hearts. Rarely is it out of the kindness of anyone's heart. Studies show that higher diversity and inclusion in companies usually makes those companies more profitable, right? You benefit from having a diverse set of point of views and perspectives and stuff. You just do. But also, the reason, instead of just being like, we'll just hire more inclusively, the reason companies don't just do that is because, in large part, even if you don't intend to have discriminatory hiring practices, we have learned, the data shows this, lots of research shows this, we as humans, we have biases. We have inherent biases, especially ones that have been like ingrained in us culturally, right? Like even me as a proud feminist and woman, I have biases that are against women that I'm unaware of, you know what I mean? That I am not conscious of. I don't choose to have them. I don't look down on women at all, but I have been raised in a society and a structure that has taught me a lot of like assumptions, let's say, that are predicated on this value system, right? And even if I'm not consciously viewing things in that way, that doesn't mean that I am not entirely, like my concept of my reality is not entirely shaped around this patriarchal structure. So it's not good enough to just be like, we'll do this less, or we'll be less discriminatory. It's not good enough. We have seen that time and time again. You have to have systems in place that actively counteract our biases as humans, right? You have to have systems in place that don't just rely on people like all of a sudden not, being susceptible to their biases. Does that make sense? So DEI isn't doing anything but trying to counteract existing biases. DEI isn't like, it's not, basically, the result of non-DEI stuff, the result of our biases mean that in that situation that hypothetical situation I illustrated kind of early on, right, where I was like, okay, there's 10 people, if there's 10 positions, same position at a company, right, same level, whatever, and and I was like, can the company say, hey, at least one of these has to be a woman of color, right? And you said, yeah, if they choose, that's a quota, yeah. Studies show that 9 times out of 10, even if there is a woman, let alone a woman of color, that is more qualified, let's say there's one position, right? And there's 10 candidates in a room, and one of them is a woman of color. Studies show that 9 times out of 10, even if she is more qualified than everyone else in that room, she will not get the job. And it's not because she's not qualified. It's because our biases lead us to often not hire the most qualified person because of who they are. That's just a fact, okay? So that's what DEI and stuff is trying to counteract and balance.
So overcoming racism is having to look into oneself and understanding that it's natural to perceive others that look differently than you or are differently than you. Seeing that and understanding that it's natural and overcoming that. That's how you overcome it. Because everybody's back in the day.
It's not natural.
Sorry,
it's
can you
taught
repeat
behavior.
Stuff? Sorry, I'm responding to Fred when I said yes, Fred. What are you saying? Sorry.
People had be leery of the stranger. They're always warring tribes and whatnot.
Your audio's coming in and out.
All right, try to fix that. All right, so during like ancient times or tribal times, one had to be leery of the stranger, of that person that didn't quite look like you, because he is dangerous. Mm-hmm. They're always stealing each other's women, killing each other. It's I think it's like it's natural to be leery of, even without societal, that I think that has an effect on it. But
yeah, I will say, okay, I'll cut you off there before you say something that's going to get you in trouble. But yes, actually, psychology shows that, yes, our brains, the more accustomed we are to what, people look like. So if you are raised only seeing Caucasian people around you and stuff, non-Caucasian people, your brain is going to, on some level, in some ways, and it doesn't always show up as like clear suspicion, right? That's not exactly what it shows up with, but yeah, our brains are set up to be more wary of things that they are unfamiliar with. But also in the same way that like you are, like this is true for all races, right? Across the board. If you're only raised with, among, black people, any non-black person, your brain will have similar, wariness and stuff. That is just a psychological fact. Which is why, by the way, it's really important and it's really valuable to expose kids to people of all, creeds and walks of life and backgrounds and ethnicity and everything. The more a kid grows up exposed to different cultures and ethnicities, the less wary they are of those cultures and ethnicities. It's like, it's shown, you know what I mean? Like, if you raise someone surrounded by more variety of people, they are more comfortable with a larger variety of people.
We were at the store the other day, and we live in a white community. Everybody's white, and there's one black guy there. It's like, look at that guy, he's black. Don't you think he feels a little awkward with all these people around him, being white? And I tried to get him to look at his perspective, like it'd be like, it's he doesn't see there's black people. There's not really many around. There might be two families in the city.
What? Oh, I'm sorry. So
So we're at one the other day, and there's all white people around, and there's a black guy coming on, and I just kind of pointed out, I was like, so I see him, and I just point out that he was different, and then it's like, don't you think he feels kind of weird being like around all white people and then being the only black person? I would imagine there's some sort of, you'd have to have. It take a lot to overcome, just being, you know, different than everybody else.
well, sure, and especially in a society where white people have way more power than you do, and you are in danger from many of them.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, it's just.
I mean,
was trying to-
listen, I work in an industry that is male dominated. There are many, many times where I've walked on set and was the only woman on set. And, was I aware of it? Yeah, on some level, I was always aware of it and stuff. But I don't know, like,
him to try to see and just look at it from his perspective and not be, see him and be like, oh, he's different, but look at it from his perspective, instead of, hey, that's a black guy, and just think, hey, well, don't you think he's gonna feel kind of some way about it too? We're all human. We all have.
sure. I don't know. I feel like you're trying to dance around something when you're saying, like, he's going to feel some way about it or something.
It's just this community we're in, and it's just.
Yeah, we should have empathy for people, especially when they're the odd one out in a situation, for sure.
Not look at the color of his skin, but basically.
Well, yes and no, right? Because we also have to acknowledge, like, that a person's experience, especially in a society that is in no way non-discriminatory, like, this whole idea of, like, oh, be colorblind and stuff, that has mostly gone away and is no longer really the accepted sort of, like, approach to, anti-racism. Because you can't be anti-racism if you just ignore that racism exists, right? And that's the goal, right? We don't want to just not be racist. We want to be anti-racism, at least personally. So you can't be anti something that you ignore exists, and to act like, oh, I'm colorblind, I don't see color and stuff. It's like, okay, well then, if you don't see color, then that also theoretically would mean that you don't see racism. And there's an issue in that, because racism is a reality. Every single person has biases. Shutting yourself down to the possibility of your own biases is like a surefire way to discriminate against people, even if you don't intend to. You know what I mean? So,
Yes, do you think that black people or Latino people or Asian people, they're racist against other races as well? Or do you think it's a white-only type situation?
I mean, I think that, well, there's two different types of, like, or levels, let's say, of racism, right? There's systemic racism, which inherently, like, requires power, right? Like, here's the thing, like, some people use racism to only, like, it to basically mean systemic racism. So they say, well, it's impossible to be racist in America. Well, they say it's impossible to be racist if you're, a person of color and stuff. Personally, I don't believe that, because there is a lot of racism between different groups of people, that we can see in this country. But also, I grew up outside of this country, and racism in America is not the same as racism everywhere else in the world, right? Racism looks very different in everywhere else, right? So I prefer to specify when we're talking systemic racism versus, like, racial biases versus racial prejudice versus inherent biases, you know what I mean? Subconscious biases, unconscious biases, all these sorts of I prefer to be more specific with the language. Now, again, I grew up outside of America, so I know I don't always agree with some of the language used around it, simply because I'm coming at it from an outside point of view, and I'm like, well, let's let's find ways of talking about this that are applicable to more than just the United States, personally. But that's just me. Whatever.
Let me say this, like the average Republican, and we like to say that they're racist because they vote for Trump or whatnot. Well, most of them, when they, the way they look at it, if they seen a colored person or somebody, different race to them, they're not going to treat them any differently, if they're at the store or whatnot. They don't understand that the racism happens at a different level. They just get disappointed, then they get defensive about it because they're like, I don't treat anybody any different, but they don't understand where that is actually coming from or what level it's at.
Right. Well, and that's also, I will say, like, I don't know if you were in here. I believe you were when I was speaking to that person earlier up here where I was talking about, like, racism among cops and stuff. And I specifically was like, we can all agree at least, that cops will often act in racist ways and enact racism. And I said, and I like specified, like, I am saying this instead of saying, like, we can all agree that cops are racist, because that's when people get, like, all up in arms and try to be like, no, cops aren't racist, blah, 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 right? I think it's, I think it's hard because, like, people get defensive when they get called racist. What's that saying? Like, the worst thing that a white person can be called is racist, and whatever. It's like people view it as this, like, attack on their identity and their sense of self, right? So a lot of, like, Trump supporters are like, well, I'm not racist because, like, I don't hate people of color. You know what I mean? Like, I think everyone's equal. Okay. But, like, racism isn't just like a personally, yes, there's shorthand to be like, oh, a person is racist, right? But racism is not just racism isn't an identity. Racism is beliefs, but more importantly, it's actions. And so, like, let's talk about the effects your actions have, right? And your biases. It's not just about intent, because so much racism, especially in this day and age, when we all, like, agree, hey, on the surface, most of us agree, let's say. Most people in America will agree, like, yeah, there should be no discrimination based on race, right? You'll say that. People will say that. But then when it comes down to it, like, in practice, like, a lot of racism occurs in that, like, in the back of the brain with those biases and stuff. So when you call someone when you're like, hey, you're racist because you did that, they're like, no, I'm not, because consciously they're not thinking of themselves that way, and they don't identify with that idea. So I think it's often more effective to talk about, like, are your actions racist? You know what I mean? Because people get a little bit less defensive about that, a little bit, right? It's easier if you can be like, if you can specify, like, listen, I'm not calling you racist. I'm just saying that this thing you did is racist. Can we accept that sometimes, like, people still get very defensive, but whatever. So sorry, I'm, like, jumping all over the place. When, like, I think a lot of Trump supporters will be like, I'm not racist. However, and I'll believe that some of them truly think that they don't see color or whatever. Sure. I'm sure a lot of them feel that way about themselves. But their actions are going to harm people of color in way higher rates than white people in this country. They just are.
No.
Whether their intentions were to do so or not, the fact of the matter is they made a choice that will harm people of color much more, right?
I agree with that.
And I also think it's not as simple as that. I don't think that that's just completely accidental, right? I don't think it's just about taxes. I think there's absolutely biases and subconscious beliefs and stuff very, very prevalent, not just on the right, definitely on the left as well, but especially on the right, that made them perhaps take a second look, maybe regard Kamala as with a little bit more suspicion than they would have had she been, a white man, with all the exact same experience and all the exact same whatever, all things the same, had she been a white man, I think fewer people would have been like, oh, hold on,
I think as a
but do I
gender,
like this person? You know?
Can I just jump in here real quick?
Yeah.
I just wanted to clock something real quick, something that you said a minute ago. Colored person, that was kind of wild, and it kind of shines a light on
I
your
said
take on this
people
whole
of color.
conversation.
I said
No,
people
no,
of
no,
color.
not Zenial earlier.
Oh.
When he was doing his little, he said colored person,
did he?
and that kind of that shines a light, at least with me, on his whole take on this conversation of DEI.
Gotcha. Sorry, I didn't catch that. I'm like, the audio's in and out for me. That is exennial. That is not a good term to use. That is not the correct term to use.
colored's not a good term.
People of color.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm an American mutt.
That's also not a good thing to say. And earlier you also said blacks and whites.
Yeah.
Mutts, blacks, whites. That's all dehumanizing language.
Is that what he
We
just
shouldn't
said?
use
Did you
that.
just say mutt? Oh, did he just say mutt? Is that what he said?
Yeah, he just said that he's a mutt.
I didn't hear that.
I'm multiple races.
What's that?
Yeah. I'm multiple races. I got some Lebanese in me. I got some German, some Swedish, some Irish. I'm a mix.
Mutt is dehumanizing because that's referring to
I
a
will
dog.
say, dude, no, okay, but I will say if he's referring to himself as a mutt, I see less. I mean, just as someone who grew up in an international community, a lot of people refer to themselves as mutts, like themselves, not other people. Never use that term for other people. You can call yourself whatever the fuck you want, I would say.
It's. I think people need to
Those
be
are
a little.
also nationalities, but yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, yeah.
Sure, Dagny, but still, I believe in self-identification. You can identify however you want to identify. You know what I mean? And I'm saying this again. I grew up going to an international school. I have referred to not in many, many years. I don't think I referred to, when I was a kid, I referred to myself as a mutt a couple of times as like a bit of a joke because I'm what is known as a third culture kid. But
All right, I'll know that for. I guess I would never call anybody mutt anyways, by myself. But
yeah.
Yeah. I apologize if I.
No.
But also it's black people and white people.
Yeah, it's black people, white people. Yeah.
Honestly, I never know what to politically correct, how to address it because I don't want. I think people get too offended too easily. I think that's a big thing too. We need to all accept who we are and joke about it and.
Okay, but who are you to say whether or not someone's allowed to be offended by something?
If it's.
Okay, so I would say, so you saying people get offended too easily, you're basically, by saying that, you're suggesting that people are getting offended by the wrong thing, or they're getting offended by things that they should not be. That's not really up to you, man. That's not up to me, for the most part. Like,
You embrace these derogatory, terms or what you consider derogatory. Isn't that taking the teeth away from it all? Accepting everybody for who they are. Slang for everything. There's always going to be slang. Why does it always have to be, offensive? When
it doesn't always have to be offensive.
I guess
What I'm taking from this whole conversation now is that it's you. You want to be able to discriminate against people, and you want to be able to say what you want.
Hold on. We're having. He's not. That's not what he is saying yet.
Yeah.
You don't want. You are upset that certain words are offensive.
I just understand, people. Yeah, I don't know. I just like to accept me for, you can call me any name you want, and it doesn't bother me because I know who I am. I know who I am.
Okay, but you understand that your experience is not the same for every. Like, other people will be insulted if you insult them, and that's okay. That doesn't make them wrong just because you don't find it insulting, correct?
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay.
And that's just basic human empathy.
I just don't see people like that. Like, I don't know. I don't like to hate on people.
Who's hating on whom?
Yeah, I don't like to. I'm just saying nobody. I'm not saying anybody is. That's just why I don't see, names as insulting, because I don't like to insult people. I just like to be friendly with everybody. Accept them
Right.
for who they are.
Right. Okay. So, but then saying things like, "Oh, people are too easily offended" and stuff like.
Joking, there's like when you go to a comedian, he's gonna be as offensive as possible.
No, not the comedians I go to. The comedians I watch craft jokes. They're not just trying to shock people by being offensive. You know what I mean?
It's like it's this Matt Riley or something. I just watched a TikTok on him. He's
Matt Riley.
Anyway, he was talking to German people, and he was pulling all sorts of Nazi jokes out, and it's like, I was told not to say this, but, it's just...
I don't even know about this. That's not what my post was about with regards to Matt Rife.
I'm just saying, comedian, I don't know. Things need to be funny.
Yeah, I agree. Things need to be funny, and offensive shit isn't funny to everyone.
Yeah, if you're using it as if you're using it in that tone or that manner, trying to insult, that's one thing.
Well, okay, no, you're saying that just because it's intended as a joke means that no one can be offended by it or no one should be offended by it. I would disagree. I would think, okay, so let me put it this way. If you think that offensive humor is funny because it's offensive, then that means that at least part of that joke is intended to offend somebody somewhere. Otherwise, it wouldn't be funny to people like you, right? Like if the reason the joke is funny is at least partially because it's offensive, then that joke is designed to offend people. And in fact, if no one was offended by it, you and other people who like that humor would not find the joke funny anymore. You know what I'm saying?
I guess.
Like you need, if you find it, basically, offensive jokes need someone to be offended by them in order to, be funny because they're offensive. Otherwise, they're just.
Making a mega joke or something like that.
It's gonna be a joke.
No, but it's taken from historical or factual basis. It's like saying, hey, this happened. This is how culture, the society was, but we don't have to be like that anymore.
Why don't you give me like an example? What's a MAGA joke that's based on historic or real basis or whatever you said?
Because, I'm not a comedian, so I got to look up these jokes here. But I just know.
I mean, it sounds like you have something in mind.
I don't really. I just think of that Matt Rife one because that was most recent. But hold on, give me a couple minutes here, and we'll come back to it.
Okay.
And like with me, just this basic overall conversation, if DEI was a law, I personally would be totally fine with that.
Yeah,
because to me, laws are meant to protect victims. And if you're being discriminated against, you're being victimized.
Yeah, I agree. I would not have a problem with DEI being implemented by law, personally. But the people who are pissed about DEI are also people who think that private companies should be able to hire whoever the fuck they want. And that's exactly what they're doing with DEI programs. Okay? You're just mad because the people that they
I'm not mad.
are choosing, not you, I'm saying the royal you, the, proverbial you. You're just mad because the people that private companies choose to hire, when they choose to hire whoever the fuck they want to hire, aren't, straight white men.
And kind of running back to people on the right, to me, that's kind of what we're seeing is this representation of white supremacy with what's happening in the cabinet right now with all these way unqualified white people getting these positions of power.
Right. I did socks, yeah. Funny how it's a little harder to find one.
Anyway, I'm at work, so
Do you think it's possible? Yeah, I think it's possible. Everything's possible, Nick. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying I'm at work, so I got to go ahead and go. People are about to start coming in.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us.
No problem. You guys have a good night, morning, whatever it is.
You too. Yeah, good morning. Jesus.
Have a good morning, night. Do you like dark humor? Like,
I love dark humor.
okay, so I guess I was getting on like the same, like, I see the dark humor and, you know, being insulted by a race or somehow, some way. They're one and the same, more or less, you know, because
Nope. That's not true.
like,
Dark humor is not inherently racist.
let's see here. It talks about like people getting killed and stuff though. It's like
Unalived, you gotta use the word.
oh, sorry, unalived. I'm sorry. I'm not. It's first time live here.
Shall I give an example?
Please.
Yes, please.
Dark humor is a lot like anti-vaxxer kids. Never gets old. See, no race. No race whatsoever.
And that would still offend people, and it's you know, race or, you know, identity. There's no
identity. Race there though.
But there's an identity.
That's what I would say.
There's an identity there.
Not really an identity.
What?
And besides, I was
No,
giving
it's
an example of dark humor that didn't have race in it.
Okay, how many cops does it take to push a black man down the stairs? None. He fell.
So that actually is targeting the cops.
Yeah.
But it is making light of some fucked up shit.
Yeah. It's like
it's targeting the cops. I will say, however, coming from someone like you, and I don't mean this as an attack on your identity, but just based on some of the views you've expressed today, that for me, I'm like, I don't want to hear someone like you saying a joke like that, right?
No,
I have heard similar jokes from people that I feel like I'm more willing to receive them because it is ultimately poking fun at the cops. But just based on some of the views you've expressed tonight, I'm like, you know what? I don't know that you would mean it exactly in the way.
I think you're taking me the wrong way here, because it just basically I'm center. I'm very center. Like I
know. I'm not taking you the wrong way.
Like, you know, my favorite joke? Women's rights.
I've heard that one before.
Yeah, it's
It's not really.
Yeah.
I mean, okay.
Yeah, but I'm the most respectful person, you know, women. You know, I don't. Yeah, it's I don't mean it, you know, in a bad way. It's just kind of like, yeah, you know, there was a time when women didn't have rights.
Oh, there was a time?
There's yeah, they're getting more and more rights. It wasn't even that long ago, you know, like the 70s, they couldn't have a bank account.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy when you think about that.
Yes, it is crazy to think about. What do I think about? You're asking me what I think about that?
No, I was just saying it's crazy when you think about that.
Yeah.
You know, in the 70s, you know, that's how recent they could have their own bank account. You know, it's just, it's like I honestly didn't know that until recently. Like, I would never guess it was that recent.
Yeah. In fact, you know that there's still, I think, 13 states that allow marital SA.
Yeah, it's not okay.
I agree. I agree.
Consent's the fun. It's the fun is to getting it.
That's a weird thing to say, Nick. Yeah, I'm not apologizing. The fact is that I am, in fact, white. And with that comes privilege. I'm also a woman, which means I lack male privilege. I can understand. Here's the thing. It's easy for me to understand. Easier, I'll say. It's easier for me to understand that I have privilege that is not my fault. I don't need to apologize for the fact that I have privilege. But I have privilege that doesn't make me a worse person to have privilege. But whether or not I work to acknowledge, to be aware of that privilege, to use my privilege in ways that benefit those who lack said privilege, to ensure that my privilege doesn't outshine people's abilities, right? That's on me. That is on me. The fact that I was born the way I was born, that's not my fault. That's no one's fault, right? But it's also... And so as a woman, as a white woman, I know what it's like to both have privilege and to lack it in very major ways, right? The two big ones, the two big obvious ones, male privilege, white privilege. Some people have both. Some people have one, not the other. Some people have the other, not the one. I have one and not the other. So I can understand just by nature of understanding what it's like to lack male privilege and to be around men who are not always aware of what their privilege means and how their privilege affects our experiences differently. That helps me to understand my white privilege a little bit better too, in that there are things that I may not see, that I may be blind to, that I may not really see, and you know what I mean? Whatever, you get it.
Okay, I'm still looking at jokes here. I got one that might kind of, like, how do you blindfold a Chinese person? Dental floss.
See, that's not funny, dude. That is just racist.
But it's taking, like, their eyes are shaped a little differently.
Oh so no, I get the joke. I get the joke.
I'm just looking at a list here of jokes, and I kind of, it's like, I had Chinese, a race in there, and
that is racist. That is a racist joke, because that is not making fun of power structure. That is simply making fun of a physical feature.
Why is it making fun of? It's pointing out a feature. I guess I don't see that as it's like.
You don't think that their
eyes are like that? Who cares?
That is a feature.
Why do they care?
That is a feature.
Why do they care what their feature is? It's them.
It's a fucking racist joke. What do you mean? Who are you? I thought you understand. Why? It doesn't matter, dude. Yeah. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what they care. It doesn't matter. It's not up to you.
Terrorist.
It's not up to you.
Terrorist. It's like, whatever.
You can make jokes. How do you not understand that you can make jokes about yourself that is very different than making jokes about other people? That's why I said earlier, when you refer to yourself as a mutt and someone said, hey, don't use that word. And I said, he can call himself a mutt if he wants to. Don't call anyone else a mutt. Same fucking thing here. You don't get to, just because you can say
why are they ashamed of themselves? Why are they ashamed that their eyes are like that?
It's not that they're ashamed of themselves. That's not what it is. That's not what it is.
Then why are they offended by it?
They are allowed to be offended. Other people are allowed to be offended.
We're all different.
You are not. We are in fact all different, dude. You don't. Okay, you don't care to understand. Here's the thing. Stop talking. No. Stop talking. Stop talking. Listen to me. You are sitting here, you're not actually asking me questions because you want the answers to your questions. Right now, you have just fucking flipped and made it obvious. You are asking questions because you want a gotcha. Do you give a shit? Are you asking because you want to understand, or are you asking because you want to prove your fucking point? You want to prove that you should be allowed to say racist shit and not get in trouble.
I don't see that as racist. I see that as...
No. That's not what I'm asking you. You listen. Are you asking me questions because you want to understand, or are you asking me questions because you're trying to prove that you should be allowed to say racist shit? One or the other. Answer the question.
I'm trying to get you to understand.
You're trying to get me to understand, or are you trying to understand?
But
No. That's
How do you know that's
answer the
racist
question.
if you're not
Answer the
Chinese?
question. Answer the question. Are you asking because
I'm
you
trying
want
to
to
prove my point.
understand? You're trying to prove your point. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you.
That was fun. Stop
Knew it was coming
spamming.
though.
Hey guys, I'm gonna. Can you please can everyone please report the her body his choice comments, please? If multiple people report them, that'll be great. Yeah, exactly. There's coming. Please report the her body his choice comments, please. It helps if multiple people report them. It is 6 a.m. She's reported. Oh, you reported me, Nelson? All right, fine. I blocked them, but no, you're not. Xennial, you're not sorry you offended. It's not a different perspective. That's the thing. No, we don't need to accept your racism. That's the fucking thing. You're not here to understand or give a shit about people who are victims of racism. You want to convince me of whatever bullshit you're trying to say because you really want to be able to be racist. That's what you're trying to say. Like, oh, you're saying, oh, it's just a different perspective that we need to accept. No, I don't need to accept your fucking racism. I don't. That's what's fucking amazing. That's what's absolutely fucking amazing. I don't need to accept your racism. Your racism is inherently what is excluding people in the first place. I'm not the problem for excluding you from my presence because you are willing to exclude people and treat people differently because of their race. That's what's fucking amazing. I don't have to accept your perspective at fucking all. Your perspective is the harmful one. I'm the problem why Trump won. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, not the guy making fucking jokes about Asian people and their eyes. Like, it's not even, it's like literally fucking kindergarten levels of humor. Big fucking air quotes on that one, buddy. Literally just like kindergarten levels of humor. You're just making fun of Asian eyes. And I'm the problem, and the fact that I'm calling that out and saying like, nah, that's just racism. That's why Trump won. Because your snowflake fucking feelings can't handle being told that's not okay. You can't handle not telling that joke so badly that you went out and voted against people's rights. Wow. Yeah, you really showed me. Next time, gee whiz, I'll really think about keeping your feelings in mind. You're right. Next time I should try harder to protect you from the people who don't like your jokes. Way to miss the fucking point, dude. But yeah, I'm, good for you outright claiming the guy who's in here just making jokes about Asian eyes. Literally, you're just kind of proving our point. Guys, please consider gifting if you have it in your hearts. Also, find me on here, December 6th. We are possibly going to see a ruling on the app we're on. I'm also on Bluesky and Threads with this. If you search this on most apps, you'll find me. But also, if you guys, gifts are appreciated. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you for the rose. For the roses, you freak. Christopher, thank you for the roses. Thank you, guys. Ryzen, thank you for the rose. Milk Carton Kid, thank you for the team bracelet and the... Thank you for subscribing, Brownie. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you, you two freak. Thank you for the let 'em cook. I appreciate you guys. I do. And thank you for the roses. Damn, I'm getting tired. Oh, shit. Thank you, Stabby. Thank you for the relaxed goose. That was cute. Hello, Toronto. Thank you for the heart puff, guys. Thank you. I appreciate it. We just made it. Until I said that, I had made a total of 50 cents on this live. So now I've made $2.50. So thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Dagny. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Well, friend, I'm going to have to go get ready. I have to work. So.
Oh, we love work. We love work for you.
We do love work.
All right.
So, yeah, have a great rest of the day or live.
Thank you. I'll probably head to bed soon, too. But I'm going to...
Okay. Good night, everyone else. Or morning. Good day, everybody.
Chat for God.
Have a great day.
Thank you, God. You too. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Oh, do you want me to drop you? Let me see if I can find this thing. I don't even know where my multi-guest thing is. Multi-guest window. Subwave, thank you. Whoa, you subscribed to Philippe tier. Thank you, Milk Carton Kid. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you. Oh, Brownie, you just subscribed. You want to come up? Let's see what's up. Why sleep at 6 o'clock? I know we're supposed to go to. I'm supposed to go to Wicked tonight with my boyf. Hi, Brownie.
We've seen Wicked 3 times now. Well,
really?
Me and my wife. I've never seen it live, but I went in with no spoilers, and I instantly recognized the songs.
Instantly? Yeah. Wait, did you not know what you were like walking into, or?
No. Well, I knew the general premise, but the scream scene around the house became familiar really quick.
Oh, that's amazing. I love that. I watched I remember my experience with Wicked as a kid. We got the soundtrack, the CD of the original like Broadway cast as kids, and like listened to it for many years without any concept. I mean, with only that CD as the concept of the show, because this was like before the internet was what it is now. So, you couldn't just like look up the whole thing and whatever.
Download the movie after seeing it in theaters.
Exactly. So after a couple years of that, we finally got to see Wicked on Broadway one summer, which was great. Bought a Wicked t-shirt and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah. Oh, my stomach's like grumbling now.
I'm going to plug my mic in here and take my pup up to go to the bathroom real quick.
All right. Thank you all. Thank you who subscribed. Also, gifts are welcome. Thank you. I really don't spend time asking for them on here. I should remind people more often, but.
I had to request a join after that last guy. And I just love, as soon as you call him out and he leaves, immediately, this is why Trump won.
I know.
It's like, no one was talking about Trump. You just let the racism out.
Always that. This is why Trump won. I'm hearing myself. I'm hearing echo. Okay, yeah. Sometimes you have to like swipe out of and then swipe back in of the window. Does that make sense? Like you don't have to fully close the app, but like swipe out, swipe back in. Yeah, you can request. You don't have to subscribe to request, but truthful, neutral. You haven't requested. I have not received a request from you all night. So if it's not working, unless maybe truthful, if you don't have enough like followers or something, sometimes they don't. Oh yeah, you have 7 followers. It's not gonna let you. TikTok won't let you request or join as a guest. You need permissions to go live. You can't. Yeah, you need live access. You don't have live access because you only have 7 followers. Sorry. Yeah, I'm supposed to see Wicked tonight. I'm very excited for it. I hear it's phenomenal.
I didn't even realize Ariana Grande was in it. And I was like, who is that lady in the movie just whispering? It's like, that's Ariana Grande. And I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah. Apparently she's amazing. Sorry, I'm hearing myself again.
Sorry.
I think it's okay. Yeah. If you have headphones, it might help. Yeah. You too, freak. Trump won. It's because Democrats don't excuse racism. Yep. And they sure showed us, right? Like, oh, Trump won because you didn't let me be a bigot. Oh, man. Okay. I'll keep that in mind next time. I guess I should let you just discriminate against people. I guess I should just let you say horribly racist things. You're totally right. That will next time make sure whatever Trump whatever person is running as Trump next time from winning, whatever. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yes. She's very funny on SNL, Ariana Grande. I know a lot of people were like, I will say, so I'm a musical theater kid for sure. I can't sing for shit, but I grew up as a dancer, as a theater kid. I was in a lot of musicals growing up. I think a lot of musical theater kids are so fucking obnoxious when it comes to movie adaptations of shit. People get way too fucking precious. And as a filmmaker myself, I'm like, I just can't help but be like, guys, it's an entirely different medium. There's an entirely different set of like priorities and stuff, and it should be different from the, stage and theater adaptations and stuff. Like, people always expect so much out of movies and don't accept that it is an entirely different medium. And that's okay. So I feel like sometimes people get a little too fucking precious and too shitty about musical movies. But, yeah, so I was seeing a lot of people being like, Ariana Grande. I don't have any feelings. I've never really listened to Ariana Grande's music. I couldn't tell you if a song played on the radio, I could not tell you that it was Ariana Grande. I have no fucking clue what her music is. But she's very funny on SNL, and I'm so glad to see how many people are saying like, "Oh no, this is like amazing and stuff,"
As opposed to people complaining about the casting before it even came out, and it's like, dude, get out of here. This is insane. Yeah. You wanted a white person with green makeup that gave them chemical burns? That's what you wanted?
That. Yeah. Wait, what do you mean?
The original Wizard of Oz, green makeup on the Wicked Witch gave her chemical burns. and people were complaining like, this is what we used to have, this is what they took from us, and it's like, what the fuck?
The fact that people without fucking irony could be like, alphabet is not supposed to be black.
Yeah.
It's like, you're right.
It's like, you're right. She is green.
But then, like, they're not interested in this movie, much less a musical in the first place.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. God. Oh my God. People are fucking nuts. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, there's plenty of jokes that are not offensive, Exennial. And also, Exennial, I'm not even saying that you can't tell offensive jokes, but you can tell jokes that are offensive that aren't racist or sexist. There are offensive jokes in the world that are not targeting people that are routinely and systematically discriminated against. It's very fucking easy. Why didn't I get upset about the women's rights joke? I mean, it's not that funny, and it's also, like, not nearly as bad, I would say.
That's the joke I use with my wife when more rights get taken away.
Yeah. That is, like, on some levels, not the way you meant it. I know that you're...
It's, like, ironic,
yeah. In the right hands, it is an ironic joke. In the same way that I said, like, the police joke that you told earlier, I was like, if someone else were telling it, I would be more accepting of it. But I was like, just based on what I've heard coming from you, I was like, I don't think you should be telling that joke. Personally. But...
he could look up Anthony Jeselnik. He's a good comedian that stays pretty apolitical, and his whole shtick is just every joke is offensive. But his idea is if the joke doesn't land, it's offensive, you get ousted for it. But if you can make it funny, make it work without just shitting on people, it's okay to tell that joke. And it's like watching him and seeing how he reacts to a joke not working will adapt the set. So my wife doesn't like him, but I think he's great. He's got some bad ones, but he's a good example of you can tell an offensive joke and it's not offensive to who you think it would offend.
Right.
It's not just being dumb. It's not just being offensive to be offensive.
Anthony Jeselnik. Well, and so what I was saying, I'm not sure when you came in, but what I was saying earlier is like, he was like, oh, why do people have to be so offended by offensive jokes? And I was saying like, okay, well, if you're telling an offensive joke, part of the reason you're telling it is because it is offensive. So like you are telling, like part of the humor is relying on someone being offended somewhere, or like riding.
Or you're holding like you're continuing a stereotype. And you're just having a reason to continue it by saying it's a joke.
Right. Well, that's the thing. If the joke itself is not like, well, I'm saying like people acting outraged. They're like, well, all jokes are supposed to be offensive. And then how can you be offended? It's like, okay, well, you just said that your joke is relying on the fact that it offends people. So you can't also be outraged that people are offended by it. Like you are entirely relying on that. But then also, of course, if the joke is not funny, then it's just offensive. And if it's not clever, it's like you're just trying to be like, if the entire point of the joke is like, if it's just relying on that offense, that's not in and of itself funny. You know what I mean? Like the joke you told, Exennial, like was not like all it was doing was making fun of a physical feature of an entire race of people.
And that's saying it's historical, that doesn't help your case, being that joke in a visual way was actual propaganda meant to dehumanize Asian people in the Pacific Theater in World War II. It's it's meant to dehumanize them, to make them easier for white people to kill them because they think, oh, unalive them.
And also, Exennial, just because there's more offensive shit doesn't mean you deserve a gold star. Who gives a fuck? Are you saying like, oh, well, I'm one of the least racist people I can find in the room of racists? Okay, who gives a shit? You think you're special for that because there's someone out there worse than you? No. That joke doesn't... The joke literally, it's not even funny, dude. It's literally the entire joke is, ooh, Asians have, narrow eyes. That's the joke. How is that fucking funny? How is that funny?
That type of joke or stereotype is also why there's
being honest with you,
cosmetic
Exennial.
procedure in the Hollywood industry when it comes to Asian people. Which, stop. Keep pushing that as a negative.
Overcoming racism is being honest about that. No. We're being honest with you. Overcoming racism isn't just about being honest. Are you fucking kidding me? That's it? That's your magical tool to overcome racism? No wonder we are where we're at in this.
That's why Trump won.
2024, the year 2024 of our Lord and Savior, because you thought you could solve racism with truth. Yeah, seriously. Telling racist jokes where you're just making fun of people, the shape of people's eyes, is how you overcome racism. We're being honest. It's not even funny, dude. It's like literally the joke is like structured to just be bullying. Like, I could make fun of you for all of your fucking features. And I know you're going to say, well, I wouldn't mind. Da-da-da. Sure, okay. Maybe you have a thick skin. Okay, hi, Kermie. Everyone say hi to Kermie. But like, at a certain point, if the entire joke that I'm making is just you, which, let's be real, what's my favorite joke? You. Like, thank you, Kermie. Thank you, Kermie. Like at a certain point, it's just fucking bullying. If you're just gonna make fun of people for the shape of their eyes, it's not clever. It's not funny. It's just racism. Thank you, Kermie. Thank you. You too, Kermie. I hope you're doing all right. I always hear this whole thing about people needing thicker skin from, like, Caucasian dudes who throw tantrums when a woman of color gets a job that they were less qualified for. You guys, maybe you guys need to get thicker skins. You guys are literally, like, running 90% of fucking companies. And you're throwing tantrums over the fact that every once in a fucking while a woman gets hired. 1 out of 10, less than 1 out of 10 times a woman gets hired to run a company. And you guys are fucking losing it. You're losing it. And you want everyone else to have thicker skins. Everyone else who has fewer opportunities than you. Everyone else who's discriminated against way more than you. And you want them to have thicker skins. What do you fucking mean? They have thicker skins. They've been raised in the racism. Molded by it. Shaped by it. I forget how the whole monologue goes. Like, that's so funny. That's so Trump. Yeah, Trump won because you won't let me tell racist jokes. Do I have a cold? No, but I've been live streaming for too long, so my throat is starting to hurt. Ugh. Okay, so what? Do you think that that gives you a right to make racist jokes? Yeah. Congratulations. That doesn't make you any less of a racist.
I'm pretty sure most people supported Trump on the vibes.
Wait, on the what?
Vibes.
Oh, on the
The
vibes?
economy felt better. Oh, I don't want to talk politics, though, if you try and get me to say how.
What do you mean?
Just every conversation I've had where it's like, okay, why was the economy better? What policies did they implement?
Oh.
I just felt better.
Have I been on for over 12 hours? No, I haven't. I haven't been on for 12 hours. I've been on for 7, which is a bit much. But I did once do one that was crazy long. I think I've done a 12-hour one. Some big debates. Maybe longer, actually. There might have been one that was like 15 hours or something. I've never even been to Portland, Oregon. Ignore everything else? What? Oh yeah, Jared, what are you cooking? They do need a brand strategist, yes. How would you feel if your hypothetical son loved a girl with really short hair? Great. I'd love that. I've had short hair. I had a pixie cut a couple times in my life. I looked fucking awesome. I used to have Matt Rife's haircut. And
I would love if Jon Stewart ran in 2028, but he would never do that.
I know, I'd love it too.
Because every conservative I've talked to is like, oh yeah, I could vote for him. Yeah. It's the turn of the politics into the popularity contest.
Popular. Gonna be popular. Oh, nice, Jared. I don't really think it's a debate as much as it's a discussion. We fact check people up here. A lot of politics, but it's variety. I don't only talk politics. I talk history. Sometimes I body double on here. The other night I baked 2 pies on here. We do whatever the fuck we want, but we fact check here.
I think you'd be surprised at how many conservatives do like Jon Stewart.
Exennial,
because he's so pro-worker, pro-military, pro-police, pro-firefighter.
Exennial, how about this? You can go be a Republican. Go be a Republican all you want. We are closed-minded to you. We don't want that shit. You're saying, like, oh, that's weird, Charlie. That's really fucking weird. Oh, it was a joke, was it? It's hard to tell. Nothing you've said has been funny at any point. So, your point wasn't proven, dude. You weren't trying to make a point. In theory, you were up here asking questions. You were trying to say, your point is what? That the reason Trump won is because you're not allowed to tell racist jokes? So your solution is that we should allow you to say racist things and tell racist jokes in order to not let Trump, so that Trump doesn't win next time. Or Republicans, whoever. That's your point? That's your stance. You. Someone who, by the way, doesn't even know the right terms to refer to people of color with. You know what I mean? You think I'm going to trust you and your insight on the election. You think I'm going to start saying, you know what? This is the guy who knows it. what we really need to do as a people is to start allowing racist jokes again. That's what got us. That's what it is. In fact, you know what? Let's bring back the whole fucking kit and caboodle. Don't just stop at the jokes. People were offended in here, Exennial. And also, no one gives a shit, dude. I'm offended. I'm offended. Thank you, alligator. Yeah, I was. Nope. But I'm offended. Isn't that amazing? No, but jokes like that are intended to make them feel ashamed. The fact that you don't have the capability of understanding that doesn't make it any less true. I understand you could barely string together a fucking sentence while you were up here. We repeatedly were struggling to understand what it was you were saying. Repeatedly. I'm not even going to be polite anymore about this, okay? The fact that you don't understand what a joke like that does and why it's harmful is not really my problem. But it also doesn't not make it so. You know what I mean? Someone who can barely put a sentence together, I am not expecting you to understand the complexities. It's not even all that fucking complex, but let's act like it is. The complexities of what is harmful in a racist joke that is literally doing nothing but poking fun at a physical attribute of an entire race of people. I know you don't understand it. I know. But the beautiful fucking thing about the world is that your comprehension or lack thereof defines absolutely fucking nothing. So the same way that you earlier were saying maybe that DEI is a problem because some people think that it means that the government is forcing governments to have quotas. Remember that moment where I was like, okay, but no company is forced to have DEI policies. And if you agree that private institutions should be allowed to hire whoever the fuck they want, then you agree that private institutions are allowed to have DEI, initiatives, and that's fine. And you support it. And you said, well, the problem is that some people think that the government is forcing DEI. And I said, if that's the problem, then, well, that seems like their problem. But no, you thought that the solution of people not having basic fucking comprehension skills is to shape the world around them. And that's what you're doing now. Your inability to comprehend racism and how, your jokes aren't funny, but also in fact are harmful, doesn't mean that we have to change anything to fit your ineptitude. We don't. Your lack of intelligence does not define the scope of our actions. Amazingly. That's what's great. You guys, this guy literally just made a joke about the shape of a certain race's eyes. That was it.
Not even his own. He had to read it off a page.
The joke he told was about dental floss as a fucking blindfold. There's nothing funny to it, right? The entire joke is just making fun of a physical attribute of an entire race of people. It's just a racist joke. To make a point that, well, and your point being that you should be allowed to make that joke. That's your point. No, Exennial, I kicked you because I asked you, I was repeatedly asking you, are you asking me questions to understand, or are you asking me questions because you're trying to prove and convince me that you should be allowed to say racist shit? and you said that you were just trying to prove your point, which means that it's a waste of time for me to talk to you because you weren't actually asking. You were just you were sitting up here defending racism. You weren't asking questions to learn. No one gives a shit what you have to say about racism. No one gives a shit what your opinion is on racism. Like, let's get that very clear. Your opinion on racism doesn't matter. So I asked you, are you just trying to convince me that you should be allowed to say whatever the fuck you want and that it's not racist or it's not a problem to be racist? Or are you asking me questions because you actually want to understand what's harmful about what you said? And you said, I'm just trying to prove my point, which you were basically telling me that, yeah, you were just trying to convince me that you should be allowed to make, you know, racist jokes and that I should be okay with it. I don't have to listen to that shit. Oh, I understand. I understand the way people think. I understand the way you think. I do. Like I said, you could barely string a fucking sentence together while you were up here, dude. Your brain is not a complex maze that I cannot navigate. I am fully fucking aware. No, you were actually ignoring my perspective. You were speaking over me and stuff. You could. We had to ask you to repeat yourself multiple times, dude. You were in here. I assume you've been ingesting certain things because you were also slurring a lot. Yes, Dale. Is the reason you're so salty about DEI because, like, you're not getting hired for shit? Oh, now you're offended. Okay, see, now we're getting somewhere. I thought nothing offended you, Exennial. I thought nothing offended you. Does it offend you when I point out the fact that you were slurring your fucking words up here? Does it offend you that we were listening to you like we would a fucking kindergartner? Because it's the truth. I'm just speaking the truth. Does that offend you? I thought your whole thing was that nothing offends you and nothing should offend anyone else because you don't get offended. Interesting. Cause here's the thing though, like when we point out that you were up here slurring your words and could barely get a sentence out, we're not actually like making fun of, you know, your race or anything like that. We're just pointing out your actions. Oh, did we scare him away? Did we scare him away? Aw. Good. Yeah, I know, right? Oh no! It sounds like it looks like he got offended. Whoops. I guess you do understand what it means to get offended. I guess you aren't completely immune to being offended. Yeah, someone came in here is telling racist jokes, trying to argue that people are offended too easily and that nothing offends him. And then I guess I offended him. Oh, whoops. Whoops. Whoopsie daisies. All right, well, it's been a long night for me. Oh, I proved his point. Oh, God. That was also weird fucking shit to call Puerto Ricans. Or Puerto Rico, I guess. What he did. Thank you for the heart, me, Maddie. All right, I'm saying discourse that I don't want to cut off, but also I gotta get to sleep, guys. Left out what? No, but everything I said was true, and other people in here confirmed it. You were slurring your words, and you could barely string a sentence together. That was true.
Gotta throw in that last word. Oh, no, I'm gone.
I mean, Brownie, can you confirm? Am I crazy? Or was the guy
Yeah, I've been
slurring?
watching.
The guy
Yeah.
was slurring his words and could barely get a sentence out, and we were, to be honest, what I'm not gonna say. What I'm gonna say, but I'm just speaking the truth, man. I'm literally just describing you, but yet you're offended. You don't understand why people might be offended by you literally just making jokes about, an entire race's physical features. But you get extremely offended when I accurately describe two things about you in this live. Funny how thin-skinned y'all turn out to be every single fucking time. Every single time. All right. Hi. Guys, he doesn't care. He doesn't care to learn about it. He was just trying to. He's like, if he cared, he would be listening to people. Yeah, why are you still here? If he cared, he would have listened. He doesn't care. He literally just wants to convince people to let him be more racist, outwardly, openly, and whatnot. Sorry, you failed in convincing us today. You did not make a compelling enough case. Sorry. Not sorry. Try again next time. Yeah, exactly, Snazzy. He is not going to... No, I'm hopping off. I've been live all night. But feel free to throw me a follow. Find me on here, guys, please. I'm also on Threads and Blue Sky. December 6th, coming up, there's going to be a ruling on the future of this app. And we'll see if it'll probably get appealed. We don't know what's going to happen. Ugh. So please try to find me elsewhere. And thank you all for the gifts tonight. I appreciate you.
Have fun at Wicked.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, we didn't have much of a chance. Sorry, I kept getting distracted by the chat, Brownie. Thanks for coming up.
Hey, just chilling here with my pup. We're staying up late.
Oh, nice.
Early.
My pup. Where is my pup? Riz? Oh, I'll bring the puppy on just for a sec before I leave. Riz.
Oh my god.
Say hello, Riz. She's mad. She's like, I was asleep. Hi. Say hi, Riz. Alright. This is Rizzo. If you subscribe to me, this is why you get Riz Flair. Because it only lets me fit 4 letters of flair in. So my subscriber team flair name, whatever, is Riz. Oh, I love you. Oh, you are sleepy, aren't you? I'm sorry. Okay. All right, guys. Thank you. Thank you all. Love you all. Whoops. Good night. Good morning. Good night.
Have a good one.
You too.